Meet Joey, a digital marketer. He works as the head of digital marketing for Amazon. But how did Joey get here? A few years ago, Joey began to see a large number of opportunities popping up in the field of digital marketing. To begin his entry into the field, he needed to understand what exactly digital marketing was and what was so great about it. First, Joey learned that digital marketing was a form of marketing through which you could advertise to people digitally. Digital marketing leveraged different channels like search engines, websites, social media platforms, emails, and mobile applications. It would give marketers the opportunity to interact with and understand their audience better, and to increase the trust in their brand. Digital marketing would also show marketers advertisements to people based on their actions and preferences on the internet, while being less expensive than traditional forms of advertising. After understanding the main concepts of digital marketing, Joey realized there was more to digital marketing than he initially thought. There were also many types of digital marketing. Types like content marketing, search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media marketing, email marketing, and affiliate marketing. And once he understood those types, he set up a digital marketing campaign for his uncle's e-commerce website. Let's have a look at what he came up with. First, Joey created content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies so that he could generate audience interest in the brand's products or services. This was content marketing. Next, he needed his audience to actually see his content. The first step was to create content on specific search keywords that were relevant to the target audience. Joey would make optimizations on the website and have credible websites linking back to the content. And lo and behold, the website began ranking on the first page of the search results. By continuous optimizations, Joey would continue to improve the ranking and ultimately make the website rank at the first position. This was SEO, or search engine optimization, and Joey could do all of this without spending a single penny. He could also drive traffic to the website with advertisements. But for this, he would have to pay a certain fee each time the ads were clicked. He could have text ads that show up in search engine results, image ads and video ads that show up in websites, and much more. This was possible with the help of PPC, or pay-per-click. However, Joey wasn't done yet. To reach a larger audience, he needed to tap into social media platforms. He would use social media platforms like LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram to advertise the brand's content. He would use these platforms to advertise the brand's products or services with posts, images, videos, and more to bring out the brand's story and engage with the brand's audience, who spend a lot of time on social media. Like PPC, he could use the platform to advertise the brand's products or services with text, image, and video ads, which needed to be paid for. That's social media marketing. Joey realized that a large amount of the audience weren't visiting the brand's website a second time. He needed to keep them engaged, nurture them, to make sure they purchased the product. For this, he would send them emails that helped them better understand the products they visited on the website and assist them in the buying process. He would also send emails to advertise his products or services to potential customers, that is, with email marketing. And finally, although Joey was able to grow the brand's funnel, he wanted more traffic from third-party websites. This could be achieved with affiliate marketing. Affiliates would promote the brand or product to their audiences for a fee with the help of email signups, registrations, conversions, subscriptions, etc. After setting all of this up, Joey had the hardest part of the process to get through: the wait.
Hi guys, welcome to part 1 of the Digital Marketing full course video by Simplilearn. In this video, we'll be covering everything you need to know about digital marketing. We'll do this with the help of our instructor, Rob Sanders. So let's start with an introduction to digital marketing, a digital marketing course video, and some of the best digital marketing tools. We'll also have a look at what is SEO, an SEO tutorial, 7 tips and tricks for SEO, how to perform keyword research, how to rank number 1 on Google, and Google Tag Manager.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders, and today we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. So thanks for joining us here at Simplilearn, and let's get started. Let's start talking about why digital marketing is important. So let's start there on the why. So if we're just a fly on the wall and we're in an office environment, we're looking at 2 friends having a conversation about digital marketing. So really, if we're listening in, every marketer is using digital marketing for his or her business. Now, digital marketing's become more popular than traditional marketing. That's not a surprise. So, in response, hey, over the past few decades, digital marketing has evolved at a rapid pace. These days, a lot of people spend most of their time on the internet. So, what happens in the internet every 60 seconds? Well, a lot happens every 60 seconds. So according to social media today, there's a lot of snaps, there's a lot of clicks, there's a lot of text, there's a lot of videos watched, there's a lot of pictures being taken, there's a lot of voice activated activity going on, a lot of tweets, emails, swipes. There's a lot going on here in 60 seconds. So there's a lot of activity on the internet, a lot. And so the one gentleman says, hey, can you also mention a few differences between digital and traditional marketing systems? And then the expert responds, of course, I can certainly clarify a few differences between digital and traditional. And so he goes on to say what the differences are between traditional and digital, and let's look at that. Okay, so in traditional marketing, we're talking about print, radio, billboard, newspaper, TV, anything that's not on your mobile or laptop. So we know with traditional marketing, reach is limited. With digital marketing, reach is maximum. And what we mean by that is, hey, when you print something, you're printing it for X amount of people. If you're trying to promote an event and you basically create 1,000 flyers, okay, you figure it's going to 1,000 people, maybe they'll share it. So you're looking at about 2,000 people maybe, just to be generous. Well, digital marketing, we're promoting an event. We can promote it to a whole lot of people depending on the platform. So 2,000 is nothing when you're targeting an audience on Facebook or Google search. Traditional marketing, non-versatile. And with digital marketing, very versatile. So again, going back to our flyer, print an 8.5 by 11. Okay, that's it. With digital marketing, you're running display banners. You have 468 by 60, 200 by 200, 250 by 250, 300 by 300. The list goes on the types of different display sizes, not to mention text ads, not to mention video or multimedia. So there's a lot you can do to get your message out there. Okay, with traditional, it's always delayed communication. Okay, so meaning if you're trying to get that TV spot, there might not be a spot open until 1 a.m. Okay, well, with digital marketing, there is no hours. Okay, you can certainly get your point out there and have people see it instantaneously. So with traditional marketing, there's a lack of real-time results. This seems like it's obvious, but digital marketing, that's one of the biggest benefits. Instant real-time results, instant. Okay, nowadays, go into analytics, you can look at real-time reporting. Okay, so we could see real-time results. Okay, traditional marketing can be very costly. If you're not only doing postcards and printing postcards, but you have to mail those postcards. So there's postage fees. Where with digital marketing, it's very, very, very cost efficient. Meaning you could pick and choose who you want to target, when you want to target, where you want to target, what you want to target. And if you're doing search, you can put your bidding in place. You can put your hours in place. You can really control how much you actually spend. So that to me is one of the biggest advantages to digital marketing. Not only do you get real-time results, but you can control costs and then obviously optimize based on the amount of cost you're spending, based on those real-time results. And with traditional marketing, it's difficult to reach a target audience. With digital marketing, it's easy to reach a target audience. I don't want to bash traditional marketing too much. If you're going to put a TV ad in place, you're going to do it on a TV show that tends to gear more towards your target audience, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Here we can simply go to Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn and just pick and choose specifically who we want to target, when we want to target them. So it just becomes a lot easier to reach a targeted audience on a digital marketing platform. And then with traditional marketing, poor campaign measurement. With digital, you have easy to measure and optimize campaigns. And what we really mean by that is because you get instant time results, because you can control costs, because you can reach your target audience more easily, all those are a result of Okay, you can measure and optimize. Based on what our audience is seeing and how much they're spending to see it, we can quickly make adjustments in order to optimize the campaign for better performance. So that's generally what that means. That's a culmination of pretty much everything that we've listed as a benefit for digital marketing. Okay, so now why digital marketing has been answered with all the benefits that it carries. Let's talk about the what is digital marketing. So you know that, you want to do digital marketing. So how do we go about that? What is it exactly? Well, let's just define it. Digital marketing is just the act of promoting a company's product or an individual's product or service with the help of a device or technology. And so obviously when we talk about device, we're talking about maybe a laptop, we're talking about a mobile device. And when we talk about technology, it could be an app, it could be, a cloud-based platform. Okay, it could be a piece of software. Okay, so a lot going on the digital side in terms of variations and what you can do. But that's in a nutshell what digital marketing is. You're really just using technology to promote your product or service. So we know because of the benefits in digital marketing, you can promote your campaign on different platforms. Okay, so all those benefits we mentioned about instant real-time results, cost efficiency, optimizing campaigns, you could do that on search, you could do it on social, via email, on mobile apps, etc. So that's what we mean by with the help of digital devices and technology. Well, these digital devices and technology come in the form of search engines and emails and mobile apps, etc. So when we want to go and promote our product or service using a campaign, we have different options. So there are different types of digital marketing channels that we could choose from. And let's just go through that list of digital marketing channels. And the first one is what I consider the king of them all, and that's SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization. There's search engine marketing, there's email marketing, affiliate marketing, social, content, mobile, and then we can get into subsets of each of these digital marketing channels. But really, we'll start with SEO because that's the king. And to me, that's basically increasing the quality and quantity of relevant organic traffic on the search engines, including Google. So depending on where you're located in the US market, Google has a large market share. So you want your pages on your website to be found and clicked on organically. And so that means if somebody types in a keyword, you want that relevant page to show up first on Google so somebody can click on that link. Okay, and we know that millions of people, specifically in the US, but worldwide, use search on a daily basis. So if you're ranking for those relevant keywords, you can imagine how much traffic you can get. Okay, so that's SEO. Okay, and here's an example. So you type in online shopping. Well, you can see the first listing here is a paid search ad. And we're going to get to that in a minute. The second, organically, is Amazon. Okay, so online shopping, you think maybe Walmart, you think maybe Alibaba, or you're thinking probably Amazon. Okay, so no surprise, Amazon's ranking for the keyword online shopping. And so if somebody clicked on their listing, that's traffic for Amazon. Let's move on to search engine marketing, known as SEM or pay per click or cost per click or PPC or CPC or sponsored search or Google ads. I mean, there's a lot of different names synonymous with SEM. So search engine marketing is really just using paid ads on search engines. Just as we saw the previous example, if you want to be found for a keyword, you don't have to worry about organic if you're willing to pay for it. You just bid on that keyword and voila, you have the opportunity to appear number one in the search results at the top of the page for that keyword. Now, when somebody clicks on it, you have to pay Google if it's Google you're advertising on, but that's the beauty of search engine marketing. You can bid on keywords and appear at the top of the search results for that keyword. Example here, if we go back to online shopping, well, myus.com is bidding on that keyword online shopping. So they're actually appearing above Amazon's organic listing. but that's what they want to do. They want to be found for that keyword. So if they're not ranking for it organically, well, they're bidding on it. And if somebody happened to click on that listing, then myus.com is going to pay Google something depending on what the cost per click is. And so that could be anywhere from 1 penny to $100. It depends. Depends on the keyword, depends on who else is bidding on the keyword, depends on the location, depends on the time of day, depends on quality score. There's a lot of factors involved and regarding what you pay. However, the benefit of SEM is visibility and getting traffic to your website for keywords you're not found for. So that's why SEM is such a popular choice for a lot of companies. Okay, let's talk about digital marketing. That's a traditional type of digital marketing channel. It's been around a long time. You know, we all send emails on a daily basis, and we probably all receive emails on a daily basis. It's just an effective way to capture leads and convert them to customers, because with email, you can personalize your emails and you can send your emails to a segmented audience. Okay, so if you have emails from females who are 35 years of age to 44 that live in, say, the southern part of the United States, you can segment that and send them an email and cater that email directly to that audience. And of course, you can put some nice call to action in there. You can design it really snazzy, and you could track it just like you can any other digital marketing channel. So email is a very effective way to really reach a target audience, because everybody, for the most part, has a functioning email account. So basically, here's an example of an email that could go out. If you're selling a product and the product's promotion is about to end, well, get that email out to your target audience. Let them know that, hey, you have until tonight to purchase the product. And if you purchase it, you're going to get 30% off. And you can put the coupon code right in there with a nice call to action, and you can measure how many people click on that email, go to that web page, and purchase the product using that coupon code. So that's an example of email marketing. Okay, we have affiliate marketing. So affiliate marketing is an effective way for digital marketers to basically create a sales force of people. So basically what you're doing is you're getting merchants to promote your products and services. And you're using usually a third-party broker like Commission Junction or CJ.com as an example to introduce you, the person selling the product, the merchant, with the affiliate. So that affiliate could likely be a merchant, him or himself. And they can basically be a good partner of yours by publishing your product or service on their website so that they can sell in order to get commissions. So it's all based on a commission. So you basically are going to use a third-party affiliate like CJ, get all these affiliates to work for you. They're going to promote your product or service. If they do sell your product or service, you're going to pay them a commission. That's more or less how it works with affiliate marketing. And, with affiliate marketing, to me, it's a good way to, really promote your product or service. And you can pick and choose the affiliates or the publishers of whom you want to work with. So here's an example of affiliate marketing at work. Okay, you basically see a banner. Basically, you could see earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce leader. Okay, so if somebody clicked on that and purchased, for example, or joined, you could pay out that commission. Okay, let's turn our attention to social media marketing. So social media marketing, I wouldn't say it's fairly new. I mean, if I think about it, we're in 2019, and I remember talking about Facebook back in 2006. So you're talking about 13, 14, 15 years of social media. It's definitely evolved over the years. But the concept remains the same. It involves creating different types of content depending on the platform. Okay, so you could be on Pinterest or Instagram and be dealing with photos. Or you could be on Twitter tweeting out certain characters up to a limit. Okay, so it really depends on the social media platform that really drives the type of content you're going to promote. But we know social media can be effective because people use social media. I mean, Facebook is one of the more popular platforms. And if you want to get your product or service out there, you could certainly pay to have an ad on Facebook, or you could just post your content organically. Okay, that's the beauty of social. Most of your social platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and Pinterest and Instagram, they all have a paid form of advertising that you can use to promote your product or service. Or you can go the organic route and post content organically in hopes of driving traffic back to your website. So with social, you do have two options here, but social is interesting because there are a lot of different social media platforms out there. It really depends on your product or service. Okay, so an example of social media marketing, especially on Facebook. With Facebook, you got mobile and desktop, and you obviously have the opportunity to post something organically and have that liked or commented on or shared, or you can post an ad and get that liked, commented, or shared, or clicked and have people go back to your website and fulfill the goal of what you want them to do. So moving on to content marketing. So content marketing is really an effective way of really distributing valuable content online. And when we talk about content marketing, we're talking about different types of assets. So it could be simply text in the form of a blog post, or it could be a video, or it could be an infographic, or it could be an image. Okay, there are lots of ways to create content these days, especially in digital marketing. And the great thing about content marketing is you're writing content for a targeted audience. So if you're trying to target an audience on, say, Instagram, then you know who your audience is and you know what the type of content you're going to post on there. So it could be in the form of a video or infographic or just a graphic. And so that's the beauty of content marketing, really putting yourself out there and depending on the platform, putting yourself out there with various types of content. So for example, if we look at YouTube, you can see this video here about digital marketing certified associate. Well, hey, you don't need to always write the content. You can produce the content in the form of a video and post it on YouTube. This is a form of content marketing. So that's content marketing. And then let's talk about mobile marketing. So content marketing, again, different types. But if we go now to mobile marketing, you can kind of segue from content to mobile, because the only difference here is with mobile, it's strictly on mobile phone. It's not desktop. So mobile marketing is really a strategy on its own that helps you, the company, promoting your product or service to reach your target audience through a mobile device, and that includes tablets. And how you could do that is via messaging. You could do it via email, or you could do it via an app. Okay, so you have different ways of getting your content out there to people. Okay, so as an example, you can use basically SMS or instant messaging via mobile devices to promote your product or service. Here's another example of a mobile marketing via app install. And so you can even compound that by running a, say, Google ad as an example, and running your Google ad on, say, just mobile. You could do a bit adjustment just for mobile, and the goal could be app installs. Okay, so, and you can even do a mobile or app extension. So there's lots of ways to really promote your app or your product or your service via mobile marketing. Okay, let's talk about the customer life cycle. So we know why we want to do digital marketing. We know what the digital marketing channels are, because we just talked about them, from SEO to social to affiliate to mobile to content to SEM. Okay, you have a lot of different digital marketing channels at your disposal. So now, how do we go ahead and approach our customers? So that's what we're going to talk about first. So we're going to talk about different stages of the customer life cycle. Okay, and the first one is the awareness stage. So we need to get our customers aware of what we're selling or what we're promoting. Okay, so the awareness stage is really, what product does your brand offer? That's a question we want to get out there and we want to answer. Okay, what does a customer need your product? Or excuse me, why does a customer need your product? That's a question we want to answer with digital marketing. Okay, and what solution does your product provide? Okay, that's an answer to a question we want to make sure people understand. So these are questions that we want to be able to answer in the form of digital marketing, whether that be mobile or content. Okay, so getting our information out there that answers these essential questions. And if we could do that, then somebody's going to become aware of our product or service. Okay, so what product does our brand offer? Why does the customer need it? And what solution does it provide? Okay, those are some key questions that people tend to ask themselves when they look at a brand. Okay, and when they look at a product, hey, do I really need this? Is it going to help me in my life? Okay, and who is selling this? I mean, who is this brand? I mean, those are just things that run through people's mind intuitively, that with the right messaging, the right channel, the right type of asset, the right targeted audience, you can quickly make somebody aware of your brand's product or service. In this stage, it's help potential customers discover your brand with the help of these different marketing channels. So in the awareness stage, content is key. So it's, to me, if we have a website, we need a blog, because if somebody does come to our blog from, say, organic search, SEO, then we can write about that product or service via blog and talk to our customer, talk directly to our targeted audience through that blog. And if we're not ranking organically, we can use paid search to promote it, because paid search on Google, for example, basically we can be right at the top of the search results. And so somebody can actually see it when they do a search, because we know millions of people use search on a daily basis. You could do social media marketing. Okay, so you can publish that product or service on Facebook while you're building your community. And you can use affiliate marketing to help get the word out by using CJ.com as an example. Build up a sales force of people, these publishers that are going to put your product or service out there. So to me, in the awareness stage, these are the digital marketing channels you could focus on. Now, I will say one thing about display ads. Display is part of search engine marketing. You could use display because you can reach a large number of people. So even though it's listed here low priority, in the awareness stage, display ads mean that if you go on Google's display network, you could pick and choose your sites, your demographics, keywords, topics, and audience. You could focus on all those different demographics to really attract a large number of people. So low priority, but it's probably also good to focus on in the awareness stage. Okay, so content marketing. You must create a high quality content that people are searching for. Without content, it's hard to get found. And so to me, this is, where the blog comes in. SEO, take that content, get it optimized. Okay, SEM, if we're not ranking organically, we can make sure we're at the top of the paid search results, or the search results for a particular keyword we want to be found for. And then social media marketing, using different channels depending on the channel. We're selling, training like Simplilearn does, LinkedIn is a good platform for us. Okay, and then affiliate, basically building up a nice network of publishers to get the word out. So these are all good channels that we can focus in on. So traffic sources may include paid, unpaid, social, referral, display, email, or direct. So they could come in the awareness stage from all different types of channels. Even though you're focused on content, you could still get traffic from mobile or email. So now that we got the word out via all these different marketing channels, there's that consideration stage. So, people are aware of us, now they're considering us. And that's kind of the next stage in the process. Okay, so a few essential questions to address on the consideration stage. Hey, what features make your product valuable to others? And how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So those are answers to questions you want to ask, okay? What features make your product valuable? You want to basically separate yourself from the competition. Basically, that's what you're trying to answer, okay? So if you're promoting your product or service on paid search and other people are bidding on the same keyword, how are you going to stand out? And then how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So for example, if you're on Facebook, okay, and you're trying to get people over to your site to purchase your product, then how are you going to improve that engagement? You got to create something really snazzy, or really it's going to be attention grabbing, or something that's going to get them to become aware of it, that's going to separate your post from all the other posts that are in somebody's Facebook newsfeed. Okay, so you really have to work hard to really convince somebody to get their consideration towards your product or service. So in this stage, your customer considers your product, so help them understand how your product is valuable. Okay, to me, email works really good here. Because if you have a targeted audience, this gives you the opportunity to really answer these questions in that particular channel, email. You could support that with a promotion. And display, I think display is a good option here too, because even though, people are trying to become aware, you can really hone in and really get them to take that next step. Okay, with display, you can even do remarketing. So if somebody's been to your site because they're aware of your product, they're curious, you can cookie them and remarket to them via display. So display to me is a good channel to use here. Okay, so you have email, mobile display, SEM. These are all, good channels to use on the consideration stage, especially on search, because if somebody's looking for something and they're aware of your brand, then you have the good opportunity to get them to click on your ad, especially if you're offering a promotion, and get them to convert. The goal here is to increase our engagement. So people are aware, we're moving them further along the funnel. With email marketing, we have the opportunity to promote the product by sending an email directly to our audience. So with this stage, plan your campaigns around welcoming emails, newsletters. We can talk about product descriptions, add ratings and reviews in the email. We really just want to encourage people to purchase the product. We're trying to sway them over. So email is a good source to allow us to do that. So with mobile marketing, we can promote the products by sending relevant messages to our target audience. Display, again, retargeting, because we can retarget an audience that has been to our website, already did some research about our brand, our product or service, and now we're going to reach back out to them to sway them. So remember, we want to encourage customers to buy a product by creating detailed articles about the product. That always helps, and that's content. Okay, we want to opt for a customer testimonial. Okay, that helps sway people, and add some guest blogging. Okay, we can have ambassadors blog on our behalf, or we can go out and blog on somebody else's site. Okay, so blogging works both ways. It's ways of showing yourself and telling people, hey, we know you're looking for this product. Here's why you want to choose us. Okay, moving on from the consideration to the purchase stage. So they're aware of you, they're considering you, and now we're on to the purchase stage. So the questions we want to really make sure we address here are, how are my prices compared to my competitors? And is my brand more credible than others? Okay, so they're considering you, but that price point, and it may not even be the price, it could be the shipping. For example, the price could be good, but the shipping cost could be high. So you really want to do some due diligence and research on what your competitors are doing. Credibility, that goes back to the consideration stage, and testimonials. You want to make sure you have reviews and testimonials to really elevate what you're trying to tell customers, and that is, hey, I have a good brand, I have a good product, I have a good service. Come buy my stuff, come buy my product and service. But you really need to support that claim. You just can't go out and say it. And so supporting that comes in the form of what other people say. And that could be reviews. That could be comments on a social media platform. It could be, stars on, say, Yelp or Google My Business. Make sure you do your due diligence and make sure you get people to, review you or provide testimonials, because people are going to do their due diligence before they purchase, especially if it's on Google My Business or Yelp or TripAdvisor or whatever it is you're trying to sell. They're going to be able to see those reviews. And so do your due diligence to get the reviews. And if it is a negative review, hey, that's okay. You can't please everyone. You're going to get them. That's the world we live in. Just make sure you show your upper hand and respond even to the negative as well as the positive reviews that you get. That actually bodes well to some people, because, hey, it shows that I made a mistake and you're willing to correct it. And so people actually see that could be the tipping point to getting them to purchase. Say, look, hey, this brand really cares, because they're really responding to people. They're not ignoring negativity. Okay, just those small things that can get people to change their mind. Now with the purchase stage, according to eConsultancy, 83% of the online audience require encouragement to complete a purchase. Encouragement, what does that mean? Well, it could mean providing a promo, giving them that extra incentive. If you don't offer promo, consider it, especially on the email. In the example we looked at earlier, sending out an email means that if the promo is going to end at midnight, send that email out and tell people they have until midnight. And if they purchase today, you'll even increase it to 20%. And email is a good channel for that. Mobile can reach a lot of people through SMS. Okay, social media, reaching people instantaneously. And then, really with the purchase stage, it gives prospects an offer to help them make that purchase. So you have plenty of channels to choose from. In fact, most of these channels, the only one really that doesn't fit the instantaneous mode is SEO. But you can really focus on affiliate, even though that's a low priority here. You can really, coordinate with your publishers, especially those publishers that have proven their worth and have sold your products in the past. Get them to help promote it and incentivize their audience. So let's move on from the purchase to the post-purchase stage. So this is after somebody purchases. Okay, so some essential questions we want to be able to address here. So what additional product could my customer buy? Now that they're my customer, what else could I sell them? Without being too pushy, if they buy a coat, a hat work or a pair of gloves or, a blouse. You want to be able to not push a product on a customer, but think about how you can complement that purchaser's or customer's product. And then how to improve the customer buying experience. So again, this goes back to, what we just said about reviews. Get somebody to offer a review. And if they don't give you a full compliment of 5 stars, they only give you 3.5 stars, then you know what? That's great feedback, because then you can learn from that. And then the other question is, will the customer refer us to others? And if so, why? So that's definitely something you want to be able to address in the post-purchase stage. So let's take a look here. So with post-purchasing stage, to me, email's at the top of this list, because if somebody purchases something, you can send a nice thank you email, because if they purchase, they're giving you their email in return, because you're likely going to be sending them the receipt via email. So email to me is a nice channel. You can send in a nice message. Even, social media. You can thank your community for supporting you on this recent campaign that you ran. Even throw in an extra 5 or 10% on a future purchase as a thank you. And that's easily done on social media. You could even post a blog, promoting, the success of a product and then offering a promotion. Okay, so there's a lot of things you could be doing here on the post-purchasing stage. So to me, even looking at content again, you could even, put a survey together. You could even put a survey together for your affiliates. Okay, you could even post a poll on Facebook. So it's just working in with these different channels to get some feedback about your product and service. So with email, mobile, you can engage customers with follow-up emails or customer care content. With mobile, if you have somebody's mobile number, hey, text them. A simple thank you goes a long way. You could say, hey, look, if you're satisfied, let us know, give us a call. You can even, in the EE mobile text message, you can put a link to a survey. Send emails to active subscribers, give rewards for customer feedback. So if somebody does provide feedback, give them an extra 10% off. You want to be able to reward loyalty. Loyalty comes in the form of a partnership. If you're giving somebody discounts and you have a good product or service, then they're going to recognize that. They're going to say, hey, look, I really like this product and they're giving me 10%. I'm going to go ahead and purchase from these guys again. So give those discounts to those active customers. Or on the affiliate network, give referral opportunities to your customers. So if it's an affiliate publisher, hey, if they're getting people to your site, reward them. Or if it's an email and you put a forward to a friend, get an extra 10% off, it doesn't hurt. because you're incentivizing people to help you sell your product. So with social, display, and content, use those banner ads or use that content that you display on social or the blog you're going to write to give customers advice in order to maximize the value of the purchase. So again, you can use these platforms to also enhance what they purchased. So, hey, you just purchased this product. Thank you very much. Did you know you could do this, this, and this with it? And so that's the idea of a post-purchase stage, is to maximize these channels to be able to answer those essential questions about what else could they purchase? Do they like, how do I get these people to become loyal customers? Okay, so with the first purchase stage, if a customer has bought a pair of sports shoes, for example, running shoes, you can recommend cross-product sale or cross-sale. It could be a pair of shorts or a water bottle or an accessory with an exclusive discount. So that's another example of what you can do on the post-purchase stage. So in today's world, everywhere you go, it's all about digital. So today's lecture is going to be about all the different marketing channels available, piece them together, kind of put together a little digital marketing course for you. So first off, before we get started, we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. And really, digital marketing covers a lot of areas. It's very broad. And really what it refers to is just marketing that a company does, a person does, an individual, a group, an organization, and they do it in the form of an electronic device or with the aid of the internet. That's really what digital marketing is. It's just having something digitally, not something tangible like a billboard or a newspaper or TV. And with that, there are lots of places where you can apply digital marketing. And so electronic devices, we think of mobile devices. And so you could certainly use mobile as a form of digital marketing or to help you with your marketing efforts digitally. Okay, you can create apps, you can run advertising on mobile, you can communicate with different people, your target audience, via different devices like WhatsApp and messaging. Okay, there's also search engines. Search engines is where a lot of people get their information from, at least start to do their research to get information. You got social media, lots of different social media platforms, all the way from tweeting to blogging to social sharing to social content. Okay, so a lot of platforms under the bucket social media. You also have traditional forms of digital marketing like email. You can use different email platforms to send out emails. So lots of different ways to communicate your product, your service, your message to a large number of people that are really targeted to your efforts. How is digital marketing useful? Well, we know it provides different metrics. Why do we know it provides different metrics? Because it's all digital. Okay, so anytime you send out an email or post something on Facebook, you're going to get data back. When you get data back, you could take that data to determine how well that post or that email performed. And if it didn't perform up to expectation, you can make changes to improve performance. That's called optimization. Okay, so that's the great thing about digital marketing. It's useful in that we get data, in some cases instantaneously, and we're able to make changes in order to optimize that campaign. We can also provide personalized user experience. So meaning if we know who our targeted audience is on, say, Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook, we can really cater our messaging to that group. Probably most importantly is that digital marketing compared to traditional forms of marketing allow us to really reach a global audience very easily at a very low cost. That's the key. So if I want to target people in India or Nepal or Pakistan, I can certainly do that. And I can do that with the snap of a campaign. And I can get data back. And based on the data, I can tailor that experience even better. Really just allows us to really hone in on a particular audience anywhere in the world very quickly. So these are just three of the main reasons why digital marketing is useful. Some other experiences or uses for digital marketing, again, it provides a cost-effective alternative to traditional marketing. So for those that are familiar with purchasing advertising on, say, TV or radio, you have to pick a spot. You have to pick a program and then pick a time slot associated with that program. So somebody's watching a program and that program tends to draw in a specific target audience, then you want to show your ad around the time when that program is slotted to air on TV because you're likely going to reach your audience. However, to purchase that time slot could be competitive and could be very costly, where there are forms of advertising and paying for advertising digitally, and those forms are cost per click or cost per impression. And so using a cost per click or cost per impression model allows you to really go head to head in kind of an auction style format where you can control how much you pay and potentially get that prime spot in front of your target audience. So it really does become cost effective. And it allows you to make small investments to get a really substantial return on ROI. So let's just say your cost per click is only 10 cents, but you're selling a product for $10. Well, all you need is one click and one sale to generate a very substantial return on investment. And so knowing that you get metrics back on a campaign, you could slowly or quickly optimize that campaign towards a very positive ROI. And then another use for digital marketing, it just enables targeting users based on their actions and preferences. So again, we can really hone in on who we want to target. It really depends on the platform, but if you take Google Ads, for example, and you want to target the display network, well, we know we have demographics, we know we have topics, we know we have interest, we know we have retargeted audiences, in-segment audiences, we have age, we have gender, so you have a lot of options available to choose from to really hone in on who you want to target. And we talk about remarketing is another form of digital marketing. So you can set up a remarketing campaign. So if somebody comes to your website and does not purchase the product or service that you're offering, you could take action on that behavior. So I can retarget a group of people who didn't purchase. That's retargeting. Or you could do it via remarketing. And basically, that's the beauty of digital marketing. It allows you to really target users based on their actions. Some other uses for digital marketing, it helps build brand awareness and reputation of your business. So when we say brand awareness, if you're just launching a company and nobody knows who you are, if we use Google Ads as our preferred method of digital marketing and establishing campaigns, we can choose that display network. That display network on Google Ads reaches a large amount of people. So you can really get your name out there and really target your intended audience and allow that targeted intended audience to really understand who you are, because they're going to see your ad in the form of a banner or in the form of a video or in the form of text. And so that's the beauty of digital marketing. You can really reach a lot of people and a lot of people who might be interested in your product or service. And then digital marketing provides a platform for you to be interactive with your audience, helping you stay relevant and competitive. And the best example I can give here is YouTube. And so YouTube's it's a search engine for videos, but it's a video sharing platform. And so if I upload a video, then I can entice people to comment on that video or like the video or share the video. And I can really interact with that audience by responding to their comments or, putting together a playlist or giving them more videos. Okay, so I can really interact with my audience. And I could do that on multiple platforms, not just YouTube and video. I can blog and interact based on somebody's comments. I can have a website and have live chat and interact with my audience. So there's lots of different ways to interact with an audience, and that's what digital marketing provides. So I already mentioned a few examples based on the uses of digital marketing. I mentioned Google's display network. I mentioned YouTube and blogging and social media platforms like Facebook. Well, there are lots of different types of digital marketing channels out there. And we're going to talk about a few of them today. We're going to start with search engine optimization. And so search engine optimization, as you probably know from the name, involves search engine. And it involves really making your site relevant in the eyes of that search engine. So if you're in the United States, you know that Google has a large market share, meaning a lot of people use Google on a daily basis. So we want to make sure we do everything we can to optimize our site in order to make our site relevant for those coveted keywords. Now, why do we want to make ourselves relevant for those coveted keywords that we want to be found for on search? Well, because a lot of people use search. And when a lot of people use search and you're found for those keyword queries, then it's going to increase the flow of organic traffic to your website. So the higher you rank, in theory, the more traffic you're going to get. And so when we talked about optimization, okay, how do we optimize our site in order to be relevant in the eyes of Google? Well, it really comes down to a two-pronged approach. You have on-page SEO, you have off-page SEO. On-page has everything to do with your website in order to make it relevant. Off-page has everything to do with your website, but not on your website. It means that how can we become relevant by linking to other websites, for example? How can we become relevant by getting our content on other platforms so we become relevant in the eyes of Google? So that's off-page SEO. So SEO is always going to be two-pronged. What you do on your website and what you do off the website to make sure your website, your domain, whatever that domain is, .com or .org, is relevant in the eyes of Google. And so let's take a look at on-page SEO first. So like I mentioned, it involves optimizing your website. And when we say optimizing your website, there's a lot of things you can do on your website to make it relevant in the eyes of Google. And we can look at the content, okay? We can look at the source code. And so there are a lot of different components to be looked at here. So you have the header tag, you have the meta description, you have the alt tag, you have how fast your page loads, you have internal linking, you have a sitemap, you have lots of different things going on here. And so for me, one of the first things you should do when you create a page on your website is to make sure the title tag is unique and includes those keywords. So if we look here at this example, the title tag is important because that's what shows up in search results. Here you can see the title tag on Google is up to 65 characters. So you always want to include that keyword in the title tag. Then you have your URL, and then you have what you call a meta description. So that's underneath the URL, underneath the title tag. And again, this is in search results. So organic search results. Somebody types in a keyword, you want to be found, and you want your title tag to stick out, and you want your meta description to specifically describe what it is you're offering. Okay, so again, if somebody's looking for stock imagery, then you want to make sure that you know that person who's looking for stock imagery can come to your website, and they can, in this case, search for millions of royalty-free stock images, photos, videos, and music. And so you want your description to really get that person to click on your listing in organic search. That's the whole point. So that's the point of a title tag and a meta description, is you really want to be found for what somebody's searching for, and you want to be able to show them that you have what they're looking for. You have something here underneath your organic search results called site links. And site links are just links to pages on your website. And so unfortunately, this is not necessarily in your control. This is in the control of Google. So if Google wants to offer up site links underneath your title tag and meta description, they will add them. And it's based really on the amount of content you have. And that goes with site search. So you can see also there's site search there underneath the meta description. All of that is contingent upon your website. Do you have a lot of content? And if you have a lot of relevant content, then Google will naturally add in site links underneath your organic listing to links to other pages on your site. So that's on-page SEO, and now we're going to look at off-page SEO. Okay, so off-page SEO involves using promotional methods beyond just optimizing your site. For example, optimizing your title tag and meta description might not be enough to get you to rank for that coveted keyword query. So we need to do some link building. We need to get our name out there on other websites. Okay, so we need to be able to establish some external links or backlinks from high quality relevant sites to our site. And it may not just necessarily have to be a link, because Google recognizes linkless backlinks. So just having a reference on a high quality site may be good enough to get you in the eyes of Google to become more relevant. Okay, so that's off-page SEO in definition. So really what we want to do is we want to establish a way to get links from other websites to our own, or references on other websites to our website. We want to build those links to help us gain in ranking. So there's lots of ways to do that. You have social media. Again, you have social content sites like Reddit, Medium, Quora. You have blogging. Okay, there's lots of ways to establish yourself out there on the internet. You just need to make sure they're quality sites, and you need to make sure they're relevant. And so when you do get a link on an external site pointing back to yours, you want to make sure it's a follow. So you want to make sure that Google knows to follow that link from that site to yours. So if you're out there establishing content on a third-party website or another website and they're going to link back to you, just make sure that it's a follow. Do follow, not a no follow. Okay, and I'm going to show you an example of what that looks like here. So if you're not sure what the difference is, here I'm on backlinko.com, and really a no follow versus a do follow is simply in the href. So in the href, if you don't have anything in there other than the link, then the search engines are going to follow that link from that external site to yours. And if you have a no follow in that link, then the search engines are going to ignore the link. So they're not going to pick up the backlink or external link to your site. And that's simply that site just adding the rel equals no follow. Okay, so if you see that in the link pointing to your site from that external site, then that means you're not going to get credit for that backlink. So you always want to shoot for a do follow link, because that means you're going to get credit for the backlink. Okay, so again, do follow links allow search engine crawlers to follow the link, and if they can follow it, you're going to get what they call link juice, and that's going to establish some reputation to your domain. A no follow link basically doesn't allow the search engines to follow that link. So it doesn't pass on the link juice. Now, again, search engines like Google are smart enough to pick up the association between a website that talks about your website and your website. So meaning, if you don't have a link and if you have a no follow link on that site, don't fret, because Google has come a long way. They're not necessarily focused on links, though it does help. So for example, if you are on a very prominent site and there's no link, then you still may get credit, because Google does recognize linkless backlinks. And that's what they call a linkless backlink, is just having a reference on that site. But you always want to try and get that follow, not the do not follow. Okay, so here you can see an example of off-page SEO. Okay, like TripAdvisor would be a good example. A link that redirects from TripAdvisor to, the Oprah magazine as an example. So the Oprah magazine is going to get a backlink from TripAdvisor to the site. So if Google crawls TripAdvisor, then they're going to be able to see this link. And if it's a follow link, they're going to give the Oprah magazine, that domain, credit from TripAdvisor. So for SEO, because there's a two-pronged approach involved, you have on-page and off-page. There's a lot of tools here, a lot of tools. So let's take a look at some of these tools. We're going to look at Google Keyword Planner. We're going to look at Moz, Ahrefs. We'll look at some tools that will help you with both on-page and off-page SEO. So let's start with Google's Keyword Planner. So why are we using Google's Keyword Planner? Because we want to find keywords. Okay, so we can't do on-page SEO. We can't optimize our title tag and meta description without a good keyword that we want to be found for. So what we want to do is we want to go into Google Ads. Now that's a pay-per-click platform. Okay, so if you want to be found via paid search, you're going to use Google Ads, but from an organic search perspective, we can use Google's Keyword Planner. So we need a Google Ads account. If we have a Google Ads account, then all we need to do is go to Tools, then we need to go to Keyword Planner. And the Keyword Planner is a good tool because it allows us to find those coveted keywords. So we can discover new keywords, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So, for example, we're going to find, use the keyword mail delivery. If we have a business that delivers mails to people, what keywords do we want to optimize for? So we're going to be in Google Ads. We're going to go to Tools. We're going to go to Keyword Planner. We're going to discover new keywords, and we're simply just going to type in a keyword. So we're going to click Get Results, and Google's Keyword Planner is basically going to give us some information. So the keyword we chose was mail delivery, and they're telling us that on average over the last 12 months, there's 22,200 search queries on average over the last 12 months. Okay, so I could see if I hover over the graph here, I'm going to be able to see the average over 12 months. Okay, so here I can see the average over 12 months from July to June 2019. So here, what do I want to do? I want to look for trends, because here I can see the averages go up and down a little bit, but 22,200 is the average over 12 months. And then Google's Keyword Planner also tells me how competitive that keyword is. So if it's highly competitive, but it's got a lot of search volume, it could be a keyword I may want to covet. But the beauty of the Keyword Planner is that they also give you other keywords to look at. Okay, so mail delivery service is 49,500. Okay, so here you got some other ones. Best food delivery service, 9,900. Again, some of these are very competitive, but some of them aren't. And so you want to be able to do your due diligence, do some analysis, and figure out what keywords work best for you that aren't going to be competitive, but at the same time give you some search volume. So if you do rank for that keyword, you should expect X amount of clicks on that keyword based on the volume. So that's Google's Keyword Planner. Alternatively, you can use a tool like Moz.com. So if I log into Moz, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. And so here I can just type in that same keyword, mail delivery, targeting the United States in English, and Moz is going to give me some information on the keyword. So here they're going to give me a range in terms of the monthly volume, and they're going to give me a difficulty score. So they're going to tell me how difficult this keyword is. So out of a score of 100, it's 53, and they're going to tell me what my expected click-through rate could be if I'm ranking for that keyword. More importantly, they're going to give me some other keyword suggestions, just like Google's Keyword Planner. So here I can see prepared mail delivery service, mail delivery companies. So there are a lot of different suggestions of keywords that I can choose from. And if we scroll down, we could see basically some mentions. We could see the analysis, who's ranking for these keywords. So we can really get some insight as to who's ranking, how much volume, how difficult it is, what my estimates could be if I'm ranking, etc. So a lot of information built into Moz's Keyword Explorer tool. So Moz's Keyword Explorer tool could be a good option for you if you don't have access to Google Ads and Google's Keyword Planner. So if you're working on SEO for a website and you're curious about what the off-page SEO situation looks like, well, you can use a tool like Ahrefs. It's a free tool. You can go here, and if you're working on a specific domain and you're focused on off-page, you could simply type in that domain here, and then you can check the backlinks for that domain. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and type in my domain, and now I'm gonna get a sense of what my backlink profile is for my domain. So here I can see the number of backlinks, the total backlinks, and notice 85% of them are do follow links. So Google is able to recognize those links. And then I could see referring domains. So I have 124 different domains pointing to my website. And so here I can get a snapshot of the top 100 backlinks pointing to my website. And so this just gives me a snapshot of what's going on with my off-page SEO performance. Again, it's a free tool. It's good to use because it gives you an idea of what your off-page SEO situation looks like. Okay, another tool you could use is Pingdom. Okay, you can set up a free trial here. It's good for 14 days and it allows you to, look at page speed. It allows you to monitor the site itself in terms of, visitors, maintenance, etc. So you can use Pingdom as well. However, it's only a 14-day free trial, but it does give you some good insights into SEO. Now, page load time is one of those on-page SEO factors. And so if you're doing on-page SEO for a domain, you certainly want to go into Google Analytics and you want to measure the page load performance of the pages on your website. And so here, if I go to Google Analytics and then I go to behavior and I go to site speed and I go to speed suggestions, here I can see the pages, how many pages I've received over a period of time, and then the average page load time. Now, if you see the average page load time is slow, and in my opinion, anything over 2 to 3 seconds is going to be slow, you need to be able to take action. And so the great thing about Google Analytics, the page load time reporting, is it actually gives you some suggestions. So page speed suggestions. So all you need to do is click on the link here. In this case, this particular link or URL on my website has 7 suggestions. If I click on that, then Page Speed Insights is going to open up. And what's going to happen is Google Analytics / Page Speed Insights is going to analyze this page and give me some feedback on how the page is performing, not only on desktop, but on mobile as well. And so here I can see, if I analyze this page, I can see some of the opportunities to improve the page load time on desktop and again on mobile here. So here you can see a lot of the opportunities and a lot of the issues I have that I can address. Now, if you're going to manage SEO for a website, then you're going to need an SEO platform. So again, Moz is a good example because we showed you the Keyword Explorer, but they also have many other tools available built right into the platform. For example, rankings. Okay, you can get crawl information. So when the bots crawl the site, what kind of errors are coming up. Here I can get some page optimization. So I can choose a keyword and I can choose a page, and Moz is going to be able to give me feedback to see what more I could do to improve my on-page SEO performance. Okay, we mentioned Keyword Explorer in terms of looking for keywords. Okay, you also have something called Link Explorer as well. So if I go back and choose Link Explorer from my list here, then I'm going to go to a Link Explorer and I can type in any domain. Again, just like on the Ahrefs, except Moz goes a little bit deeper here. Okay, so they're telling me how many linking domains and what my keywords are ranking. Okay, and then I have some other reports that I can leverage for off-page SEO. I can look at spam scores for certain websites that are linking to me because you can disavow yourself from being associated with those sites. Here you got a link intersect tool so you can compare one domain against another to what links are pointing to that other website. So a lot of different reports and tools available to you for off-page SEO under Moz's Link Explorer. So Moz has a lot of different tools available. And again, my recommendation, if you don't use Moz, there's SEMrush, there's BrightEdge. There's a lot of SEO platforms out there to use, but if you're going to focus on SEO, you are going to need an SEO platform. Now, if you have any more questions on SEO, feel free to go to Simplilearn's YouTube account. You'll be able to find a video there for SEO tutorial for beginners. Take a look at the video. It goes really in depth about everything we just covered about on-page and off-page SEO. So take a look at the video. And if you have any comments about everything we covered with SEO, feel free to comment underneath this video here, and we'll be sure to respond accordingly. Especially if you have any tips and tricks that you do for SEO. So let's move from search engine optimization to content marketing. And so content marketing is a form of marketing that involves simulating interest in a brand's products or services by creating and sharing online material. So when we talk about online material, that can come in many forms or assets. So some examples are blogs, videos, infographics, case studies, white papers, ebooks. All of this is content generated. It's just in different forms. And so you want to be able to take any one of these forms of content and be able to distribute that in some form or fashion. Okay, so for example, a blog can be part of your website. A video could be something you upload to YouTube. An infographic could be something you actually share on LinkedIn. So all these other assets could be integrated throughout. They could be shared or used on your website, okay, for people to grab and share and use and comment on. Okay, so that's what content marketing is. You need to be able to push out content so that people have a better understanding of your product or service. The process of content marketing is you really want to decide what goal you want to achieve with your content marketing campaign. You want to define your buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so what are you creating? Who is it for? And then you want to run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. And when we talk about content audits, we're talking about, content that's already been posted. Are people sharing it? Are people downloading? Are people viewing it? And so you want to be able to understand over time what people are reacting to so that you can reuse or continue to use that content that seems to resonate with your target audience. So you want to choose an appropriate content management system. So if it's a blog, you want to use WordPress maybe. So you want to start brainstorming for ideas, for new content ideas. So in my opinion, maybe put together a content calendar and jot some ideas on that content calendar. Then you want to settle on a particular type of content you want to create, and then you want to be able to publish and manage your content. So some popular tools used for content marketing, you have Buffer, you have BuzzSumo, Follower One, Hootsuite. So let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a content marketing management system. And we're going to use WordPress. And so if we go into WordPress here, on the back end, we're logging a login. And so the reason why we use WordPress is because we can post blogs. So in WordPress, if I go to post here, I'm going to be able to see all the different posts that have been posted over a period of time. And the great thing about WordPress is you can optimize it for SEO. So if I go in here and look at this recent blog post that has been posted, I can go ahead and edit it. And when I edit it, okay, I'm going to be able to look at this blog post in a visual format, and I can also look at it in HTML form. So notice the great thing about WordPress is I can use imagery, I can insert videos, I can insert infographics, I can attach a white paper, a case study to it. And then again, we have something called Yoast SEO plugin. So we've installed a plugin here. So that'll help us with optimizing that particular blog post for that particular keyword we're trying to target. And so here you can see our focus keyword is remarketing and retargeting. Okay, so we have that in the title tag. Okay, and we also want to make sure it's in the meta description. And so here we have an internal link. We have it in the introduction. Okay, we have it spread throughout the content. So Yoast does a good job of allowing us to make sure we're integrating that keyword into our blog post. But the key to blog posting is we want to, again, follow the process. We want to be able to choose content for our intended audience. And in this case, with a blog post, we can write up to 500 to 3,000 keywords. And the whole point is we're trying to introduce our audience to a particular topic that resonates with our product or service. And so that's the great thing about blogging. That's the great thing about WordPress is that, very easy to use. You can integrate it with SEO. You obviously have commenting, you have different plugins that you can add in there, very easy to edit. And so there's a lot you can do here with WordPress and blogging. So another example of content marketing is video. So with video, you have the ability to upload this video to popular video sites like YouTube or Video, and you can optimize that particular video with title tags and hashtags and descriptions, and you could see the interaction here. So you can see how many views, how many likes, shares, the ability to share, the ability of people for saving it. And there's just a lot of interactivity when you have video. You can also use video, as I mentioned, on your blogging platform. If it's WordPress, you can also use video in social media platforms like Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So video is a very popular form of content marketing. Lots of good video tools out there to create a video. A high quality video is what you want to put your product and service in the best forefront. Okay, so that people can react, they can share, they can comment, they can follow, they can like. Okay, so that's what you want to do, is think about video, because video is very versatile and powerful in terms of getting your message out there. So let's move from content marketing to social media marketing. And social media marketing really involves creating content, if it's that blog, if it's that video that you created for content marketing, and really using different platforms to increase your visibility, whether that be traffic, whether it be engagement, whether it be brand awareness, or any other marketing goals that you have. That's what social media is good for, because social media will take that content, take what you're trying to get out there, and really allow you to hone your marketing goals against that. Okay, so if it's Facebook and you got some videos that you want to post up there, okay, what's your goal? Is your goal to then post the video to get traffic to your website, or to build brand awareness, or to just get people to react by sharing or liking? And so that's what social media is good for. It's really good for taking content and really distributing it to your target audience. Okay, so sharing content allows you to, generate user-generated content, or it allows you to create interactive content. And again, you can use infographics, or you can apply content with imagery, or post videos, or do things that are interactive like polling and contests. So a lot of flexibility in terms of the content that you could share on social media. And so you want to establish a process for social media marketing. So this is the digital marketing course of it. So you want to be able to have a process, and you want to be able to set up goals that you want to achieve with your social media campaign, because just posting content for content's sake is really not going to generate anything for you. So you want to set up those goals ahead of time. Then you want to understand what content would be best suited for your target audience. So if our goal is to generate brand awareness, then maybe an infographic is what we want to do. Okay, maybe that's the best choice of asset for our target audience based on the platform. With social media, we also want to research what the competition is and find out what works for them. So it's very easy to do on social. So if you already have a competitor on Facebook, you can always go to your competitor's website, and you can always see what they're posting and what kind of reaction engagement they're getting for a particular post. So it doesn't help before you go live to do some due diligence about your competition. You can also conduct a social media audit. And again, what we mean by audit, just like on the content side, we want to be able to see what's worked and what's not worked in the past. And with digital marketing, recall, you can get instant metrics back. So if you posted something last year and you're thinking about posting it again, you probably want to do an audit to see over the past year what posts have worked and have not worked for you. Then you want to pick and choose the social media channels or platforms and define a strategy for each of them. Because if you have a video, then the video may work on, say, YouTube or Instagram, but may not necessarily work for LinkedIn and Twitter. And so you want to be able to pick and choose the asset, the strategy, and align it with the appropriate platform. Then you want to take inspiration from case studies and other famous brands. So again, continue to learn. I mean, that's the beauty of social media marketing. Most big companies, medium-sized companies, even smaller companies that have performed well are out on social media. So take a look at some other companies that inspire you, or some other companies in your industry, or even, again, your competitors, and see what they're doing and what they're posting and what kind of engagement they're getting. So you should always, be able to seek out what others are doing on social. And to me, this is important. Create a social media content calendar. And this isn't necessarily the very end of the process. This goes back to the beginning of the process. So when you're establishing goals and you're establishing what kind of type of content you want to use, that should all be part of a social media content calendar. And I'm going to show you an example of one here shortly. And then again, you want to be able to test, evaluate, and adjust your strategy, because again, you're getting metrics. And if you post a video on Facebook and it's taking off, then meaning in terms of likes and shares, you probably want to consider maybe doing another one that complements that. So here's a broad example of a content calendar. Again, it's in a spreadsheet. Again, by no means does one size fits all, but just to give you an idea, if we're blogging, what we want to do is we want to pick our target audience, maybe that be country or particular demographic, and you want to come up with some topics ahead of time here. And you want to maybe put the status up there of, it's just a draft or an idea. When it actually does go live, you want to turn it on live. You want to pick your date, add some comments, okay? Create your content. And, what's good about a content calendar is you can also work in SEO, so you can assign keywords. And then you could add those keywords to Moz for ranking. You can create your title and meta description. Then you can carry that content forward and choose a particular social media platform to post to. So that's the beauty of a content calendar, is it allows you to think about things up front and then prepare the content accordingly, so you can optimize it for organic search and post it on social media for off-page SEO and for social media marketing. And so you just want to get organized ahead of time using a spreadsheet, in this case Google Sheets, to lay out the topics ahead of time so you can write the content for your intended audience. That to me is the way to go. Now remember, there's lots of different forms of content that you can use with social media marketing. Here we have video, so you can see this video can be posted on YouTube or LinkedIn or wherever. And the whole point is you want to be able to measure engagement. Here you can see this is just an image. It's just a file, and this has been posted on Facebook. So here we can see how many likes and comments and then shares. And so you want to be able to leverage different forms and different assets across social media to see actually what works and what doesn't work. And again, look at what other companies have done, whether they be competitors or not. See what type of assets they're posting and what's working for them. Now, when it comes to social media marketing, there are lots of tools available. Okay, you got Buffer, Hootsuite, Sprinkler, Post Planner, Later, Sprout Social. I mean, the list of social media marketing tools is endless. And just like SEO, you will need a platform to work with. So with SEO, we showed you Moz as the SEO platform. With social, we're going to show you Sprout Social, because with Sprout Social, if you have a content calendar, if you have a lot of different assets, you want to be able to organize those assets and content across multiple channels. And the great thing about using a social media calendar is, yes, you can publish and organize your post accordingly. You also have, most social media platform tools have listening. So you can listen in on keywords and audiences, different brands and industries and conversations that are being had about a specific topic. Okay, and again, most social media platforms, if not all, have reporting. And so this is important because you can actually see, how your post or different assets are performing in terms of engagement. And so to me, that's important. If you're going to focus on social media as a platform, as a channel, you want to have a social media platform tool that will help you organize your content, publish it accordingly, listen in and get that report to help you figure out what's engaging and what's not engaging. Again, so that you can, react to the content that you're using and sharing. So that's Sprout Social as an example, but you will need a social media platform. Now, the other benefit to social media is in some cases you could actually pay to have your post out there. And so, for example, on Facebook, we could set up a paid campaign to target our intended audience. And so with Facebook owns Instagram, so you have the ability to really put your content out in front of your target audience on Facebook and Instagram. And so what you need to do is go to Facebook Ads Manager and simply just create an account or campaign. You want to be able to create a campaign, and by creating a campaign, that means you're going to have to go through a particular process here. So if we want to do is choose our objective. Okay, so you always want to have an objective for your campaign. So is it going to be brand awareness? Is it going to be to drive, traffic? Is it going to be to drive conversions? So you want to choose a goal or objective if you're advertising really on any platform. Then you want to be able to choose your audience. So who are we trying to target? So with Facebook, you can target any specific age, gender, demographic based on interest and behavior. So you can choose specific placements and you can assign a budget. Okay. And then on the ad side, you have different types of ads that you can use. You can do a single image or video. You can do a carousel. Okay, meaning you can rotate different images as a collage or different videos as a collage. And again, you can choose exactly where you want your ad to be shown. For example, desktop or mobile newsfeed, Facebook in-stream video, you got Instagram feed, you got even Messenger. So you have a lot of options available to you on where your ad or video is going to be shown, and then you can support that with a headline description, and you can send that traffic back to your website. You can even test call to action buttons. Okay, so you can append your ad with a call to action button. And so you can do a lot here. This is just Facebook. You can really do a lot of specific targeting. Now with Facebook advertising, it's a cost per click model. So anytime somebody does click on that ad, you're going to pay. But it allows you to really get your content out there in front of your intended audience. If you're not doing it organically, meaning you're not posting on Facebook on a regular basis, or maybe you want to supplement those organic posts, then doing this is a good way to really get your brand out there. If it's awareness, if it's to drive traffic or to convert, Facebook is a good option. LinkedIn, Twitter, all these social media platforms offer that option up to do paid advertising. Now, if you want more information about social media, we have a great video on YouTube already, how to start social media marketing. It really goes into the details about organic social and what I just covered with paid social, specifically on Facebook. So take a look at that video. And again, if I missed anything on the social media side, feel free to comment or add in your best practice, whether that be part of the process or a different platform that you use for social media. Okay, let's switch to our next digital marketing channel in search engine marketing. So search engine marketing is an advertising model that is good for driving traffic to your site because you're paying each time someone clicks on your advertisement. Now, how is that an equal trade? Well, because you can advertise on channels or search engines like Google or Bing or AdRoll, which has a big network that includes Google, you can actually pay your way to the top of search engine rankings. And so if you're at the top for paid search and somebody searches something like shoes or something to that effect, your ad can appear at the very top, even above local search, even above organic search. And so the visibility is there. It's a good way for you to then get that traffic that you covet for certain keywords. And because you're getting traffic or have the potential to get traffic, you're going to pay each time somebody clicks on these ads. So you have multiple choices on the type of asset you want to use, including text, image, video, etc. So there's more to it than just Google, Bing, ad roll. I mean, you have LinkedIn, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. So you have lots of different ways to advertise and get your ad in a more prominent position. You just have to pay for it. And I just showed you that under social media marketing. Facebook, you can create an ad, have your ad targeting your audience, and in return, you're going to pay Facebook. Works the same way for most of these networks. Okay, so when you actually set up a campaign, like anything you do when you set up a campaign, you want to determine the goal you want to achieve for the campaign. You want to do that up front, especially when you're talking about paying per click. If you're paying per click, then you definitely want to make sure you determine what your goals are so you can measure them accordingly. Then you want to choose, in this case, a relevant list of keywords. You could do it for your brand, meaning you could choose your own brand keywords. You could choose keywords related to what your brand is trying to offer, whether that be a service or product. And once you choose a relevant list of keywords, you can finalize those keywords and then bid on them. So once you start bidding on them, then what you're going to do is align those keywords with a headline. So it's all done within the framework of any platform you're advertising on. Really, the key here that I want to really emphasize is when you establish a campaign or set up a campaign, you need to establish what the goal is. Because when you actually choose your keywords and write your ads and launch the campaign and start paying Google or Bing or whomever it is you're advertising with, you want to be able to measure those goals. So that's really the important part here. Because regardless of where you advertise, you're going to be able to monitor campaign results. And so with Google, you can even import conversions into the campaign. So for example, if I go to Google Ads, for example, if I go to Tools, okay, you can see I'm running campaigns. What am I trying to accomplish with these campaigns? Well, in this case, I'm trying to get donations. People click on donations. So I can go to Tools, click Conversions, and then I can see what conversions are added to my account. And that way I can measure my campaigns against these conversions. Okay, if I don't see a conversion here, I can certainly create one or import it from, in this case, Google Analytics. So that's the important thing. You want to be able to measure your campaigns with your conversions. And then just as important, you want to be able to optimize your campaign. Because if it's not performing, if you're running a campaign, you're running up costs, and you're not getting conversions, you're probably not going to be continuing to run those campaigns. So you want to optimize your campaign and retarget potential customers. So retargeting is always a good option. Retargeting is targeting someone that went to your website and basically acted in a certain way, meaning they went to a certain page or abandoned a cart or actually purchased or downloaded something. Okay, you define what action you want that audience to take in order to retarget to them. Okay, so the whole point is you can configure your retargeting campaign based on certain behavior on your website. And the whole point there of retargeting is you're pulling people back to your website. So in addition to optimizing, search campaigns, one of the benefits of search engine marketing is you can run retargeting campaigns. So here's an example of an ad. Okay, so here you could see it's a good ad in the sense that it's using everything available to it. So for example, here I could see 3 headlines. So Google, in this example, allows you to add in 3 headlines. So here you could see Simplilearn official site, get certified, get ahead. Then you can see Simplilearn.com. So they're taking advantage of 3 headlines. And then here you can see 2 description lines. And so each description line, you can have up to 90 characters. And so you want to be able to take advantage of what Google gives you. The more information you can add, the better. Well, here you can see some other types of ads. Here you can see a banner ad for Slack. Okay, here you can see Betterment.com running an ad. Okay, so this looks like an ad that is on YouTube. So because you can see after a few seconds, you can skip the ad. Okay, so here's a video ad, here's an image ad, here's a text ad. So depending on what platform you advertise on, you have an option on what type of asset you want to use. The one thing I like about Facebook is they offer up a multitude of options in terms of assets. So you can run a single image ad, you can run a carousel, meaning you can have multiple images, you can run a video, you can run a combination video image, you can obviously run text, okay, with a thumbnail. So you have a lot of options in terms of the type of ad you can run. So before we move into our next channel, let me just show you an example of how an ad actually looks on a particular website. So here you can see I'm on BuzzFeedNews.com. Okay, here you can see Volkswagen Golf is running an advertisement in Spanish on this particular site. So they're either using Google or some other platform and having that platform, if it's Google, post their ad on this particular site. So here you can see it's a banner ad. And if we're in Google Ads and you're setting up a text ad, let me just run through you what that text ad looks like. Remember, you want to always take advantage of what's offered to you, because especially text ads, you have very few characters, and with very few characters, it's hard to get your message across. So with Google, you have your final URL, which is where people are going to go to after they click on your ad, but you have not one, not two, but 3 headlines that you can take advantage of. So if we're talking about help end child hunger, help today, you can always add in, visit our website for more info. You want to take advantage of what's available to you. Now, again, here you can see in this example, I'm only allotted 30 characters. And so if you go over, then your ad's not going to get approved. So you really have to be cognizant of the character counts and getting your point across, because writing text ads is not the easiest thing to do when you're limited to characters. Now, with Google, you have what they call display paths. So after the domain, you can add in a couple of keywords in there. And then you have description line 1 and description line 2. So again, take advantage of what's available. If you're not sure what copy to write, grab some from the website and paste it in there. You want your ads to be healthy and to have as much information as possible. And then the one thing I will say about Google Ads is they also have extensions. So extensions are exactly that. They're extensions to your text ad. So here you can see I have 4 extensions. These are actually site links. So Google Ads offers up something called ad extensions. So it could be call outs, site links, it could be location extensions, app extensions. They have a number of different extensions that they can append to your ad. So take advantage of that as well. Remember, the whole point of ads is to make a compelling case for your product or service so that somebody can click on the ad and go to your website and then perform the action you want them to perform. Now, if you have any more questions about Google Ads, feel free to check out our in-depth video about Google Ads. It covers everything A to Z on Google Ads. We also have videos on our Simplilearn YouTube playlist for Facebook, Twitter, social media marketing. So if you're curious to know a little bit more about search engine marketing, check out any one of these videos that we have listed on our YouTube channel. Okay, so let's move over to affiliate marketing now. And so with affiliate marketing, really it's interesting and unique in that affiliate marketing involves paying out commissions. And who are you paying commissions to? Well, you're paying commissions to website owners or publishers or people who have websites with lots of content or people who have websites that attract a lot of users. And so the whole point is you want to be able to find those websites to advertise your product or service. Okay, these people who are selling your product or service on your behalf are going to get commissioned or incentivized based on whatever action you put out there. So it could be registrations, just getting your affiliates to help you with getting people registered, or signing up for your email, or for a lot of you, conversions. You're trying to sell a product, so you want help in selling that product. Or it could be subscriptions, okay, signing up to something. Okay, so you determine what it is you want to incentivize your affiliates for. You also determine how much you're going to incentivize them. And that's the great thing about affiliate marketing. It's no different than having a sales team to support you. What are the steps for affiliate marketing? Well, you need to find a platform. There are lots of different affiliate platforms out there. Commission Junction or CJ.com comes to mind because these platforms are going to help you find these affiliates or partners. Okay, so they're the broker in all this. And so once you set up your platform, you're going to establish rules, guidelines, post images and banners and assets for those affiliates to use on their websites. And more importantly, again, you're going to establish the commission. So the commission doesn't have to be the same for all affiliates. It could simply be, your top affiliates get a higher commission as opposed to just some other affiliates who get a starting commission. You establish everything on the platform, the affiliate platform that you choose. Now, affiliates apply to advertise on your behalf. So they're going to say, hey, I'm interested in selling your product or service. So you're going to use that platform, if it's Commission Junction, to approve or disapprove the affiliate's request to advertise on your behalf. And really what you want to try and do is leverage the platform as best as you can. A lot of these affiliates are out to make money, and some of them are really good. You need to be able to choose the affiliate that is going to represent your brand, product, or service the best. So it's simple. Customer clicks on an ad or link, okay, on that affiliate website, and they go to your website and they perform an action. So that could be a purchase, a registration, a subscription, a download, an email sign up. You determine that. And the great thing is these affiliate networks, the CJs, Commission Junctions of the world will record everything. They're tracking not only traffic from the affiliate website to your website, but they're also tracking the conversions. The transaction is validated and credited to the affiliate by the broker. And then the affiliate is paid his or her commission. So that's how it works. So the more the affiliate sells or converts on your behalf, the more they're going to make. And that's the beauty of the affiliate network. So here's an example of affiliate marketing. Okay, here you could see an advertisement here. Okay, so you could see profit from our experience. Earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce list leader. So somebody clicks on that link, joins, and then this person is going to get a commission based on somebody joining for free. Again, I mentioned Commission Junction. There are also some other affiliate marketing tools out there. Amazon Associates, AWin, Trade Doubler, Max Bounty. I mean, there's a lot out there. CJ.com is the one I've used in the past, but give some of these other platforms a chance. Okay, it doesn't hurt to even be on multiple platforms. You have nothing to lose. Okay, when you're on a platform, basically the platform again is acting as the middle person. They're introducing you to affiliates. And so every time you actually pay an affiliate a commission, they're going to get their cut of it. So they're going to get a small percentage as well. So just keep that in mind, but give it a try. Try one or two of these affiliates. If you find you're getting quality affiliates that are selling your product or service, great. If you don't, then, feel free to change, affiliate networks. It's that simple. But the key here is find the affiliates you think are going to best represent your brand, product, or service, because those affiliates are likely going to be the ones to convert for you. And if you're a small business starting out and you need some help, affiliate marketing is the way to go. Okay, let's move over to native advertising. Okay, so native advertising. So native advertisement means that your ad is showing up next to content that basically naturally fits. So these are advertisements that are featured on a platform alongside the content, okay, that isn't paid for. Okay, so for example, here you could see a paid post. Okay, this is by Spotify. Okay, this paid post, okay, was on BuzzFeed. This particular post was probably on a news article related to music because they're talking about bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for Spotify, you using native advertising allows them to put their ad next to content related to their ad. Here you can see another BuzzFeed article. Okay, 11 great Amazon deals that will be music to your ears if you're an audiophile. Here you can see an advertisement next to the article. So you can see the ad about Led Zeppelin, And here you can see the actual article is about music. So the whole point about native advertising is making sure there's a connection between the ad and the article. So Spotify is advertising, okay, their product and service on an article on BuzzFeed, which happens to be about music. So a good example, we used BuzzFeed just a second ago. So if we go to BuzzFeed, here you can see I'm on TV and movies, and here you can see got an ad here. If we scroll down, keep scrolling down, we can see another ad here for HBO. And so this ad makes sense because it's placed on TVs and movies. So people who go and read the content are going to see an ad related to that content. So that's generally what native advertising is. You need to be able to place the ad on the right pages. Okay, so you're going to need an ad network for that. So we talked about paid search advertising. We talked about Google Ads. So Google Ads has the ability to place your ad natively on particular pages that are relevant to that ad. So that's really what native advertising is all about, making sure that your ad is placed next to content that's naturally relevant. So if you need more information about affiliate marketing, feel free to visit Simplilearn's YouTube channel. We have a nice in-depth video about affiliate marketing so you can get more information about the platforms, how it works, and all the tips and best practices about how to run a successful affiliate marketing campaign. So let's turn our attention to email marketing now. So email marketing, very traditional form of digital marketing. It's been around the longest. It's kind of the grandfather of all digital marketing channels. So email marketing really is used to personalize emails in order to convert that recipient or that prospective user into a customer. And so like all the other digital marketing channels, we want to follow some type of flow or process or methodology. And the first step in email marketing is you have to identify your target audience. Okay, when you identify your target audience, you're going to create a segment. Okay, so in other words, you don't want to send one email to everyone because not everyone is going to be interested in that email. So in order to get somebody interested, you need to be able to send an email tailored to that audience. Okay, so that audience can respond and react accordingly. So once you target that audience and create segments, email segments, you're going to create the campaign and set up an appropriate call to action. One note here is when you create the campaign and set up that appropriate call to action, that call to action is going to be aligned with your goal. So what is the goal of the email campaign? Is it simply to get people to click on something and purchase? Or is it simply to get people to click on something and sign up or watch something or submit some information or download or whatever the case? You need to establish that up front just like you would with a search engine marketing campaign or any other type of campaign you want to run. So there are lots of tools out there. Just like with affiliate marketing, you want to choose an appropriate email marketing tool. There are plenty to be had, each work in a very similar nature. Some offer different pricing models, meaning, you can send an email to X recipients for a flat fee, or you pay a small amount per email address. Each one is slightly different in terms of how they price, but in terms of the features, they all work in a very similar fashion. And we're going to show you an example of one here shortly. So when you choose that email marketing tool, you're going to test your emails before you send them out. And then when you test your emails, you're going to use that email marketing tool to actually send the campaign after it's been tested. Okay, so you want to send the campaign, you can immediately send them out or you can schedule them. Now, a best practice with an email is when you actually send one out, you're sending an email out to your target audience, you want to create probably 2 emails per segmented audience. Why? Because you want to add an attractive subject line and copy to the email. But if you send 2 emails to the same target audience, then you want to test the subject lines. You want to be able to see what subject line is going to entice somebody to open the email. Okay, that's the beauty of email marketing, is you can do that. Okay, so you can set up a design based on your target audience, but it's always the subject line that people see first. So you want to write an attractive subject line and copy that's going to entice somebody to open the email. So why not send 2 emails to each target audience? That way you can see what email subject line works best. So that's the whole idea about performing A/B tests to test out different ideas. It doesn't necessarily have to be a subject line. It can be the same subject line, 2 emails, but the difference being the body of the email. It's totally up to you, but the idea here is to always split out your emails per target audience. And just like any other channel, whether it be affiliate or search engine marketing or organic search, you want to analyze performance. And in the case of emails, it's always about open rates. How many people are opening? Then how many people are clicking? And then how many people are actually responding? Are they converting or downloading or whatever it is you want them to do? You need to be able to monitor the behavior because, for example, if your open rates don't work, or they're low, then you know something's wrong with your subject line. So you want to be able to make an adjustment. So here's an example of an email from Airbnb. It's a simple email, okay? They're just simply trying to get somebody to click on that call to action to take the survey. Okay, that's really all it's about here with this particular email. So who's their target audience? Well, their target audience could be somebody who's already stayed at a Airbnb property. Or it could be somebody who used the app. Probably Airbnb has already targeted this audience and they're sending this survey to a particular audience so that they can get the best results. Okay, so that's a good example of a targeted email with a good call to action that's getting somebody to take the survey. So they're probably measuring how many people opened it, how many people clicked on the CTA, the call to action, and then how many people actually filled out the survey. So you need to follow each step and track each step accordingly. Okay, so again, some popular tools used in email marketing. Let's take a look at MailChimp here. But I will mention like Marketo is a good marketing automation tool. Now owned by Adobe, Marketo allows you to send those drip campaigns. So if somebody doesn't purchase right away, you can send up follow-up emails, like say 1 day out or 7 days out or 14 days out. So HubSpot works in a very similar fashion. You want to be able to methodically plan out your emails. That's the point I'm trying to make here. So let's take a look at MailChimp. So if we go over into MailChimp, very easy interface. Okay, here, if we go under audience, we can actually see who our audience is, and we can break out our audience into different groups. You can have a simple test list. You can have people who purchase, people who subscribe to something. Okay, so you can break out your audience into different groups. Okay, when it comes to campaigns, you can see campaigns that are already been built, or you can create your own campaign. Okay, so in the case of MailChimp, we can actually see what campaigns have been dropped or sent out already, and then we could see the opens, the clicks, and then the conversions. So MailChimp has some nice reporting, so you want to be able to measure the reports or how well the campaign performed. So here we can see specifically how many people opened, clicked, how many people bounced or email addresses bounced, and how many people unsubscribed from the list. And here we can see, the top links that have been clicked, okay, the subscribers with the most opens. Did anybody perform any social media activity? Okay, what locations opened the email? Okay, so you can actually see a lot of good information here right in MailChimp, and you want to be able to react to the emails you send out. So if an email is not performing, okay, you want to learn from that so you don't make the same mistake again. The great thing I like about MailChimp too, they have a lot of nice templates to use. So if you're trying to create a template, here you got some templates that you can leverage. So that's MailChimp kind of in a nutshell. MailChimp, you could pay up front, buy credits, and with those credits, you could send out emails to a number of people. Okay, so that's how MailChimp works. They do have a free trial, so you can set up an account using the free trial. Now, if you need any more information about MailChimp or email marketing in general, take a look at the email marketing webinar we have set up on our Simplilearn YouTube account. Now let's finish up with online PR or press releases. So we talked about SEO and social and search and affiliate and email marketing and content native advertising. Let's talk about online PR here, because with online PR, it really does involve working with digital publications or blogs or other content-related websites. For example, content-related websites could be digital newspaper sites like the New York Times. Okay, the whole point of online PR is you want to try and get some publicity on those websites. Publicity means awareness for the brand, it means traffic to the website, and eventually some loyalty, future customers, and conversion. Channels that can be used to maximize your online PR efforts. For example, you can connect with reporters on social media to develop a relationship. So you can just follow some reporters, see if they're covering specific industries or verticals, and if they are similar to what you're offering, then it's probably a good idea to reach out to them. You can use engaging user reviews to help humanize your brand, or you can respond to comments that help generate productive conversations. So those are all certain things you can do to generate awareness and buzz for your brand. So really the one thing I want to point out about online PR is basically you can also hire a PR firm and they can do some of the heavy lifting for you. Or like I said, you can reach out to different reporters or different influencers even to help push your product or brand. Now, if you're trying to go at it alone on the online PR, what you could do if you don't reach out to reporters or influencers, or you're active in trying to build your brand through conversation, you can always use a third-party service like PR.com. So PR.com allows you to, basically create your own profile, submit content to your own profile, or even submit press releases. If you submit press releases, then other news agencies are going to pick up on those press releases. So it's a good way to get your press releases out there. Likes of Yahoo and Google might pick up those press releases and give you some, much needed visibility. You can also use other tools like, PR Newswire, for example. So it works in a very similar way. Again, it's a press release distribution network. So you can go ahead and sign up for an account, get that press release out there, and they do the distribution for you. Or you can also use aggregation sites. So there are lots of different aggregate sites out there. And so what aggregate websites do is they help disseminate and distribute your content. So here you could see some of the new aggregator websites of 2019. You got Feedly, Panda, TechMeme, Metacritic, eScience News, The Morning News. So you have a lot of options available to get your content out there. Okay, so what these sites do is basically pick up articles that fit their website, fit their theme, fit their target audience. So you do have options in the form of third-party tools as well. Okay, so if you don't hire a PR firm, which could be expensive, you can certainly go at it alone by signing up for any one of these particular products or services.
Carl has a website on cake recipes. Unfortunately, his website on Google is not ranking well. Moreover, when searching for cake recipes keyword, his website ranks way below than his competitors. This can be due to various reasons, but one that sticks out is SEO. To solve this issue, I have a few important ranking factors that Carl needs to know and apply if he wants his website to rank well. Before we get started with the ranking factors, let me first explain what SEO is. SEO is the practice of getting traffic from organic search results on a search engine like Google, Bing, etc. Depending upon the keyword, search engines rank websites based on what content they consider most relevant to users. Without further ado, let me tell you the top 5 ranking factors which can help Carl to rank his website. First is content quality, then it's page speed of a web page. After that, it's website structure. Next is SSL certificates. And finally, it's backlinks, which is the most important ranking factor. Let's have a look at good content quality. A good content quality is an essential factor that helps a website to rank on Google. Google ranks content that completely answers a user's query. In our case, cake recipes. Also, longer content rank higher on search engine results. Apart from longer content, you can also optimize your content with few techniques, such as you can start with a comprehensive introduction. This article on the best vanilla cake I've ever had is a good example of having a comprehensive introduction. Ensure to write content relevant to the chosen keyword. For example, if your keyword is cake recipes, ensure to write a content on how to bake a cake rather than focusing on cake decorating ideas. Always create a click-worthy title and include LSI keywords in your content. In SEO, LSI stands for Latent Semantic Indexing. They're used to drive content traffic and create more visibility on SERPs. An easy way to look for LSI keywords is on Google SERP. Some of the LSI keywords for cake recipes are easy cake recipes, vanilla cake recipes, chocolate cake recipes, and a lot more as shown on the screen. Ensure your heading and subheadings consist of keywords. For example, all the heading and subheading for this article have the keyword cake. Build a comprehensive internal linking structure of web pages. It helps in spreading link equity across the site. It is important to create a simple internal website link structure. In the below example, a bot crawls on web page 2 by following internal link of the web page 1. Next, add suitable images with descriptive alt text. Here, using relevant images can help search engines understand what your content is about, and this method helps in site ranking. For example, for Carl's website on cake recipes, he should use suitable images like wedding cakes, birthday cakes, etc. Incorporate call-out boxes as it will highlight the important information and increase the dwell time. For example, if Carl wants to sell his cake, he should place call-out box with contact details immediately after the cake recipes. Ensure your web page is completely crawlable for bots as it will enhance website ranking. Here, as you see, this website is high up on the Google SERP because every web page in it is crawlable by bots. Next, opt for mobile-friendly designs. It will result in good user experience. For a mobile-friendly design, always prefer short and crisp sentences for easy reading. A poor example and a good example of mobile-friendly designs are shown here. And most importantly, update the content regularly. By doing this, search engine rearranges your site's ranking. For example, the Sally's Baking Addiction cake recipe blog ranks at number 1 on Google. The reason? It updates content regularly. Next, we have page speed. Page speed defines how fast the content of a web page is displayed on the screen. It is important to ensure that a page speed isn't slow, otherwise it will result in high bounce rate. Page speed can be optimized through improving your server response time. This can be done by fixing major issues like slow database queries, slow routing, or a lack of adequate memory. Use a simple website design and reduce the image size that is larger than 150 bytes. Next, use a content distribution network as it distributes the load of delivery content in multiple geographical locations. You can also optimize your code, minify files. If your website has numerous CSS and JavaScript files, you can minify and combine them. Google says slow page speed results in high bounce rate, as you can see here. Next comes optimizing title tags and URL. A title tag summarizes the website's content and URL is a web address. Title tags are displayed on SERPs. It is a clickable headline for a given result. Title tags are displayed on SERPs. It is a clickable headline for a given result. For example, chocolate cake recipe, carlcake.com is a title tag of a website, where chocolate cake recipe is the primary keyword, cake recipe is the secondary keyword, and carlcake.com is the brand name. Backlinko recommends writing a relevant keyword in the title tag is important as it gives an overview of what your content is about. Now talking about URLs, always refer a well-structured, short and simple URL. According to Backlinko analysis, short URLs tend to rank better than long URLs. Moving on to our fourth ranking factor, let's talk about SSL certificate. Websites using HTTPS server have a higher chance of boost in rankings. HTTPS is used for secure communication over a computer network. As you can see here, Google confirms HTTPS as one of the ranking factors. There are two ways to improve site security. You can protect your domain by enabling DNSSEC protocol or use HSTS to add an extra layer of security over HTTPS, whereas HSTS protects from hijacking. The next ranking factor is website architecture. The famous digital marketer Neil Patel says, the better your site structure, the better your chance of ranking higher in the search engines. Also, Backlinko confirms that an optimized website architecture helps bots to find and index all of the web page. A good site structure results in good user experience. Some of the ways to optimize your site structure are creating a logical hierarchy structure, which means a good site architecture not only makes content easier to find, but also helps to gain traffic. Include sitemaps so that the bots can easily access and index the content. Code your site navigation in CSS or HTML because these two languages are easy to code and understand. Build a comprehensive structure of internal linking as it improves indexing of a website and helps in spreading link juice. Coming to our last ranking factor, that is backlinks. Backlinks is an online navigation of hyperlinks from other websites to your own website. In this way, we can drive referral traffic and increase the website's authority. In SEO, the more backlinks in a web page receives, the better it will rank in Google. Backlinks enhances search engine rankings, brand awareness, and referral traffic. Backlinks can be gained through influencer marketing, engaging with audiences on multiple social media platforms like Telegram, LinkedIn, etc., participating in high PR Q&A sites like Quora, and post answers to the questions related to your business. Congratulations, you have learned important SEO ranking factors within 10 minutes.
Today we're going to talk about why you would want to rank using SEO. And SEO is search engine optimization, also known as organic search. You also may hear us say organic listings. But we're going to talk a little bit about why you'd want to rank your website in organic search. Okay, what is search engine optimization? Then we're going to follow that up with how does Google rank websites? So why does it rank one website over another? And how do we get our website to rank number one? Then we're going to talk about the different types of SEO or search engine optimization techniques so you can get your website ranked number one. And then we're going to finish that off with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So let's get right to it and talk about why SEO. So we're going to use a basic example, and let's just say you have a blog. You're a food blogger, you're passionate about food, and your niche is ice cream. And let's just say you have a lot of ice cream recipes. You want to get traffic to your blog. You want people to read your blog. And you're curious, why am I not ranking for my blog? Why, when people type in ice cream recipes and say Google, my blog posts don't appear at the top of organic rankings? And there's a number of reasons why you wouldn't be ranked for your blog post or your ice cream recipes. And the main reason would be your competitors. So there could be somebody else out there who is also passionate about ice cream and has been blogging longer than you. And they have more content and more blog posts and more pages for Google to rank. So that's usually the number one reason. The other reason is improper usage of keywords. And we're going to talk a little bit, or it's actually a lot more about, keyword usage in your content. So what kind of keywords do you want to rank for? That's really what we're talking about when we talk about usage of keywords. What keywords do you want to rank for, and how do we work those keywords into the content? Another reason is poor link building practices. And really that means, are other blog posts or other websites linking to you? Also, are you linking to other pages on your website? And so it's all about link building. And with link building, it's internal linking. So are we linking from one blog post to another? And it's external linking. Are other websites of high quality linking to us? And so that's what we talk about when we talk about link building. And then another reason is web page load time. So you could be running your blog post on, say, WordPress, for example, and your blog post isn't loading fast enough. Well, if you look at it this way, think about it. If you're Google, would you really want to rank a website or blog post in this example, #1 on Google rankings, if that particular page loaded very slow? No, you wouldn't, because when somebody clicked on that link in organic search and went to your website, they're going to have a bad experience because the page is going to load slow. So Google doesn't want their users to have a bad experience. You don't want your users to have a bad experience. And so that's why web page load time is a critical factor for ranking. So we need to make sure that our web pages load fast. And then your user experience is not good enough. So Google, again, based on my example about the web page load time, Google wants people to have a good experience when they go from their search engine to your website. And there's a lot at play there, specifically web page load time, but also, Google doesn't want any spam content. Google doesn't want any pop-ups or overbearing ads on the web page. They want people who are searching for something in particular, let's just say ice cream recipes, and they want to find a relevant website that has ice cream recipes. They want to be able to click on that link and read some good content about ice cream recipes. It's that simple. And that's really what Google's trying to create in their environment. And that's you as an end user, as a website owner, you want your users to have a good experience. And then last but not least, your website is de-indexed by mistake. And really what we mean is de-indexed is Google needs to be able to index all the pages on your website. So if you have a blog with 100 recipes, you want Google to have access to all 100 recipes. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how to get your pages ranked or indexed on Google organic search. So let's move on to what is SEO. So sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked #1 for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called the meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed is important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank #1, #2, #3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO. How does Google rank website? And basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number 1. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, But again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google search engines in India and United States, Google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites. Okay, so we're going to talk about the types of SEO now. So if we want to rank for a particular keyword on Google, we're going to have to apply search engine optimization. And so there's two strategies to search engine optimization: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So first we're going to talk about on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is nothing more than optimizing your own website. And so when we say optimizing your own website, there's certain elements on your website and on your web pages that we need to take into account. And so some of those elements are headers, meta descriptions, title tags, linking. So all of those elements are something we can control as an end user who wants to rank our web page and our website on Google. And before we do anything with our website, the first thing we need to do is understand what keywords we want to rank for. In order to understand what keywords we want to rank for, we need to do keyword research. And if you do anything in SEO, keyword research is the most important activity. That's the most important thing you can do for SEO. And why do I say it's the most important? Because you need to understand, if you choose a keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand how much traffic you're going to get from that keyword. If you're ranked organically, say number 1 on Google, so how much traffic will you get if you're ranked number 1 on Google? So you need to understand what the volume is. And then number 2, we need to understand what the competition is for that keyword that you want to rank for. So if you choose a keyword and there's not much competition for it, then chances are you can rank for that keyword for a web page on your website quicker than, say, a keyword that has a lot of competition. So we need to understand those two basic factors: volume and competition, before we choose a keyword. And it's simply the practice of going through the motions of getting your volume and getting your competition data so you can choose the keywords you want. And then once you choose the keywords you want, then you can go and apply on-page SEO. You can change the title tag, the meta descriptions, the headers. All those elements can be changed, but first you need to choose your keywords. And so, again, the primary components we're looking for are how much traffic you can get, or the search volume, how much competition there is for that keyword, and of course, relevancy. Okay, you need to be able to choose a keyword that's relevant to the web page you're trying to rank for. And so let me show you an example of how to go through this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool. And the tool I would recommend is Google Keyword Planner. And why do I choose Google Keyword Planner? Because if we're trying to rank on Google.com or Google search engine, we want to be able to get the data right from the source. So Google's going to be able to give us information about how much volume a keyword has and how much competition it has. So let me show you an example. So if I want to use Google's Keyword Planner and I want to rank for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist, then I'm going to type that keyword into Google's Keyword Planner. And what Google's going to do is they're going to give me some trends about how much volume this particular keyword gets over the course of a year. And so for that particular keyword, I can see that there are trends that appear for both desktop and mobile. So mobile is important because people start their search process a lot of times on their mobile device. So we want to be able to get data from mobile as well as desktop. And so we could see a trend here that for each particular month, over the last 12 months, we can see how much volume this particular keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, gets per month. And so on average, over the past 12 months, I could see how to become a digital marketing specialist averages 30 searches a month. And this is on Google.com. And so Google gives us the volume. What they also give us is the competition. And so here I can see Google says for that particular keyword, the competition is medium. And so in the Google's Keyword Planner, what they also do is give me other relevant keywords that I might think about optimizing for. Because you don't want to optimize for just one keyword. So how to become a digital marketing specialist, they're going to also offer up other types of keywords that are relevant. So just digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist. So for those keywords, I can see the volume. So for example, digital marketing specialist, I can see the average volume is 1,000 per month on average over the last 12 months. I can also see the competition is medium. But for some other keywords, I can see the search volume being high, like digital marketing course at 2,900 per month, but also the competition is high. And so what I would recommend as a best practice is to collect all your relevant keywords, okay? And put all your relevant keywords in a spreadsheet. And when you put all these relevant keywords in a spreadsheet, you want to get the data on those keywords. And the data I'm referring to is the volume and competition. So in this case, we have volume from Google Planner, Google's Keyword Planner, and I have competition from Google's Keyword Planner. And so if I go into a spreadsheet and I put all that information in here, I'm going to be able to see the volume and competition. And so that's important. However, one thing to note here is that Google's Keyword Planner, if I go back, just gives us low, medium, and high. And if I want to compare numbers to numbers, maybe I want to be able to get exactly the competition number for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. What I can do is go into Google and I can type in that keyword. So if I type in the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I can see there's 76 million results. So I could see 76 million results, 76.1 actually, and for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Now that's a whole lot of results for this particular keyword, especially when the volume is only 30 per month on average. And so what I want to do is get a more clear picture of the competition. And so what you could actually do is type in the syntax all in title and then colon and then your keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And when I do that, I get a different result. Here I can see only 136 listings for how to become a digital marketing specialist. But that's not just 136, that's 136 with that particular keyword that we want to rank for in the title tag. Okay, so the title tag is what you see when you type in a keyword or search query in Google search, and the title tag is what you see at the top of every search result. And so now I can see I typed in how to become a digital marketing specialist with the all in title syntax. And now I can see every listing, every one of these 136 results have that particular keyword in it. So I could see every one of them, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And why is that important? Because now that tells me I only need to climb over 136 listings to rank for that keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And so the idea here is you want to get your volume from Google's Keyword Planner, but you want to get your competition from Google Search. And again, that's simply typing in the syntax, all in title, and then your keyword. In this example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Once you get those two numbers, you're going to plug them into your spreadsheet. And then once you do that for a number of different keyword queries, and these keyword queries, again, have to be relevant. Once you do that, then you can go in and pick the keywords you want to optimize for. And that's important because, again, if you're not sure about a keyword, then you want to do the keyword research so you can be sure of how much traffic you can get and how much competition there is. Those are three important factors in starting the process for on-page SEO. So again, you want to create content for, say, a keyword like digital marketing. But digital marketing may seem a little bit broad. So you want to probably stay away from broader keywords because broader keywords tend to have a lot of volume, which is great, but they may also tend to have a lot of competition. But that's the whole point of doing the keyword research. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's more volume than competition. That's what you need to find out when you do the keyword research. You need to find those keywords that are relevant to your content, that have a lot of volume and low competition. And then once we identify those keywords, then we are free to go in and start optimizing our web pages for those keywords. And the first place we want to start is the title tag. So if you remember my example, going back here to our search, how to become a digital marketing specialist, we saw that every one of these listings had that keyword in the title tag. And the title tag is important because that's what users who use Google search see first when they type in a query and get results. So they're going to see the title tag. So the title tag is the most important element for on-page SEO. It's the most important factor because that's what people see. And so ideally when we choose our keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag because that's what shows up in Google search. And that's what makes that particular web page relevant for that keyword query. So the idea behind a title tag, it's between 50 and 60 characters. And so we want to make sure we stay within that limit, no more than 60 characters, because what happens if it's beyond that, then Google will truncate the title tag. So if I go back to my search, you can see here on this particular title tag, Google truncated it, meaning they added the ellipses after the title tag because it exceeded the 60 character limit. So you want to stay within those character counts. And so the title tag is the first place you should start when optimizing your website. Because when we have the right keyword in the title tag and somebody types in that keyword, then chances are it's going to be relevant, they're going to see it, and they're going to click through to your website. And that's the whole idea behind ranking. We want to get clicks. So that's how the title tag appears. So when you optimize it, you're going to update the title tag, and this is how it shows up. It's going to show up at the top of your listing, okay, and it's going to be bigger and bolder than anything else Google displays. So the second thing you want to optimize is the meta description. And the meta description is simply just a brief description up to 155. I would say about 155 to 160 characters, but probably no more than that. And so the meta description is nothing more than a summary of the web page itself. So if I go back to my Google search results, I see my title tag and I see the page that this particular listing belongs to. And underneath that is where I can see my meta description. So in this particular keyword query, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I see the meta description, an ultimate guide on how to build a career in digital marketing and the skills required to become a digital marketing specialist. Note that it's a well-written meta description with 155 characters, and it includes the keyword digital marketing specialist. So we're trying to rank for how to become a digital marketing specialist, and here you can see become a digital marketing specialist. So there's a lot of relevancy between not only the title tag and the keyword, but the meta description and the keyword. So when you're optimizing a keyword, you want to start with the title tag, but you also want to update the meta description. Because if you don't update the meta description and you leave the meta description blank, then you're leaving it to Google to add in copy that they deem relevant. And so for on-page SEO, we want to take control of the copy and we want to optimize it for the keywords we want to be found for. So the meta description is a powerful tool at our disposal. You're setting up your brand and you need to make sure it reaches the right audience and provide the best results. There's really only one place to turn to. It's one of the largest online advertising platforms really in the world, and that's on Google. And so today we're going to talk about how to advertise on Google. And let's get right to it and talk about Google Ads and its effect with advertising. So we're going to start out with, what are Google Ads? Well, Google Ads used to be called Google AdWords, and it's been around a good while, almost 20 years now. So really, Google has grown at a really rapid pace. It's become one of Google's main sources of revenue. You could say probably in the 90th percentile of its revenue comes from Google Ads. And when we say Google Ads, we mean people who pay for advertising on Google.com. So Google Ads, really what it does is it provides services that fall under the category of PPC, which stands for pay-per-click. You also may hear Google Ads or PPC referred to as cost per click or CPC or sponsored search. really what it comes down to, it's a model. So when you advertise on Google.com and somebody clicks on your ad, basically you're paying Google for the click. Okay, so it's just really a business model where an advertiser pays Google to have their advertisement on Google.com, but they only pay Google when they get the click. So that's really, in a nutshell, how it works for advertisers. If I want to advertise my business, I can go to Google Ads and say, Google, place my ad on Google.com. And then if my ad does get shown on Google.com, somebody clicks on it, it's just as simple as I pay Google a fee. So Google Ads is just an online advertising platform developed by Google with which advertisers can pay to display ads. They can offer up their services. There's video involved. There's obviously mobiles involved. So you got all the necessary devices and platforms available in Google's ecosystem. So for example, if I go to Google search, even if I type in, what is Google Ads? Here I could see a total of 1.8 billion results for what are Google Ads as my search query. So in search, you got a lot of different things going on here. You have organic results, you have videos that are being pulled from YouTube, you got a knowledge graph here, you got featured snippets, you got an organic listing, but really at the top, this is what we're going to focus on today. We're going to talk about sponsored search. So you can see here for this particular keyword query that I typed in, what are Google Ads? Really 2 sponsored search or pay-per-click ads appeared. Now, if I happen to click on any one of these 2 and go to that particular advertisement's website, they're going to pay Google a specific cost per click. So that's how it looks on Google.com. It really depends on your query and what ads show up. But the great thing about Google Ads is they make it known for the user who's doing the search query what the ad is. So here I can easily pick out what's an ad, a sponsored search or pay-per-click ad, and what's not. Because if it's a pay-per-click ad or an advertiser advertising on Google.com, I'm going to be able to see this little box here that says ad next to the listing. And so by displaying that little logo, their ad, it's letting the end user know, the person who's searching, know that, hey, this is an advertiser who is advertising their product or service on Google.com. Okay, so that's how you can differentiate between paid search and organic search. Organic search here, or even down here, doesn't have that little ad box next to the listing. So if it doesn't have the little ad box, it's a paid search ad. Now, why do we want to advertise on Google Ads? Because it increases visibility to high quality audience. So what I mean by that is, search is really a great place to advertise because you're meeting the consumer halfway, meaning somebody's typing something in and your ad is there to help them find what they're looking for. So Google Ads advertises your product or service to the relevant audience to ensure the users perform the action required of them. So it's really a great way to get quality audience to your website, because if somebody types in something and you happen to offer what they're looking for, basically your ad's going to show up, somebody clicks on it, you pay Google for the click, and you get quality traffic in return. So the other great benefit to being on Google Ads is increases brand awareness. So it's a great way to get your product and brand out there. Google has a vast network, also known as the display network, but even on Google.com, the search network itself, the search engine itself, millions of people use it every day. In fact, here in the United States, it's been said or studied that, people over the age of 18 use search at least once a day here in the United States. So you can figure that's millions and millions of people. So it's a great way to get your brand in front of a large captive audience. Okay, so top of mind awareness refers to a brand or product being the first one that comes to a customer's mind when thinking about a particular industry or category. So it really does provide top of mind awareness. Another benefit to being on Google Ads is retargeting. So when we say the word retargeting in marketing, that means showing our ad to somebody who's already been to our website. So we can use Google's display network, or we can run remarketing lists for search ads right on Google.com to ensure that we're targeting those folks who have already been to our website and have not performed a function that we want them to perform. such as converting or buying something or downloading something or subscribing to a newsletter or visiting a certain page. Okay, so if somebody doesn't do what we want them to do, it's okay. Maybe they aren't ready to commit to our product or service. And that's why Google offers up retargeting. So it allows us to reach that audience a second time. So they're going to be familiar with our product. They're going to be familiar with our website because they've been there. And so we can offer up a very unique, specific ad to that audience. So that's a really good benefit to being on Google Ads. So some other benefits here: increased intelligence. So, we can certainly get data about who is coming to our audience. So we can look at what device, what browser, etc. So we can really gain some information about who's coming to the website. We could certainly measure our performance. So with Google, we're paying cost per click. And so based on that model, we can certainly measure what keywords, what ads are generating traffic to the website and how much we're paying for that. Okay, and if that traffic turns out to be a lead, we can measure that against that specific keyword or ad or campaign. So we can certainly measure our performance all the way down to the keyword level. And we can measure up against how many conversions or what we're paying for those conversions. So Google Ads is a very highly quantitative approach to advertising because there's lots of numbers involved. And you're constantly collecting information about your advertising on Google.com and its network. And another benefit really is its high flexibility. So Google Ads has a number of different options. So we can customize our ads based on an audience, based on a keyword, based on a specific website, based on retargeting. So we really have a lot of options, not to mention the number of options in terms of the ad format. Text ads, dynamic responsive ads, video ads, display ads. So Google Ads has very flexible options in terms of advertising. And we're going to talk about some of those as we move along here today. So another big benefit here, and this is what I always suggest, is if you're not ranking organically, then you might want to consider Google Ads. Because as we've shown here in our example, if I go back to our example a couple minutes ago, if you want to bid on the keyword, what are Google Ads? Why would you bid on that? Well, it's relevant to your business. Maybe you're in the digital marketing industry and you want to help folks who need help in advertising on Google Ads. But what if you want to be found for that organically? Well, if you're not found for it organically, then you can bid on it. So it definitely is a good option if you're not ranking for a particular keyword organically. So it serves as almost an option. I always say that, search is like a fruit bowl. Okay, you have apples and oranges in that fruit bowl. Well, the orange is organic search and the apple is paid search. They're different approaches, but they share the same fruit bowl, the same real estate. So you can really, really help yourself by using Google Ads to complement what you're doing organically. So if you're not ranked organically for a keyword, you can certainly use Google Ads. If you are ranked for specific keywords and it's a highly competitive industry, then you can use Google Ads to help you leverage the amount of clicks you get from that ad. So it's okay to be organically listed and have a paid search listing at the same time. So if we go back to our example here, we could see wordstream.com has a paid ad. And here we could see just 2 spots below organically, they're showing up with an organic listing. So you could certainly be in both positions to try and maximize your clicks. So it's definitely a good strategy to run with Google Ads. On top of everything we mentioned in terms of measurement, flexibility, Google Ads does offer up a really good incentive to advertise. And let's not lose focus that, again, search is really the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway based on what they're looking for. And when I say halfway, meaning your ad is going to appear for somebody who's looking for something, whether that be food, a cafe, a plumber, a doctor, or directions. Search is there to serve that person's needs. There's no other advertisement platform or no other channel out there in terms of advertising that reacts the same way, whether that be TV or radio or email marketing or affiliate marketing. Search is unique in that regard. So search engine results pages are the pages that are displayed by search engines in response to an ad. So that's SERP. And so you could certainly, be listed in the SERPs, or also known as organic search. But the great thing is Google Ads is there to help you get your brand or product in front of that user looking for a specific need or service. So let's shift focus now and talk about the various formats in Google Ads. On Google Search, we have text ads. So text ads are the only ad format on Google Search. And so here you can see in this example, you have a headline. So not only do you have one headline, you have 3 headlines in one ad. So JBL headphones, one headline. Wide range of headphones, second headline. Amazon.in, third headline. So you have 3 headlines. And the great thing about Google Ads with its text format is that you can have up to 2 descriptions of 90 characters. So the headlines are up to 30 characters. The descriptions are up to 90 characters. And so you can really write some specific information about your ad, about your product, about your service. Okay, and the ad is also going to contain what we call ad extensions. So here you can see shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site link extensions, meaning they're going to link to something on your website. And so the purpose of the extension is to help get the click. So the reason why you're running Google Ads is to get the click. You want to generate the click. You want to get that traffic to your website. So by writing 3 headlines and writing 2 description lines and adding extensions to your ad, all help you get that click. Yes, you're going to pay Google for the click, but that's the whole purpose, is to generate the click from search. Because remember, search is there to respond to somebody's need or query. And so if you get the click on your ad, chances are it's going to be a highly relevant visitor to your website. So Google offers up a lot of opportunity for you to write a lot of information in your text ad on Google for Google.com. So Google also has other formats. And so they also have responsive display ads. So when we say responsive, we mean Google can serve up a specific image from your website based on what somebody's looking for, based on the page that they went to. So these ads are responsive. They adjust their size, appearance, and format depending on the space available. So responsive can also be text, and or image. And so the whole point of response is if you have a large website, let's just say with a lot of different products and categories like Amazon. Well, it's hard to write static ads for thousands of particular categories and products. So why not let Google do the heavy lifting? Why not let Google serve up the images and ads based on what somebody looked at on your website? And so that's the whole idea behind responsive ads, is it allows Google to, show the particular ad that's most relevant to that user. So it's really a great option when you're advertising on Google. You have image ads as well. So image ads are, as we mentioned, part of responsive, or they can just be static. And so here you can see an example from Slack. Okay, you can see just an image ad. But the great thing about image ads is you have a lot of different size options. So 468 by 60, 250 by 250, 160 by 600, all these are pixel sizes. So you have a lot of different size variations when you run image ads. Okay, so you don't have to run a small image ad, let's just say in comparison to Facebook, where you have a thumbnail, okay, and one size for a particular image ad on Facebook. Versus Google, you have multiple sizes that you can choose from in terms of running image ads. So image ads are really a great option if you're going to advertise on Google. Okay, you also have app promotional ads. These ads are used to drive app downloads and engagement. So here you can see an example for Uber. So that's another option too if you have an app and you really want to drive engagement for that app. And then you also have video. So Google owns YouTube. So you can run advertisements, video advertisements on YouTube. So they could be standalone or they can be inserted into other streaming video content as, say, a pre-roll. Meaning people are going to look at your ad before actually watching the actual video they went to YouTube for. So you have a lot of different options with video advertisements on YouTube. So the other ad format you have on Google are shopping ads. And shopping ads are really a great way to get your product in front of the right user. So if somebody's looking for shoes or running shoes, it's an opportunity for you to run shopping ads so you could put that particular shoe with a description, with the price, with your brand name in front of that user. And so with a cost per click model, if a user clicks on your shopping ad, then chances are they're probably going to convert because they could see the product, they could see the price, they could see the product name, they could see the brand. And so it's an opportunity for you to really drive high quality traffic to your site with the opportunity to convert somebody at a very high rate. So shopping ads are really good because it prevents unwanted clicks. If somebody clicks on that ad, they're definitely interested. So let's take a look on search to see how that looks. So if I go to Google search and I just type in running shoes, so my search results are going to list not only some paid ads, but a lot of different options on shopping ads. So here I could certainly scroll around and see all the different brand names. I could see the price point. If I hover over it, I can actually see, some other information about it like reviews, return policy. So if I actually click on this ad, chances are I'm going to buy it. Otherwise, why would I click on the ad as an end user? And so that's the great thing about shopping ads. It gives you, the advertiser, an opportunity to really get your products in front of people who are looking for your product or service. And given that you're listing the price, if they like the price and they click on your ad, they're probably going to go ahead and follow through with the conversion. So it doesn't necessarily have to be running shoes. It could be anything that you have to offer a user. So running shopping ads on Google is a good strategy if you have products. Okay, so you can showcase these shopping ads on Google search by certainly really giving Google access to your product inventory, connecting in some reviews, connecting in some information, connecting in the pricing points, and voila. It's really fairly easily to set up Google shopping ads within Google search. And the great thing about shopping ads is it also appears under images and also appears under shopping. So if I'm on Google search, I can go to shopping or I can go to images and I'll see those same image ads show up here at the top, and I will certainly see those under shopping as well. So shopping ads allow you to really showcase your products on Google search to those looking for that particular product. So it's really a great option with Google. You also have call ads. So when we say call ads, really call only ads are great for mobile. So when you run advertisements on Google, if you have a phone number associated with your business, you can certainly add that phone number to the ad. So if somebody's searching on their mobile device and your ad is displayed along with your number, if they click on your number, they're actually going to call your business, and Google can track that. They can track how many people click on your number and even turn that into a conversion for you. So if you have a phone number associated with your business, it's wise to go ahead and set up what we call a call extension as part of the ad, because if somebody sees that ad with that phone number on mobile, it allows them to easily just click on the number and call your business. And so Google can track calls as well. So keep that in mind if you have a phone number and you want to associate that phone number with an ad. Okay, so let's move over to where is Google showing your ads. I showed you an example of Google search. So we looked at text ads, we looked at shopping ads on Google Search Network. So Google Search Network really allows you to advertise on Google search. So with Google search, if I go back to Google search and I go to all, I typed in running shoes. Okay, here I can see shopping ads. Here I can see a couple of text ads. So you have the opportunity, if you're running only text ads, to show at the top, and if you're not at the top, then Google will place you at the bottom. So it really depends on the keyword that somebody's querying in Google search. So it really depends on how many people are advertising. And so what Google does, if I didn't have any shopping ads here, Google will list a maximum of 4 text ads at the top, and at the bottom, any other ads that weren't shown at the top will get placed at the bottom. So ideally, if you're running text ads on Google, you want to make sure you're always at the top, and I would say between positions 1 and 3. You always want to make sure you're at the top. Okay, so you can certainly measure that. Remember, Google has measured performance. So you can measure everything about your ad. So if you're going to advertise on Google with a text ad, you want to make sure you're always at the top. So let's have a look at the different types of search networks that Google Ads is affiliated with. So the first is Google Search. Okay, so let's focus on Google Search. And so basically when we say Google Search or search sites, we really mean google.com or all Google search engines for that matter. So if you want to advertise to a mass audience, you want to probably start with google.com because again, millions of people use it on a daily basis. And so if you're advertising on google.com, your ads will appear basically below or above the search results on a Google search. So if somebody searches for something, depending on the search query, they're going to see results. Now, depending on the device, also, so they could be on mobile or on desktop, they could see sponsored ads or paid ads, they could see local listings, and they could see organic search results. So for example, this is what an ad would look like. So let me show you what that looks like on Google Search. So if we go, for example, to google.com and type in the keyword classes on digital marketing, we could see some search ads here. These ads appear above some featured snippets and the organic search results. Okay, so depending on a lot of different factors. Again, I've mentioned this throughout the webinar. There are a lot of factors in showing up in the top position, second position, third position, and so forth. Okay, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you may even see ads down here, depending on how many people are actually bidding on the keyword phrase, classes on digital marketing. So we could see Simplilearn here in the second position. Why? Because again, I can see the logo ad here. Okay, so I can see Simplilearn using 3 headlines. I can see Simplilearn using their 2 description lines here. And I could see Simplilearn using some other extensions with the ad. Now, all of this is geared towards getting the click. So when you're on Google Search, the whole idea is somebody's looking for something, you're offering that up. And so it doesn't even matter if you're in the top position. Ideally, you want to be in these top 3 positions in order to get the click. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind being on Google Search. If you're on Google Search, you have the opportunity to be at the very top of the search result or in the top 3 above local listings and above organic results. Now, if I change my search query and typed in coffee in San Francisco, my search results are going to be completely different. I'm going to see local listings here. Okay, so this is tied to Google My Business, not Google Ads. Okay, so this is completely different. So don't mix this up with running ads on Google Search. So Google My Business is tied to local listings or Google Maps. And again, with desktop, which is what I'm showing you the search result on, you're going to see likely Google local listings above organic results. Okay, and if I go back to my previous query of classes on digital marketing, I'm going to be able to see paid search results above local and organic listings. So in other words, if you're running ads, ads are going to trump any other type of result on Google Search if you can be in positions 1 through 3. Now, in addition to google.com, Google also has something called Google Search Partners. So if you set up an account and you set up a campaign in Google Ads, you have the option to choose Google Search as your network. And then as an alternative or an additional option, you can advertise on Google Search Partners sites. And so some of their search partners can range. So basically, these are sites that have partnered up with Google that's allowing Google to show ads on their site. So the sites can range anywhere between YouTube to Amazon to New York Times. Let's take a look at an example. It could even be another search engine. So if I go to, say, ask.com and type in classes on digital marketing, it's a completely different search engine, but I can see the same ad for Simplilearn. So I could see I could see a different headline here actually, but I could see the description and I could see some site link extensions. And so notice the ad is still at the top. In this case, it's in position 1, and I can see multiple companies running advertisements. Why? Because I could see ad next to it, and I could see those over organic listings. So these are Google search partner listings. So you can opt in to be on other partner sites that Google or other sites that Google has partnered up with. So you have options outside of Google search, and that option is the display network. So the display network allows you to advertise elsewhere, which is outside of Google search. And if you're going to advertise on Google's display network, you have more ad formats available to you, including image and including video. For example, your ad can be found on a specific website. If you choose to advertise on the NewYorkTimes.com or WebMD or Marriott.com, you could certainly do that. Okay, you just need to tell Google, hey, this is the site I want to advertise on. So some of the advantages of being on the display network. So if you don't want to advertise on Google search, okay, google.com, you can certainly go to display, and on the display, if you're running display ads or even video ads, you're going to grab the attention of potential customers because of the format of the ad. Okay, so putting your ads in front of people early on in the buying cycle can have a very positive effect. So you're basically reaching out to a large number of people on Google's display network and giving them an opportunity to see who you are as a brand and giving them an opportunity to see what your product is all about. So for me, the display network is a good opportunity to get your product and service in front of a lot of people. Because the way the display network works is it's millions of websites who want to have advertising on their site. And so you can really pick and choose a specific site where your audience is going to be and get your ad in front of that audience. So you can really retarget to potential customers. So retargeting, as we said earlier, is really reaching out to people who have already been to your website and didn't perform a particular function that you wanted them to perform. Meaning, somebody came to your website from paid search on google.com and they went to page A and then they left. So you really wanted them to go to page B, add a product to a shopping cart, and check out and purchase that product. However, if they didn't do that, you could certainly run ads knowing that they've been to page A and page B. And you can offer up that specific ad to that person who's been to your website. And so that's what retargeting really is all about, and you can retarget on Google's display network. So remarketing your product to people who have previously visited your website or even your app allows you to really get your ad in front of a qualified audience. And so you could take advantage of analytics. So Google's ads has all the information you need. So let's actually take a look at some of these options in Google Ads for the display network. So if I actually go to Google Ads and I actually go to display campaigns, I can see I have a lot of different options available to me. So if I click on keywords, for example, okay, I can choose keywords for my display campaign. So what Google does, if you choose keywords, basically what they're doing is they're going to contextually place your ad based on the keyword. Okay, so that's an option for you. If you're not sure what websites to be on with the display network, you can certainly just add keywords, and based on those keywords, Google will place your ad on websites that they deem relevant to the keywords you choose. So you can also choose demographics. So on the display network, you can say, hey, Google, I only want to advertise to say 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds. And so based on that, Google is going to place your ads on websites related to that age demographic you're interested in. On the display network, you can also choose topics. So if there's a specific topic that you want your ad to be associated with, you can certainly do that. So Google has a number of different topics at their disposal. So here, if I just choose a particular ad group, Now I have specific topics that I can choose, from arts and entertainment, food and drink, to news, to pets and animals. And so under each one of these topics, I can get really specific. So if I go under science, I can see subcategories under the topic science. I can see chemistry and physics and scientific institutions and equipment. So I can really pick and choose specific topics where I want my ads to be shown. As I mentioned already, you can pick and choose specific placements. Okay, so if you have a specific website that you want your ad to be shown on, you can certainly let Google know. Okay, you can also advertise on Gmail. You can also advertise on YouTube. So you can really pick and choose where you want your ads to be shown. So you have all these different options available to you. To me, one of the best options for advertising on the display network, because when you tell Google you have a specific audience you want to target, and that audience could be somebody who went to a specific page or somebody who went to your website and didn't convert, you can associate that audience with the campaign. And when you associate that audience with a campaign, you can retarget them with an ad. So the display campaign is very powerful with Google because you have all these different options available to you. So with Google Ads, you can also determine how well you're reaching your goals, which websites you're running your ads on, which ads are bringing in clicks, and which site gives you maximum value for the minimum cost. So you can see all that in Google Ads. So when I actually pick and choose how I want to target, I can certainly measure that. So for example, audiences or demographics. For example, if I go back to demographics, I have all this data that Google's collected on my advertising. So I can see, for example, by age range, based on my campaign, how many clicks, how many impressions. Impressions are how many times my ad's been seen. Click-through rate, meaning the rate at which people see my ad and are clicking on my ad. How much I'm paying per click. CPC is cost per click. Total cost. And conversions. How many conversions am I getting? So I could see all this data available to me in Google Ads. So it's a very powerful platform for measuring performance. Okay, let's talk about how you can create a Google ad. Okay, so first thing you want to do is you want to set up your campaign, and you want to align a goal with that campaign. Just like we talked with ads related to Facebook, you always want to align a goal with your campaign. Just like we talked about there, we want to do the same thing here on Google. So we have a number of different options at our disposal. So when you run a campaign, why are you running the campaign? So if you're in just to drive traffic, or you're trying to generate brand awareness, okay, great. You can still set up that campaign. You're just going to choose the display network. Okay, the display network allows you to get your ad out there on millions of websites so that people can actually see what your brand, product, or service is all about. Now, if you're into direct response, meaning you're in it for sales and leads, then you probably want to choose potentially Google Search Partners as a network. Okay, not display, but Google Search and the partner sites, okay, on Google Search. So by choosing Google Search as your network, it's direct to response. So somebody's typing in a keyword query and you're responding. So that's the whole idea behind Google Search, is we want to meet somebody halfway. We want to be able to offer up the product or service they're looking for. So if sales and leads are what your campaign goal is all about, then you want to go Search Network with the option to choose Google Search Partners. Okay, again, if you're into, driving brand awareness or product and brand consideration, then maybe you should choose the display network. The bottom line is you need to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. That's the very first step and most important step, is to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. And once you've decided that, then it's on to setting up the campaign. And in Google, you're always going to have at least one ad group. And what makes up an ad group? Keywords and ads. So ideally, when you set up a campaign on Google Search Network, you're going to choose keywords. And those keywords should be tightly knitted or tightly themed, or in other words, be all relevant to one another in an ad group. So that's what an ad group is. Keywords that are relevant to one another. Okay, in that ad group, you're also going to have an ad. So when you choose your keywords, you're going to write an ad for those keywords. So step 3 is, after you set up the ad group and choose your keywords, you're going to create an ad. So let's take a look at how that looks in Google Ads. So if I go to Google Ads, I can see I already have an account set up. I have a couple of campaigns. So let's just say I have this campaign set up here. I'm just going to call it Industrial Campaign. Okay, and if I choose Industrial Campaign, okay, I'm going to then be asked to set up an ad group. Now, if I set up an ad group already, in that ad group should be keywords and ads. Okay, so remember, when you set up an ad group, you want to choose your keywords first. Okay, and those keywords should be all related to one another. So for example, I could see an ad group here called Fig Concentrate. Well, if I click on this ad group and I look at the keywords, they should all be related to Fig Concentrate. So here we go. We can see a few keywords in this ad group. In fact, I have 10 of them, all related to Fig Concentrate. So it's very, very important from a quality score perspective. If you remember, when we're talking about quality score is based on landing page experience, expected click-through, and the ad relevancy to the keyword. So if you can choose an ad group and have all your keywords related to one another, like I do here with Fig Concentrate, then it's easier to write an ad. Okay, so here I have 10 keywords all related to Fig Concentrate. So now, if I go to Ads and Extensions in the Google Ads platform, we can see here, I already have a couple of ads going. Okay, so ideally, if I wanted to, I can run more than just 2 ads. As a best practice, you want to have at least 2 ads. Why? Because these 2 ads are going to be served up against each other. And ideally, the whole idea of running more than 1 ad is what Google can do is start serving up the ad that is performing better in terms of click-through rate or in terms of conversions. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to even add 1 or 2 more ads. So here I'm going to go ahead and add 1 more ad here. Okay, so if I click on that plus button, I have a bunch of options here. I'm going to go ahead and choose text ad because I'm running this campaign on the search network. And my goal is to get sales, not leads, sales. So I want sales. I want somebody to click on my ad, go to my website, and purchase some Fig Concentrate. So that's my goal. And so if I'm on the search network, I can only have text ads. So I'm going to choose text ad. And once I choose text ad, then I have the option now to go through and create a new ad. Okay, so what Google actually does is they populate the ad from previous ads. And so this gives me an opportunity to tweak one of the ads I already have in place. So here you can see I have a final URL, and that's the URL that the traffic is going to go to when they click on your ad. Okay, so if somebody clicks on the ad, that's the page they're going to go to. Call that the final URL. Now I have an option to create up to 3 headlines. So here I can see headline 1, up to 30 characters. I have my brand name. Headline 2, I have something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. So what am I talking about? Fig Concentrate. Okay, again, up to 30 characters. Now, that includes spaces. So if you happen to go over 30 characters, your ad's not going to get approved. So here you can see 32 over 30. I'm 2 characters over. If I just get rid of that, the ad is okay. So you got to be careful to stay within the boundaries of the character limits, including spaces. So here I got headline 2 is Fig Concentrate. Now I'm going to write headline 3. This is new. So this is recently implemented by Google, and I highly recommend that all the fields available to you, you use. Because the more information you can put in an ad, the better it is for not only your ad, but for the end user. Because if somebody's searching and looking for Fig Concentrate, and you provide them with as much information as possible, then the chances of them clicking on your ad are going to be greater. And that's what we want. If we're going to advertise, we want to advertise so that people can see our ad and click on our ad. That's the whole point, isn't it? To get people to click on our ad because they're looking for something that we're offering. In this example, Fig Concentrate. So here I have headline 3. I'm going to go ahead and put something in a headline 3, maybe a promotion. Let's just say I'm offering up 20%. So I can say up to 20% off through April and May. Now you see I'm running into character count, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep it at April. So up to 20% off through April. Now I can create another ad and maybe change the headline to say up to 20% off through May. So you want to take advantage of all three headlines. Now notice when I added the headline here, I can see a preview of it on mobile, and I can see a preview of it on desktop. Now underneath that, I have what they call the display path. So what Google does is they take your domain, in this case valleyfig.com, and you can basically customize that domain with what they call a path. So you have path 1, path 2, and the whole point of this is for you to customize it based on the keywords you are bidding on. So if I'm bidding on fig concentrate, I'm going to put fig concentrate in here. Now remember, when somebody actually clicks on my ad, they're not going to go to valleyfig.com/fig/concentrate. They're going to go to the URL up here under final URL. So you want to make sure you put a path in here. Ideally, what I would do is put in something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. In this case, fig concentrate. Now I have an opportunity to add a new description, a second description. This is new, and I have up to 90 characters. So I can go ahead and add some content. So remember, with description 2, I have up to 90 characters. So I'm just going to go ahead and borrow some copy from the website if I'm not actually sure what to write. And so here you can see fig concentrate is a natural product containing no preservatives or additives. So that's my second description. So now I can go ahead and save and create extensions. So I'm just going to go ahead and push the button save and create extensions. And when I do that, I'm going to be prompted to go ahead and create some ad extensions. And so ad extensions allow me to add in links, site links underneath the ad, just like you see here. So when you've added your site link extensions and other extensions, you save it, you'll be able to see your new ad here. Here we can see the ad we created. Okay, notice it's got the 3 headlines. Notice it's got the 2 descriptions. And if I want to edit, I can just click edit ad and go ahead and edit it. If I don't want to edit it, then I don't have to. I can always go back. So you can always edit an ad after it's been created. Okay, if not, no big deal. Notice when you actually create your ad, in some cases, Google's going to review it to make sure it fits within Google's guidelines and policies. But once it's approved, you'll see it under, you'll see approved under the status column. And that's pretty much how you would go ahead and create a text ad. Okay, so when it does get approved, it's going to be in the rotation with the other 2 ads. And so what Google's going to do is serve up each ad equally, and then eventually the ad that is performing best will get served up more. And that way you're putting your best ad always in front of the user who's looking for the product and service you're offering. So now let's talk about the metrics. So associated with these keywords, these ads, these ad groups and campaigns. So there are a lot of metrics in Google Ads, a lot of metrics. And we're not even going to cover most of these metrics. We're just going to cover what I deem the most common, the most important metrics to get you going. So if you find yourself advertising, whether that be on Google's search network or Google's display network, you're going to have some common metrics. And here are the metrics that we're going to focus on today. So you have impressions, cost, clicks, average CPC, conversions, cost per conversion, CTR or click-through rate, and quality score. So let's go through these metrics here and talk about what they are. So impressions, really it's the number of times your ad's been shown on that particular network, whether it's Google search or display. And so an impression is just how many times somebody actually seen your ad. Okay, whether they actually physically seen it or not, if your ad is shown up on that network, then an impression is going to get counted. So here, if we're looking at ads, we can see we have over a period of time certain amount of impressions. Okay, so that's how many times this particular ad has been shown. So this particular ad here, the first one at the top, has been shown 557 times over this period of time, which is year to date. Okay, so that's an impression, how many times your ad's been shown. So if we talk about cost, cost refers to the amount of money we've spent. So anytime your ad gets clicked, you're going to pay Google X amount. So if I go back to Google Ads, I can see what my total cost is. And not only can I see what my total cost is, I can see what my average cost per click is. And so there's a lot of factors that go into what you actually pay. And some of these factors are who else is advertising, where you're advertising, what network you're advertising on, what time of day, what particular keyword, And so there's a lot of factors. And so here I can see on average, year to date, I've spent $1.80 per click on this particular ad for a total of $32.33. So I can really see how much I've actually spent. And so clicks just refers to how many times somebody clicked on your ad. So if your ad's been shown, you need an impression. And when somebody sees your ad, they're going to click on your ad. So the whole idea is to get the click. Remember, you want to be in positions 1 through 3. So I want to make sure that my average position is between 1 and 3. And so if you're looking in Google Ads at metrics and you don't see average position, well, you can always add that as a column. So if I click on columns here, and then I go to competitive metrics, and I click on average position, and I'm going to move average position all the way to the top here. So if I click move average position all the way at the top, I'm going to be able to see what my average position is over that particular period of time. So here I could see I'm in positions 1 through 3. And that's where you want to be. You want to be in positions 1 through 3. So if you're in positions 1 through 3, that means you're at the top if you're on Google search, or that means you're in a prominent position on the display network. So if your ad is shown, meaning it gets an impression, then likely somebody's going to click on that ad. And if somebody clicks on that ad, it's going to generate a click, which in turn is going to generate cost. And so ideally what you want to do is you want to measure the rate at which people click on your ad based on how many times it was shown. So here I can see 28 clicks over 3,549 impressions. That's a 0.79% click-through rate. So ideally, the higher the click-through rate, the better the ad. And the higher the click-through rate, the chances are you're going to get more traffic to your site. So we want to be able to measure clicks, and we want to be able to measure click-through rate, and we also want to measure cost per click, which is really the total cost divided by the number of clicks. So if I go back to Google Ads, here I could see, $17.57 over 28 clicks. That averages out to about 63 cents per click. So that's how I get cost per click. Now your cost per click is going to vary a little bit. Okay, so it's going to vary based on keyword. It's going to be based on where you're advertising, what position, etc. So there's a lot of factors involved with cost per click. But that's how you would actually calculate it. But Google Ads actually does the calculation for you for click-through rate and cost per click. But in case you want to know, you can always divide clicks into cost. Okay, so conversions, probably one of the most important metrics you're going to use in Google Ads because you're paying Google. And if you're paying Google for advertising, you want to make sure you're getting return on your investment. So conversions are added when a user clicks on your ad and performs an action that you've defined, such as purchasing something, downloading something, viewing something, signing up for a newsletter, etc. So you want to make sure that if you're in Google Ads, that you're measuring conversions. And so you simply want to go to Tools. So if you go to Tools and then click on Conversions, you want to make sure that you're running conversions. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to run conversions from Google Analytics, but you can certainly set up conversions within Google Ads as well. Notice I also have call from ads as set up as a conversion. So you have an opportunity in Google Ads to add a number of different conversions. And the more conversions you add, really the better off you are because you want to measure up all your campaigns against conversions. If I go back to campaigns, I want to be able to see what campaigns are driving conversions. And if I can measure that, and I have a campaign that's really driving conversions, then I'm going to continue to advertise on Google. Okay, so here, over this particular period of time, I can see one campaign has driven 9 conversions at $128.67 cost per conversion. And so how do I get cost per conversion? Well, I get my total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then I could see my conversion rate, the rate at which people convert. So really, if I have 241 clicks and 9 conversions, that's 9 divided by 241, that's 3.77% conversion rate. So I can measure conversion rate, cost per conversion, and conversion just by setting up conversions in Google Ads. And so ideally, if you're going to pay Google for advertising, you want to be able to measure return on investment via conversions. So again, see, cost per conversion is just really the total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then click-through rate, again, just as a reminder, the total clicks divided by the total number of impressions. And then one other metric we're going to talk about here today is quality score. So quality score is really Google's way of measuring how well your keywords are compared to the ad associated with it, the expected click-through rate, and the landing page. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads. So if I go back to Google Ads and I click on keywords, quality score is something you want to measure. And if you don't have it in your columns, you could certainly just click on columns and add it. And so here I can see my quality score, and quality score is a measurement between 1 and 10. And so if you have a good quality score, Google's going to score you higher because your keyword is relevant to your ad, it's relevant to the landing page, and you have a good expected click-through rate. If you don't have a good quality score, Google's going to let you know why you don't have a good quality score. So again, your 3 categories that make up quality score are landing page experience, which means really Google looking at the landing page you're sending people to, and they're seeing if the page loads well, fast, does it have ads, does it have good content, is it a good landing page? Will the end user have a good experience? They also look at the ad relevance. Okay, is the ad relevant to the keyword? And they'll also look at the expected click-through rate. Okay, so based on other advertisers and their click-through rate, are you achieving the same click-through rate? And so those 3 factors make up quality score. Quality score is a metric assigned to keywords. So if you don't have a good quality score, you need to fix it, because the repercussion is you're going to have to pay more. So having a good quality score likely means you're going to pay less per click. So you want to make sure that if you bid on a keyword, that the keyword goes to a relevant landing page, the ad itself is relevant, and you're getting a good click-through rate. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads and how it works. So you want to make sure you have a good quality score. So optimizing your ads. So what if you don't have a good quality score? What if you're not getting conversions? Well, there's things you can do. So remember, we want to make sure that we're adding extensions, whether that be call, site link, review, app. Add extensions to your ads because it's going to increase the click-through rate. So you can also really hone your ad copy. If you're selling products and you're running promotion, maybe you want to add in a little sense of urgency to help people, realize, hey, if this promotion's ending, maybe I want to click on the ad and take action. Okay, with Google Ads, you can always run A/B testing on ads. And so what you could do is run 2 ads in one ad group and see what ad is performing best in terms of click-through rate or conversion rate. And whatever ad is running better, you can always run that ad and then continue more testing. So that way you're always putting your best forward in terms of advertising. In the ad copy, whether that be text or display, you always want to use call to action. You want to get people to click on your ad. When somebody clicks on your ad, it's going to improve click-through rate. Click-through rate improves quality score. So as I mentioned several times already, you want to make sure your ads are placed at the top between positions 1 and 3 on Google search. So you can measure ad position in Google Ads, and if you're not ranked between 1 and 3, you want to increase your bid. Okay, you can also optimize for local search. So local is an ad extension that you can add to your ad. You can also advertise at a time when your audience is online, or you can advertise during business hours only. So you can adjust when you advertise on Google. Ensure some of your ads, capitalize on some particular events that are related to your industry. So you can capitalize on that. Okay, you can certainly ask Google to accelerate your ads, okay, or you can do standard delivery so Google can spread out your clicks and show your ads throughout the day. Google search is all about keywords, so you want to be able to pick and choose the right keywords first. You can also add negative keywords. So if you're bidding on a specific industry, let's just say you have software and you want somebody to sign up for your particular piece of software, but you don't offer a free trial, then maybe you want to add free as a negative keyword. So if you don't offer anything for free, free should be a negative keyword. So if somebody actually does type in looking for free software, then your ad's not going to show up. So that's the whole idea behind negative keywords. Okay, you can use dynamic keyword insertion into your ads, meaning you can ask Google, hey, I want to dynamically insert a keyword into my ad that somebody uses to make your ad more relevant. So relevancy increases click-through rate and improves quality score. So as you can see, there's a lot of things you can do. Here's some more things. You can use branded keywords. You can use particular match types in Google. So let's talk about match types for a second. So you have different match types. If I go back to Google Ads, here I can see my keywords that I'm bidding on. So by default, if you actually bid on a keyword, it's going to be broad match. And so if I bid on the keyword medical computer, if somebody typed in something related to medical and included the keyword medical but not computer, then my ad may show up. However, I can make it exact match, so somebody can type in exactly only medical computer. So if I click edit and I can change the match type for that particular keyword to exact, then that means that somebody that types in only medical computer, my ad is going to show up. I can basically do phrase match, so if somebody types in looking for something that's going to help me with medical computers, okay, that's a long tail phrase word keyword query, but the keyword medical computer is in that order, so my ad is going to show up. Okay, so with phrase match, your ad is going to show when somebody types in that keyword you're bidding on in that order. You also have broad match modifiers, so if you have a plus sign in front of the keyword, then that means that somebody actually has to use that keyword in the query in order for your ad to show up. Okay, so you could change the match type of any keyword. So if you use an exact or phrase, then chances are you're going to have lower volume of queries, but probably higher relevancy. If you use a broad match, then your ad could show up for any combination of search queries. So you really want to be careful on the match type that you choose. So keep an eye on quality score. Remember, Google has quality score between 1 and 10. The higher your quality score, the better you are. So really, if you have a quality score, I would say anything below 4, you probably want to pause the keyword. Okay, so you can measure quality score at the keyword level. So if I go back to Google Ads and I have keywords that are, say, 3, chances are I'm going to have to pay more for the click and it might not be worth it. So I may want to end up pausing that keyword and try other keywords that are more relevant, that I can send traffic to a more relevant landing page, or I can have an ad that's more relevant to that keyword in order to help with the quality score. Okay, you can ensure that your landing pages are mobile friendly. So that's another thing you want to keep in mind, that most people start their search on mobile. So you certainly want to make sure that your landing pages are optimized, because if somebody starts the search on mobile, likes your product or service, chances are they're coming back via desktop or even going into the store. Most searches start on mobile, so you want to make sure those pages are optimized. And there's plenty more things you can do to optimize your ads. You want to make sure you group and organize your keywords into relevant ad groups. Why? Because you can write relevant ads for those keywords. So if I go back to Google Ads, I want to make sure if I go to ad groups that the keywords in that ad group are all relative to one another. So what's my ad group name? Well, if it's medical PC, if I click on medical PC, I want to make sure the keywords in that ad group are all relative to medical PC. I want to structure my campaigns and ad groups to target more ads effectively. So you want to be able to, organize your campaigns and ad groups. And the rule of thumb here is you should organize your campaigns and ad groups based on the site architecture of your site. So the way your website is laid out in the navigation is how you should likely structure your campaigns and ad groups. Focus on your budget. Okay, so you want to put more budget to campaigns that are converting. Okay, you can use automatic bidding for ads to maximize results. So meaning that Google has what they call artificial intelligence. So Google can do a lot of the bidding and a lot of the managing for you. That's really a great benefit to running your ads on Google. So their machines are learning behavior from your keywords that you're bidding on. And so ideally, when they learn what's converting, they're going to bid more and try and help you get the conversion for the keywords that have historically converted. And so ideally, you can use some of the automated bidding features that Google Ads has to offer in order to improve performance.
Imagine it's the year 2004. This is Phil. Phil's looking to release a book and set up a blog. He's sure that it'd be successful, but he's only worried about one thing. He doesn't know how to ensure that his book reaches the right target audience who could enjoy his book. During that period of time, however, there were only a few forms of advertisement available, like print ads, billboards, radio, direct mail, direct sales, and the television. All of these options were pretty expensive. Their effectiveness couldn't be accurately determined, and they didn't let him advertise his content to the appropriate audience. Phil's book would never find the audience it deserved. Now, let's have a look at the same scenario in the present day. Alongside traditional forms of advertising, Phil would have access to digital marketing, a form of marketing that's a lot more lucrative, inexpensive, and configurable. Marketing that would enable marketers to advertise their audience digitally using channels like search engines, websites, social media platforms, emails, etc. Among these types, social media marketing caught Phil's eye. Social media marketing would give Phil the opportunity to take advantage of social media platforms to advertise his content to a highly targeted audience. It would help more people learn about his book, increase the interaction with his audience. It's relatively inexpensive, unless he goes into advertising, and will help him get marketplace insights that might help in understanding his audience preferences better. Phil started by taking up a certification to learn about social media marketing. Since he was already familiar with the concept of social media marketing, his next step was to learn about the different types of content he could post on social media. Some of the most common forms of content that Phil could post would be images, text posts, polls, and videos. But over time, Phil began to notice that not a lot of people were being exposed to his content. Phil needed to advertise his content. For that, he would need to use the advertising options provided by the social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Most advertising platforms offer users with a number of different options like image ads. These ads involve the use of single or multiple images that are attractive and have the optimal amount of text. They also have a call to action that encourages user interaction. Phil could use images from his book, advertise websites that sell his book, and more. Then there are text and post ads. These ads could advertise posts or excerpts from Phil's blog or his book, further garnering interest from an interesting audience. He could also use video ads. Phil could use video ads that feature favorable reviews and customer testimonials to advertise his books. Phil could also use lead ads, through which he could collect information from users who are interested in a weekly newsletter or regular updates from his blog. But that wasn't the only thing Phil could do with social media platforms. He could create a brand for himself and drive audience interest to it. Engage with them, create an identity, engage with content, finding content that works for him. Social media platforms also allowed him the opportunity to target audiences based on demographics like their age, location, gender, and much more. And in time, Phil began to see an increase in the number of viewers coming to his social media page and, by extension, his blog. He also saw an increase in the number of people who bought his book, greatly increasing his audience. Here are some things he learned. 1. To set goals that were quantitative, smart, and follow a constant deadline. 2. To understand his audience by engaging and connecting with them. 3. To set up a social media calendar to plan competitions, polls, surveys, videos, and more. 4. Using tools like BuzzSumo, IFTTT, Buffer, and more for lead generation, creating email lists, setting buyer personas, and more. 5. To perform visual storytelling with the help of images and videos.
we live in now, it's a highly digital place, but that wasn't always the case until a few years ago. So if we rewind, letting people know about your products was a little harder then. So even if you go back, say 5 or 10 years, promoting your products wasn't as easy as it is today. I mean, people had to resort to, good old-fashioned newspapers, putting in an ad, or those big thick books called the yellow pages that usually sat in your closet and weighed a ton. I mean, those were the ways to get your product and message out there. A lot of advertising in those yellow pages. Then you have billboards, driving down the highway, you see that billboard on the side of the road, you wonder, who are those people that are actually advertising this stuff? Of course, you have television that's been around for decades. A good source of advertising, but costly. And then fax ads, uncommonly known way to advertise. By the way, who has faxes now? But people did advertise via fax just a few decades ago. So these were all the ways in which people had to get their product and service out there. It seems like so archaic looking at it now, but back then, that was legitimate. That was the way to do it. And then one thing made our lives a lot easier. So if you're a marketer, you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm glad I'm a marketer in today's day and age because it's social media marketing. Social media marketing has made everyone's lives better, from the company that's selling the product or service to the marketer promoting the product and service to the end user who wants to see that product or service and engage with that product or service. So social media is a good source of getting your product and service out there, and it just makes everybody's lives a heck of a lot easier. So we're going to answer that $1 million question. And what's that $1 million question? It's how can you rise above the rest? And so today's session is going to be how to start with social media marketing, so you can rise above the rest, leveraging this great platform that we all take advantage of today. So let's start by asking the question, what is social media marketing? Social media marketing involves increasing website traffic. It centers around engagement. It offers you the ability to increase your brand awareness, and it has other marketing goals. So you can create various forms of content for different social media platforms. So that's really in a nutshell what social media marketing is. So again, if we want to increase our traffic, or we want to increase our engagement like likes or comments, then look no further than social media marketing. If we want to engage with our users, our customers, our potential and prospective customers, we can really put a personalized experience in place using social media marketing. We want to create different forms of content like videos and blogs and infographics and other types of graphics with the potential to actually go viral. And what we mean by viral is spreading like wildfire. One user sending it to another as rapidly as can be. And before you know it, you get, millions of views and millions of likes. I mean, that's the power of social media marketing. So why do we want to do social media marketing? And I think we just answered some of those questions, but let's dig a little bit deeper. We mentioned in our definition of social media marketing that we have the opportunity to really build our brand awareness. And that is no more truthful than with social media marketing. More so than any other digital marketing channel, social media marketing allows us to really put our brand in a good light, in a good position in front of the right eyeballs. So it allows us to really improve our brand by pushing out the appropriate content in front of the appropriate people. Social media is a great channel for that. We can look to conversion rates. So if we are pushing a product and service in front of the right eyeballs, and we are building up a funnel of prospective customers who then turn into customers, who then turn into loyal customers, who then turn into lifetime customers, we can see at every step in the process that our conversion rates may increase. We can certainly leverage social media marketing for SEO, for search engine rankings. It's about off-page SEO. It's about posting content on social media platforms to build up some link juice. Okay, so there is some inherent benefits to working SEO and social media side by side. It's cost effective. Well, if you're posting content on Twitter or Facebook, it doesn't cost you anything. It just takes a little bit of time and creativity. Now, if you want to go ahead and do some advertising on these platforms, yes, it's going to cost you, but you'd be surprised. It's not going to be as costly as, say, other search platforms like, say, Google or Bing, where you're actually paying for keywords and paying per click for those keywords. So social media marketing can be very cost effective. And then increase top funnel traffic. So it goes all the way back to brand experience and brand awareness. If you're putting yourself in position to get seen by your target audience, okay, your target audience goes from seeing your brand for the first time to getting to know your brand a little bit more, to maybe buying a product or service from your brand, then returning to buy another product and service, and then continuing to buy that product or service. I mean, that's increasing the top funnel traffic, and not just the traffic, but the conversions. So at every step in the process, social media allows you to build that funnel, depending on where somebody is, whether they're seeing your brand for the first time or actually returning to purchase the product or service again. So that's the inherent benefit. These are the inherent benefits of social media marketing.
Now, before we get into the tips and tricks, let's take a refresher on what exactly is content marketing. Content marketing is a form of marketing that involves the creation and sharing of online content to help generate audience interest in a brand's product or services. This means providing information that the audience considers valuable and relevant in a consistent manner so that it drives some sort of profitable customer action. So let's talk about the content that falls under content marketing. There's options like blogs, videos, infographics, case studies, white papers, and ebooks. So why is content marketing so important? Firstly, it helps build awareness, trust, and loyalty in your brand. The more your brand provides accurate and well-researched content, the more people learn about and trust your brand. The more the audience trusts in you, the more they're likely to buy from you. Creating the content is relatively inexpensive and can be done in-house. Content marketing will also enable your brand to increase traffic to your site and get more conversions. It also helps improve other marketing tactics like search engine optimization, social media, and public relations. Now let's have a look at the content marketing process. The first step is to determine what goals you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. It could be increased conversions, website signups, and so on. Then you set up buyer personas from among your audience that can buy your content. But what exactly are buyer personas? Now, these are research-based profiles that represent your target customer. Buyer personas help you describe your brand's ideal audience, the decisions they make, the challenges they face, their interests, and so on. Next, you'll have to set up content audits to determine the best type of content that works for you. You also need to set up a content management system like HubSpot, Squarespace, Wix, and WordPress. They'll help you with increased collaboration, greater support, run A/B tests, and much more. You'll need to brainstorm for new forms of content that your audience can enjoy. After that, you can zero in on a particular form of content that would work the best for you. And finally, you can publish and manage your content. Now let's talk about content marketing tips. Number 1, remarket your content. Content marketing is one of the many ways you can spread your content to a wider audience. You can define the audience you want to market to and then tag visitors who come to your site. And using Google's display network, you can strategically position your ads in front of people on Google or its partner websites who previously interacted with your website and advertised to them. Through this, you can build awareness and engagement with your audience. Here's an example of a banner advertisement I would be shown if I was shopping for a MacBook Pro on Amazon and changed my mind at the last moment. This ad would maybe stay at the back of my head until eventually I go and finish that purchase. Now let's go to number 2, answering complex questions with your content. Targeting specific keywords is extremely helpful with your content. This is why you need to focus on Google's featured snippet. This position, also known as position 0, enhances and draws user attention on the search engine's result page. Through the featured snippet, you can drive a large amount of traffic to your website while cementing your position as an expert in your industry. You can have different forms of snippets, like definition boxes, where a snippet of text gives researchers direct and concise definitions and descriptions. You could have tables where data is taken from the page and displayed in a table. You could have ordered lists where items are presented in specific order, and you can also have unordered lists. Next up, number 3, we have create a personality for your brand. If you're looking to grow a following for your content, try not to copy how already established and successful corporate blogs do things. Nowadays, audiences tend to prefer content that has a certain humanness about it, tend to follow solo influencers. They advertise their brand by being themselves. In a way, they're selling themselves by being themselves. You need to analyze what these popular and influential blogs are doing and incorporate into your brand's website. Thanks to this, your audience will connect with you and come back for more. Now, here's an example of one of the largest players in digital marketing, Neil Patel. See how he himself is the brand. And if you've gone through his content, you know it's pretty great as well. That's what you should be striving for. Moving on to tip number 4, ensure that your content matches your brand's voice. To make sure of this, you need to constantly review your editorial standards and make sure your tone and quality remain consistent. You need to ask your audience questions about how you can develop and refine your brand's voice. By answering these questions, you can provide your audience with a more cohesive and helpful experience. Your tone of your brand can vary on the basis of what type of content you're planning to post and what the goal you want to achieve from the campaign. Next up, we have number 5, back up your arguments for data. Using statistics and facts to make a point by including a link to the original source makes it extremely credible. This data can help the audience grow trust in your brand to persuade them that your content is valid and valuable. This will also help your brand grow as an industry expert. At number 6, we have use specific keywords. Now make sure you use specific keywords in your content. This takes care of the SEO aspect behind your content. This will also help your content have a greater chance of being found, indexed, and ranked. It could also help your content rank for niche topics within your industry. Moving on to tip number 7, evaluate the success of your content with data. Earlier, we talked about why it's so important that you back up your content with data. Now, let's talk about how data can help you improve. Analytics tools will help you learn more about how well your content is doing, the age demographics of the people enjoying it, who doesn't, their locations, the best time to post, and much more. With this data, you can make sure that your time and money are being used in the best possible way. Some of the most popular tools in the market are BuzzSumo, Evernote, HubSpot, Trello, and WordPress. These will help you find topics and influencers within your industry. You can capture, organize, and share notes, collaborate with team members, create sales funnels, and much more. Now, we've reached midway right now. So I've got a question for you. Do you guys have any tips for content marketing that we haven't covered yet? Let me know in the live chat. Alright, so let's get back to our list. Tip number 8 is to be consistent with your content. Post your best performing content and make sure they follow a consistent schedule. Finding a balance of the different types of content to be posted with the help of a content calendar will show your audience that you're committed to providing them helpful and informative content. This will also establish your brand as an authority and thought leader within your niche. It will help your audience depend on you for quality content and give them a reason to return. Tip number 9 is to make your content actionable. Providing actionable steps or information in your content will coerce your audience to take a particular action quickly. It can help you create valuable content and fix pain points faced by your audience, build a strong relationship with them, and earn their trust. It also leads to increased engagement and a positive brand experience. It provides users with real value and solutions, leading them to take action. Here we have an example from Trello where we see a pop-up with a call to action asking interested users to input their email IDs to sign media today involving more than 200 marketers. More than 49% of them felt content marketing was really important to their digital marketing campaigns, and more than 25% of their budgets are used for visual advertising. Content like images, infographics, videos, and other forms of rich media will help you enhance the message of your brand and reach a wider audience. Here's an example of advertising by Coca-Cola. Although there's not a lot of text in the ads, you can immediately recognize the unmistakable branding and the message they're trying to send. Moving on to tip number 11, create trending and evergreen content. Creating content that's evergreen and trending with your own unique angle, statistics, and research will be a huge advantage since you'll have to update it every now and then. You'll get a great deal out of the work without having to do a lot of work. Here's an example of one such evergreen article. People are never going to stop wanting to learn how to do SEO. So with a little tweaking every few months to reflect new changes that Google may have done, you'll have an article that you can get considerable mileage out of. Next up, tip number 12 is to understand content that works for you. You need to analyze what content works on different social media platforms. For example, you all know YouTube is the best place for video content, Instagram and Pinterest for visual content, Twitter for smaller snappy content, and so on. Understanding what works and what doesn't will help you better spread your content across the internet. Tip number 13 is to understand your target audience. Now, like I mentioned earlier, your marketing campaign isn't going to bear fruit without targeting a specific audience. Understanding who your audience is one of the most important steps for this. You can find this out by asking questions like who you're engaging with online, their age, location, language, etc. By using social listening to find out what audiences are talking about your brand, using tools to research what social channels your audience is using, and so on. After understanding them, you can set up buyer personas for your audience. Tip number 14 is to perform A/B testing. Now, A/B testing will help you understand what your audience likes or doesn't, what content works for you, and much more. You can do A/B testing on headlines and title tags, call to actions, content formats, image types, content length, and much more. It can also help you make better decisions in the future. And finally, our tip number 15 is to reach out to people sharing similar content. One of the best ways to build your audience is to get people or influencers who already share content within your niche to share your content. Now, since these people already have a trusting audience, they would be a lot more likely to enjoy your content.
Content marketing strategy. So buckle up and let's get right to it. And we're going to get right into some of the best practices, some tips, some methodologies, some things you should be doing with content marketing. So right out of the gate, let's start talking about knowing your audience. Okay, so content is all about writing for a particular audience. So it's just like speaking, except when we're speaking to somebody, we're speaking directly to them. Content is very similar. And so we have to be able to know our audience ahead of time. So what you can do is collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website. So you can get that data in Google Analytics under audience. Email subscribers. I mean, who is subscribing to your emails? Who do you already have in your email database? And you can look at social media. I mean, you look at Facebook. You can look at the people who are already connected to you. Okay, these are just some three of many examples you could be doing to gather data on your audience. Okay, you have to know who your audience is before you start writing. for a successful content marketing strategy, you really just need to know your audience. And basically, you're going to segment them based on their interests. So that content is going to be catered to that audience. Okay, so if it's an audience that likes a specific, product that you offer or feature that's part of that product that you offer, then that's the segment you're going to be writing about. So you need to collect your data on your audience ahead of time. And then you're going to segment that audience. Okay, so you're not going to write content for everyone because the shoe doesn't necessarily fit for everyone. Okay, the shoe has to fit for a specific foot. And in this case, we're talking about an audience. We need to be able to segment our audience out. And you could certainly segment them out by age, by gender, by education level, by income, by interest. I mean, these are just some of the examples. Again, it could be new returning or new users versus returning users. It could be users who have purchased from you in the past versus users who haven't purchased from you in the past. It could certainly be an age range, or it could be even going further on interest level, or a combination thereof. Okay, so for example, you can get that demographic information using Google Analytics. You just got to go into Analytics, under Audience, under Demographics. You're going to see age, and age is broken out by age range, and then you're going to see gender. So you're going to see a breakdown of gender. And use that to your advantage. So if you're going to, write some content and 99% of your traffic is female, the age of 18 to 24, then, that content's going to be catered accordingly. So you could certainly go to Facebook Page Insights and get some really good demographic data there, because Facebook is all about demographics. Okay, so you could see exactly, how many fans you have broken out by men versus women. And then you could see, again, same thing as Google Analytics, you could see an age range breakout. You could use Twitter Analytics. I mean, Twitter shares some really good insights into education level. So, if you're dealing with, highly sophisticated people who have master's degrees or even higher, or let's just say even on LinkedIn, that the majority of the people you're trying to target are C-level, meaning CEOs or CFOs or CMOs, chief marketing officers or chief executive officers, then you're going to cater your message a little bit different than, say, mid-range managers or even high-range managers or even VPs. So use your audience information that you collect on these various platforms to your advantage. Okay, so let's jump into number 2. We want to create high-quality content. Now, I know this sounds like a given, but... and I say but heavily, there's not a lot of high quality content out there on the internet. So separate yourself first and foremost. Always, always, always create high quality content. It's going to result in a lot of things that are going to benefit you. One, you're going to come across as, somebody who knows what they're talking about, and that's going to help increase your brand awareness. Okay, when you increase your brand awareness, people know about you, so it's likely going to increase traffic to your website. Or if you're on social media, if you produce good, high-quality content, people are going to share that content. Okay, so from an SEO perspective, it can improve website ranking, meaning if you have good quality content, and it's really focused in on a specific topic or a certain set of core words, keywords, then you're going to rank. Improves website dwell time, meaning, hey, you got good content. People are going to hang around to see what else you have to offer. Okay, so it's no secret that, good content usually leads to, quality engagement. And then certainly last but not least, you can gain a lot of leads here, meaning, hey, somebody likes what you have to say, whether it's a video or blog post or infographic. People are going to become more interested, more engaged, spend more time, and that's all going to funnel through to somebody taking that next step in the funnel and becoming more interested in your service or even purchasing one of your products. So creating high quality content involves brainstorming topics and terms. You got to do the upfront work. Due diligence is at work here. So brainstorm some topics. Use a keyword research tool to gather results. So if you have a topic One of the benefits of quality content is rankings. Go to Google's keyword planner. Understand how much quality and understand how much competition each keyword has, or understand how much volume each keyword has. That's what's available in Google's keyword planner, or any keyword planning tool. You always want to create original content. Okay, so you don't want to plagiarize or take somebody else's content, and then you want to support that content with compelling headlines. So if you have a piece of content, you got to get somebody's attention, write a nice headline that's going to grab their attention. Okay, so give valuable content to your readers and add resources from well-known sites. So if you do borrow, say, a data point from another source, then, cite that source. You also want to create engaging and thought-provoking content. Get somebody to think. People are going to read your content because they don't know the subject matter. They're interested in the subject matter, and they want to be able to spend the time taking something away from that content. Follow a logical structure and use relevant images. I can't stress this one enough. Just throw things on a web page, put some structure to it. And if you have to, break it out. If you feel like you have too much content, there's no harm in breaking it into part 1 versus part 2. Get people, tease them a bit. Get them to come back and read part 2. Okay, use different content forms in case somebody's interested. Maybe you want to capture some data. Prefer short paragraphs to make the content readable. Remember, if you're talking to C-level folks, maybe you don't have to dummy down the content, so to speak. But if you're dealing with, folks or people that are right out of high school or still in high school, then adjust your content and format and paragraphs accordingly. And then update the content as well. Just because you publish it doesn't mean that it's done. When we're talking about a web page, we're talking about something that is actively changing or can change. It's a medium that is dynamic. Okay, so if a data point's changed, go back in and update that data point. And then let people know about it, because they may want to come back and check in to see how much that data point's changed. So these are all, good takeaways for creating high quality content. Some other things that you should be aware of, grammatical mistakes. You need to avoid those. There's no reason for grammatical mistakes. Today's technology doesn't allow for it. And hey, listen, we all have friends, we all have colleagues. My desk is sitting next to a colleague who's more than happy to read something before it gets published. So take advantage of the resources you have available. No reason for it, because if you have a grammatical mistake, you just lost a lot of credibility. Don't be afraid to add a clear call to action at the end of your content. If somebody's interested in reading it, they're probably going to be interested in taking the next step, whatever that next step is. Okay, so creating content that fulfills viewers' requirements, meaning if somebody's searching for something and your content shows up in the search results, then they're actively looking for you. What are you offering them? Is it fulfilling their requirements? Don't be afraid to use examples throughout your content. In fact, work in or integrate some case studies in there. Show clear examples to stress your points. And then just don't put words on a web page. So break up that content with an image that's going to be visually appealing. Okay, and you can add images from public domain sites, meaning stock imagery, if that's what's going to help create visually appealing content. And then give more information to your audience. And we say prefer to give more information, meaning, hey, going back to the content I was saying about breaking it up, organizing it, if you have more information, don't withhold it. Have them come back and read a secondary blog post or secondary piece that supports the original. Now, we want to move from high quality content to running A/B test. A/B test is so important. Why? Because with A/B split testing, you can increase your conversion rates. Okay, so 4 elements to test in your content marketing strategy. So if you have content, say a blog, and you're testing that blog, test out the images. Test out the forms. Do you have a long form or short form? Test out the content length. You can have a variation that is a lot shorter than the original. Does that increase or decrease bounce rates? Play around with call to actions. Call to actions do matter. Do you want to use a softer call to action, a softer tone, or do you want to use something very direct and strong? test call to actions to see what's going to get people to move closer closer to purchasing and through that funnel. So A/B testing to me is something that should be naturally done. With Google Optimize, it's free. So with images, you could test a lot of different variations of images, anything from people to, outlandish imagery to just something very stock and neutral. But just make sure that those images are relevant to the post. Test the length of that content. Again, if you know that your average time on page is very low, don't write something very long. Write something that you think is going to stick with that time on page. But on your A/B test, create something maybe a little longer. If it's engaging enough, maybe somebody's going to stay a little bit longer on the page. So, create a variation that's going to play with that length. Okay, so use analytics to your advantage to figure out, as a baseline, what amount of content is getting people to stay on the page. Then see if you can push the envelope one way or the other. Okay, improving the page with sign-up forms. Really, what you want to do is create a user-friendly experience. So when you have sign-up forms, and don't make them non-intuitive, don't make them difficult, link maybe up to Facebook or Google, so if they're creating an account, they can create an account via Google or Facebook. Or, don't put too many forms on the page. And then on those CTAs, as I mentioned, play around with the tone. You can also play around with the color. I test color all the time. Believe it or not, color does matter. Don't use red, use green. People react to different colors. But again, you have cultural variances as well. So you got to take that into account. If you're in the Middle East or the Far East, Asia, color schemes and what you say matters, and it changes versus, say, Europe or the West. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're making changes on color or tone or placement and things of that nature. So you want to conduct a competitor analysis. So we're talking about creating high quality content, testing that content, brainstorming some topics, looking at your audience. You're doing all this work. You might as well take the next step and figure out what it is your competitors are doing. So you can opt for competitive analysis by identifying your competitors' top performing content for specific topics. Okay. And so really what we're trying to do here is improve our conversion rates. So what are your competitors doing? What are their baselines? We can maybe up that ante. That data is also available in Google Analytics. So you can look at benchmarking reports in Google Analytics to get some form or fashion. You can also go to Facebook and look at your competitors' Facebook pages and see what's performing in terms of engagement. But what you want to do is find out your strongest competitors by using search engines or check which websites are competing with you. And again, that could include Facebook as well, or maybe even LinkedIn. So you go with the search engine route, you can always type in that coveted keyword that you want to be found for, see who's ranking ahead of you, and you can see the metadata, meaning the title tag and the meta description. You can actually see, hey, what are these guys writing that's getting them recognized in the search engine rankings? So you can certainly, if you go to the search engine route, you can certainly leverage an SEO platform like SEMrush or Moz or something like that. That's going to allow you to get some good insight on competitor information. So keep in mind there are SEO platforms that will give you information on your competitors. And that's what these SEO platforms are good for. So number 5, moving on, choose a suitable content format. So now we've done all this homework. We know what we want to say. We know who we want to say it to. We're ready to do some testing, but we need to find a format because it's not always about a web page per se, meaning content on a web page. It's not always about a blog post with content in that blog post. Okay, we need to decide the type of content that's going to fit what we're trying to say. So again, you can go the traditional route with just posting a blog post. And there's nothing wrong with that because with a blog post, you can incorporate video and imagery. You could also go a more harder route. When I say harder, more, I say official route with an ebook or case study. Something that a user is going to be able to take away with maybe download. Okay? Something more official, something more in-depth. something with a harder stamp on it. So that shows individuals that you've taken the time, you've done this homework, you've done this research, you've done some really in-depth analysis, and now the proper format for that is not a blog post, it's an ebook. Now, if you're into talking, like I am, then you could certainly do a podcast. And podcasts are always popular depending on the topic. So you got to be aware of the topic. Now, videos are always a good option. You got the likes of Video and YouTube and some other, video platforms out there that allow you the ability to get found very quickly, especially with the likes of YouTube. People use YouTube before they go on to purchasing a product. So think about that. So if you're trying to get somebody, if you're trying to sway an audience to move from being a brand awareness and a loyal, customer to taking the next step, okay, to purchasing more or purchasing for the first time. And so videos kind of help convey that. Now, if you're trying to convey a lot of different points, then an infographic might be your best option. Instead of having to write out all those points, try using an infographic to convey those points visually. Now, again, with blog posts, it should have valuable content that can be shared by your website visitors on social. So that's the key. Make sure you have those shareable social icons. Now, with ebooks, it should have longer and in-depth content, and it shouldn't be published frequently. So maybe if this is something you're doing annually, then ebook could be the format. With a case study, what you should have a customer story that succeeded in you solving that customer's problem. So the case study is always there for somebody to get an idea of what you're all about. Infographic is just visualizing data in a more organized way, in a more visual way, so somebody understands what you're trying to convey. Now with that podcast, again, suppose your audience doesn't have an interest in reading. Again, it could be a certain age, certain gender, a certain culture. Hey, everybody absorbs information differently. So think about it. Ask yourself, is a podcast the best way to communicate to my target audience? And then videos are highly engaging. They're also shareable on blog posts and pretty much most, if not all, social media platforms. So once you've done that, once you choose the proper format, you want to choose a content management system that's going to work for you. So you want to be able to choose something where you can plan appropriately, produce, manage, publish, and measure results all in one place. There are plenty of content management systems out there that will help you do all of those things. Okay, so some examples are WordPress, HubSpot, Binder. We can list hundreds. If you're into blogging, WordPress is the way to go. If you're into building out landing pages that you want to, share, HubSpot could be the way to go. Okay, there are lots of available options out there. So moving on, number 7, target your audience using emails. Okay, so what are we talking about? Well, we all know what emails are. Emails help us to communicate directly with our target audience and convert them to leads. So email is a good way to follow up with your audience. So if you've done a podcast, follow up with an email. Maybe get them to, fill out a survey via email based on that podcast. Or if you create a podcast about some data that you talked about in that podcast, follow up that with them via email with an infographic perhaps, okay, built into the email. Okay, there's lots of ways that all these formats can complement themselves via email. Okay, you could certainly take a blog post and package it into an email and have a link pointing back to the blog post, maybe as a teaser. Or if you're doing a series of blog posts, you could tease that in an email. So an email is a good way to, follow up with your target audience indirectly or directly. And when we say indirectly, you can collect emails and send out those emails with, certain information. Or what you should be doing is targeting and segmenting your emails just like you are your content. So if you're producing content for a certain audience, then make sure that particular audience gets that same email. Now, some of the email content that you could share with your target audience are newsletters, okay, seasonal emails, promotional emails, automated messaging. And what we mean by automated messaging, hey, if somebody just purchased from you, Send them a thank you email. Maybe follow up a couple days later with another email with a survey. Or what you could do is, if you know who your loyal customers are, target them with a promotional email. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice content via email. Okay, just make sure you know your target audience is. There's lots of things you can do in email. Again, you can complement lots of different formats within email, as I mentioned before, with a podcast or a blog post. So keep all that in mind. Email is a good way to communicate with your audience. Okay, the last point we want to make here is use native ads. Okay, so we talk about native ads. It's one of the smartest ways to connect your audience with your brand. So, for example, this is a native ad on BuzzFeed. Okay, it's about 15 bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for you folks out there that don't know who Led Zeppelin is, a rock group from the 70s, late 60s, 70s, okay, disbanded in 80, 81, 82, early 80s, okay, but people grew up like myself listening to Led Zeppelin. Okay, so you can see the headline here, 15 bands that probably won't exist without Led Zeppelin. I'm interested in who those bands might be. Even if you don't know who Led Zeppelin is, okay, you might be inquisitive to say, okay, who is this Led Zeppelin group and what are these 15 bands? The key here is not necessarily the headline or Led Zeppelin per se, but it's a native ad. And it's sitting next to content talking about music. Okay, so according to Forbes, online audiences are 25% more likely to look at a native ad than at a banner. And so that native ad, in this case, we're talking about music, needs to be sitting or accompanied alongside content talking about, in this case, music. It would help if it was rock music, just music in general might get enough to pique people's interest. Okay, so if you're going to create content, align that content with something that's, naturally going to fit. And that's why we call them native ads, because they're native to the content that they're associated with. So finally, after all that's said and done, when all you've done is create good content, follow up via emails, targeting your audience, and associating that content with, content natively, then you can always measure your content performance. So this is my favorite part of it all. You go in analytics, go into Facebook Insights, you want to go in and check out how that content's performing. And you want to do that because you want to be able to see what's performing, what's not performing. The key here is associating the content with KPIs. That's really the key. So measuring the right metrics can help you understand whether your content is engaging or not. So again, measuring the right metrics. Okay, so when we're talking about a video, you're not necessarily going to look at page views, you're going to look at video views. So, some of these basic metrics of users and sessions and page views, bounce rate, dwell time, that's all great, but you just need to make sure that you're aligning the right metric with the right asset. So for example, if you have a case study in an ebook, you want to make sure that you're measuring how many downloads the ebook or the case study received. Again, with the video, you want to measure video views. Now, if you're packaging up emails and sending them out to your target audience, you want to make sure you look at open rates and click rates. Okay, so a lot of things you can be looking at. So make sure you choose the right metrics, because there's hundreds and hundreds of metrics to choose from. So just be aware of all the different metrics that are available. If you're in it for search, okay, how much traffic getting from search? Where are you ranking? So there are a lot of things you need to think about. So think about the content that you're producing and think about how you want to be able to measure that content. So let's go back over our checklist here. So what you could do is create an editorial calendar. In fact, I would highly suggest you create an editorial calendar in order to keep track of all the content you've done over a period of time. Are you making your content worth reading? That means, are you checking the results of that content? What we just went over, measuring the content. Is it worth reading? Have a column set up in that editorial calendar. Performing or not performing. If it's not performing, don't do it again. Okay, curate your content. Okay, you always want to, make sure you're reusing or using or adding to the content that you've created. guest post on influential blogger websites. You want to add statistics, numbers, and quotes to your content, make it engaging, make it look like you've done your homework. You can share all your content, not just on social media, but platforms like SlideShare. Now, you can share it on all social media platforms. I'd highly recommend it. And again, you can even repurpose it as a blog post. So if it's a podcast, then, you can recite that podcast in the form of a blog. Okay, so get some testimonials that support some of your content. Again, create a podcast, you could send out an email with a survey or trying to solicit some testimonials. Or if you post something on Facebook, leverage the feedback you get from Facebook in the form of a testimonial. Okay, and then you want to promote your blog post for maximum success, and a lot of that means SEO. So make sure you do your due diligence and get the right keywords in that blog post. Okay, so you can create personas for different user audiences. Okay, so remember, it's all about tone. Okay, so if you're going to create a blog post, make sure your tone is aligned with that right audience, whether that be young, middle-aged, or older. Are you choosing the right type of content? Okay, you'll know based on the results. Okay, you want to add H1 and H2 tags on your web pages. Why? Because when we're talking about content, we're talking about organizing the content. And H1 and H2s help you organize the content appropriately. Customize the metadata. Metadata is title tag and meta tag descriptions and even alt tags. Okay, all of that is for search. So you want your content to show up in search, whether that's video, infographic, or blog post. All of it can be shown in search results. So make sure you write a good title and make sure you write a good meta description, because that's what people are going to see when they search. Okay, so you want to create a detailed summary and title. And again, that goes along with the title tag and meta description. And then you want to make it easy for the audience to ask questions and comment on your blog. So don't be afraid, like I'm going to do right now in this video, is if I'm missing anything from this checklist, feel free to comment. Hey, I've written my fair share of content, but I could be talking to an audience that is just as qualified as I am, and they may have some tips. So feel free to comment underneath this video. Now, don't be afraid to ask, just like I just did. People are always willing to provide constructive feedback. So don't be afraid to ask for it and make it easy. So to me, every blog post needs to have some form of a comment box, because blog posts are out there to solicit engagement. Now let's recap everything we talked about, because we certainly covered a lot, and there's a lot to cover when it comes to content marketing. So 1, know your audience. Again, you can lean on Google Analytics, demographic data, whether it be age or gender. You can do the same with Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. Every platform has some data you could take away. Create high quality content. When I mean high quality content, brainstorm some topics. Has it already been written to death about? Or is this unique? Don't write something your competitors are writing. Okay, don't copy what your competitors have written. Organize your content. Support it with good imagery. All of these are tips to creating high quality content. Okay, when you create that content, think about running some A/B tests. Run some variations and switch out the image, switch out the call to action, see what's going to get people to react and engage with the content. Conduct competitor analysis. So lean on the Facebooks of the world to see what your competitors are posting, see what's engaging for them. Okay, you can also lean on these SEO platforms like SEMrush and Moz. All you got to do is plug in a domain, and they're going to give you some information about where a particular competitor ranks for a keyword, or how many backlinks and what websites are linking to them. So all that's available in these SEO platforms. Okay, so you want to choose a suitable content format. We listed a few, from ebooks to case studies to podcasts to infographics to blog posts to videos. It's up to you what you think is best for your audience. Just keep in mind you need to be able to measure it. And so that's the important thing. If it doesn't work the first time out, then you might want to consider changing out the content format. Choose a content management system. Plenty out there. WordPress is a good one if you're going to be a blogger. Okay, blogging allows you to, post, optimize that blog post, you could have the ability to share that blog post across social platforms, and you can also have that blog post show up in search engine results. So you can't do any of that without a good content management system. So you want to target your audience using emails. Okay, so email is a good way to, again, further communicate with that particular segmented audience. And again, you could use it to send out promotional emails to loyal followers. Or you can use systematic emails to send an email, a thank you email to somebody who purchases, and then another follow-up email. And again, you can repurpose some of the content you've done in another format in the form of an email. So, if you created a video, put that video in the form of an email and send it out to your audience to make sure they're not missing out on that video you just created. So lots of ways to use email. Take advantage of email. It's your ally here. Okay, use native ads. Okay, don't be afraid to put that content and pair it with some other content on another website. It's been proven. People are going to engage in an ad that they see based on the content they're currently reading. Because the ad, if it's native, it's going to be similar in nature to the content they're currently engaged in. And then measure your content performance. I can't say this enough. Make sure you're leveraging Google Analytics. Okay, with Google Analytics or Facebook Insights or Twitter or LinkedIn or any other platform you're running on, they're going to have data on what you've posted. So take advantage of it. Align your KPIs. So if it's an ebook or case study, don't measure just traffic. Measure how many people are actually downloading them. Okay, if it's a video, how many people like the video? How many people are commenting? How many people are sharing the video? How many people are subscribing to your playlist based on that video content? Okay, so these are all things you can measure. Okay, so every platform from WordPress to YouTube to Reddit has some form of analytics associated with it. Today we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you. But first, you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall into one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful, because one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher, because Google's going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following, because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay, again, you can improve your online authority, okay, because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you and turning that traffic. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in, and it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic, because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices, specifically mobile? So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out, and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then of course you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are, and that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay, and identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on page and off page. And so off page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just 1 or 2 keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. Say it's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay, it's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email's targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into two groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility, meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. So, and a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and in effect drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are because again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get or thumbs up or likes or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay, and when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Core or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition. So there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay, so we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic. Okay, you can incorporate all this to your website immediately. Welcome. Today we're going to talk about email marketing tutorial. So buckle up and let's get started with email marketing tutorial. And so let's start out asking the question, why email marketing? So Linda is the owner of an e-commerce company. And basically she isn't able to take her leads, the leads she's collecting per day, per month, and convert them into customers. Okay, so customers sign up, but they don't buy her product. So she's left scratching her head wondering what to do. So how's she going to solve the problem of converting the leads she gets into paying customers? Well, look no further than email marketing. So you can boost your sales funnel with the help of email marketing. So email marketing leads to email campaigns that lead to website visits that can lead to product purchasing. Email marketing's also it's a very good way to generate a high return on investment. So Linda thinks this is too good to be true. You're telling me it's a very efficient way to generate a return on my investment? How expensive is email marketing? Well, email marketing is neither expensive or time consuming. That's the beauty of email marketing. And so Linda is now very interested. We've piqued her interest. She wants us to explain email marketing to her in detail. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about email marketing in detail. So for everyone out there listening, what's in it for you? Why are you going to invest your time in listening to Simplilearn and me talk about email marketing? Because we're going to talk about everything there is about email marketing in today's webinar. So what is it? For those that aren't really familiar with the intricacies of email marketing, we're going to talk about how to set up email marketing. We're going to discuss all the benefits of email marketing. We're going to get into A/B testing. We're going to get into the automation of emails, the types of emails, how to engage new users, and we're going to give you a demo. So there's a lot going on in this webinar. Like I said, buckle up and let's get started and talk about what is email marketing. So as I mentioned to Linda, it's an efficient way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because we can send personalized emails to a specific audience, a targeted audience. If somebody's interested in our product, we can reach out to them via email. It can also be used to remarket pre-qualified leads. So anybody who's pre-qualified, we can go ahead and communicate with them as well. So email marketing is very effective at different stages in the funnel. Okay, so when I say funnel, customer life cycle. So we have awareness, consideration, purchase, retention, and advocacy. Okay, so let's talk about each one of these parts of the funnel or customer life cycle, if you will. So let's start with awareness at the very top. So email marketing allows customers to recognize their problems, after which you can educate them on how your brand can solve them. Okay, just like any other marketing channel, somebody's looking for something, a need of something, and we can come to the rescue. In this case, we're going to come to the rescue with email, and we can go ahead and educate them on what their need is and how we can collaborate with them, help them, educate them, solve their problems with our product. Okay, so that's what email is going to do. We're going to communicate with them via email, and we're going to bring awareness to the problem by solving the problem. That's what email is good for. Okay, good for generating awareness for our brand. For example, we can share a newsletter with our customers. So if we're running a cosmetics company, we can basically educate them on the 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. Okay, so we can get them to click on the call to action to learn more. So if somebody's having some skincare issues or not sure what products to buy, an email can cover that. Okay, the next step in the customer life cycle is consideration. So customers focused on searching for relevant products and compares the products with similar ones. Okay, so they're definitely looking, they're a little further in the process, they're educated, they know what they're looking for, so we can really hit them with the right email. We can send a relevant email to promote our product. Okay, discover that perfect moisturizer for your skin, that perfect skin moisturizer. Smooths, hydrates, and contains SPF 20. So we got the perfect product for that person who's further along the funnel and really is ready to purchase that product. So we can hit that person up with the perfect messaging. Let's talk about purchase, the next step in the life cycle. With purchase, we can send an email that encourages that customer to purchase our product by offering them something. Okay, by giving an offer. For example, we can give a discount. Discounts always tend to work. So that moisturizer that particular customer was considering buying, they can move from consideration to purchasing because we're going to offer them a discount they can't refuse. Okay, so it could be for a specific date. Okay, it could be something that's going to get them excited to buy the product. 20% off a moisturizer is pretty good deal, and especially if that percentage off is better than the other products they were considering buying. So getting somebody that extra incentive to purchase the product goes a long way via email. Okay, we want to take that next step in the life cycle and nurture our relationship with customers to ensure they're loyal. Okay, if they've already purchased, how do we get them to purchase again? That's retention. We want to retain our customers. We want to get them back to buy the same product or similar products or completely different products in their inventory. So what do? We're going to send an email. We're going to send an email to active customers. Okay, we're going to give them an offer just for them, exclusively just for them. In this example, we're going to give them a combo pack, a facial kit at just $39 and get a sunscreen worth $10 for free. Okay? So you can come up with all sorts of different combinations on offers. The key is the offer is exclusively just for those who you want to target and retain as customers. Because if you just get somebody to purchase once, it's not going to work. Those people have already taken that step in the relationship where they trust your product, they purchase your product. Now you want to go ahead and treat that customer special by giving them an exclusive offer. And then what we want to do is advocacy. Last step in that customer lifestyle. We want to convert that active customer into brand advocates. Okay? We want that customer to talk about our brand for us. We want them to promote it and talk about it with their friends. So for example, we want to send an email to those customers to promote our products. Okay, so for example, we could say, hey, the sales of our products for this particular day or for this month is going to go to our favorite nonprofit. Could be educating poor children or cleaning up plastic in the ocean or saving animals. We want to be able to get them to speak on our behalf and say, look, guys, this is a really good company. You know, they're offering me products exclusively. They've offered me discounts in the past. They have good products. They have a lot of different products. And on top of all that, they help. They help the environment. They help the needy. Okay, they care. And so we can go ahead and provide a call to action for these customers that are loyal to our brand and have them share the email with their friends to spread the word on, what we're trying to accomplish for our nonprofit, or if anything, just get them to promote it. Maybe give them a discount for every friend that they get to buy our product. Okay, it doesn't have to necessarily be, just sharing with friends. It can be that extra incentive of giving them a discount if they do share with friends and their friends buy. Okay, so this is the customer life cycle and examples of different emails that you can use at every step along the way in the life cycle. So let's take a look at an example. If we go back to our email marketing platform, MailChimp in this example, we're going to take a look at some reports. So most email marketing platforms have reporting functionality built in. And so in this case, what we want to do is we want to be able to take a look at the open rate, click-through rates of the emails that have been sent out previously. So here we could see our April email, coupon versus tools promo. Okay, so we've had basically, opens and clicks. So 14% open rate, 1.4% click-through rate. Okay. So the March email that went out did a little bit better, 19% open, 2.5% on the click-through rate. So here we could see how many people actually were sent, how many opened it, and how many clicked. So this is MailChimp, makes it very easy for us to measure open and click rates. And then we can measure by revenue as well based on the campaign. So that's measuring the response rate. So it's all built in. So most email marketing platforms have open rate and click rate already built into the functionality, so you can measure those two metrics against any email. So let's talk about the benefits of email marketing. So what are some of the benefits? Well, we've already mentioned to Linda that it's cost effective. It's time saving, real-time marketing, less intrusive, builds credibility, increases visibility and brand awareness, and it's an easy way to track ROI. These are all the benefits for email marketing, and we're going to go talk about some of these now. So basically, when we talk about cost effective, some email marketing platforms charge based on the number of users who you send the email to. Time saving, well, you saw how quick it took me to set up that email campaign. The key is figuring out who you want to send it to. When we talk about real-time marketing, we're sending this email out basically in real time, trying to meet our customers' needs at the right time. It's less intrusive because we can customize the emails. Okay, we can, as you saw, I can put first name in there to make it more personal. So when something's more personal, it's less intrusive, especially if it's a segment that already knows your brand. Okay, builds credibility. Hey, we gain credibility when we offer exclusive offers to repeat customers, or, try and build advocacy by working with nonprofits. Okay, it increases visibility and brand awareness. Why? Because, we could send our email out to a large group of people, and that's a good way to generate brand awareness. And as you saw, we can easily measure, not only open rates, click rates, but ROI. So how many people from that email went on and purchased. So we can measure that. It's very easy to measure email. When it comes to completing your profile on MailChimp, you're going to need an audience to send these emails to. And so when you click on audience here, if you don't have an audience already imported into MailChimp, you're going to be asked to import. So you can see I already have one contact. That contact's me because I added my email address on that test email. So MailChimp's smart enough to say, okay, we don't have this email address in our contact list, so we're going to add them. So here we can see we can manage our audience. So we can add subscribers, we can import contacts, we can have sign-up forms, and we can manage our contacts. So if we import our contacts, if I click on import, here I'm going to be asked to import either from a CSV or copy and paste. Or I can just go ahead and integrate it. So if I choose, for example, any one of these, then it's going to pull in the contacts I have there. And so it's up to you how you import your contacts. Now, the whole point of contacts is you want to probably, or really not probably, it's a best practice to actually create different lists so that you can use different audience lists with different emails. And so here you can see I have one email address. I can again import contacts, or I can add them individually. So I can add subscribers here. Okay, that's another option. That's the slower option. My recommendation would be import them. But when you import, make sure you're importing lists that have some commonality so you can manage those lists. So if you have one list that are, say, clients who have never purchased, then you want to create a list for them. If you have clients who have purchased, separate those out. Okay, so that's the way I would go about it. Now, if you're trying to build a list, MailChimp has what they call sign-up forms. So you have different forms that you can embed or have as a pop-up. And when people add their email address to that form, then it's automatically going to get added to your MailChimp account. So that's a great feature in MailChimp that allows you to, build out your audience just by using one of their forms. So again, we have a subscriber pop-up. You've probably seen some of these on some of the websites you've gone to. So you can customize it. And if you want somebody to subscribe to your newsletter, for example, all they need to do is enter in their email address and click subscribe. Okay, that's the pop-up version. Now, again, you have the opportunity to, use other forms as well. So you got a form builder here, or an embedded form, okay, or you can integrate the form. Okay, so if I click form integrations, here I can use Wufoo or Squarespace. I can integrate with them. If I go back to sign up forms, if I choose form builder, here I have a sign up form, and then I can customize that form with different boxes, okay, or fields. Okay, so whatever field I want somebody to add information to, I can have that in there, and then this form could be, on your website. So that's the great feature about MailChimp, is it helps you build an audience. So I can add this form to my website, and anybody who fills out that form is going to be added to my subscriber list that I can use for future emails. To take that a step further, I can even go from building a form to building a landing page. So here you can see if I click on audience, I can go ahead at the bottom right here, I have an option to create a landing page. So if I click on that, just like everything else in MailChimp, it's fairly easy to use. I'm just going to name it test, click begin. Here I can choose my audience. Again, what audience do I want to add these emails to? I click begin and I'm going to accept. And here now I have all these different templates that I can use as a landing page. So if you want to use these landing pages to collect emails and those emails are going to be added to your audience, then you have a nice selection here at your disposal. Okay, so here I'm just going to choose one, grow my list. Okay, this is a landing page. So I can customize it just like I do with my email template. I can add my logo. Okay, I can start adding different fields here, like an image. I can drop an image here. Okay, I can go ahead and, drop in my social shares. Okay, I can drop in a box, a text box. Okay, and then I can start customizing it with some text, some imagery, some other information. Again, this is a landing page that I can then add to my website. And so anytime somebody goes to the landing page and fills out their email address and hits subscribe, it's going to be added to that audience list. And then I can turn around and send an email using one of MailChimp's templates to that audience. So MailChimp really does a great job of allowing you to grow your list within your own website via a landing page, a form submission or forum, or pop-up. So there are lots of different options available to us. So I'm going to click Save and Close here, and now this landing page is available to me. So I can customize the URL, I can edit the audience that these emails go to, I can add a page title, and again, I can edit the design. So I can really make this an integrated part of my website by designing it so it fits the feel and look of my website. I can add a specific URL, and I can add a nice page title to it. So MailChimp again does a great job of just making it so easy for you to build out a landing page for you to use on your website to collect email addresses. So if you're doing a pay-per-click campaign on Facebook or Google, you can actually drive traffic to these landing pages and get people to fill out a form submission. And when they fill out the form submission, that email address is going to get added to your audience. That's an option. Or you could just add it as part of your website, and people who go there from, say, organic search can find that page and add their email address organically. So that's a great thing about the audience feature in MailChimp, in that not only can you select an email template, but you have options to grow your audience. Okay, again, importing contacts. You can simply just add contacts. You can add, a form submission via pop-up or regular form fields to your website, or you can add a landing page. So it's important to note that in MailChimp, if you go to the Content Studio, that's where you're going to find all the files that you have added to all your templates or landing pages that you used before. So if I click on Content Studio here you can see the files I've added to my templates. If you have products, you can add your products here. Okay, so if you have an e-commerce store, you could certainly add your products, and then those products can be used on your landing page or your email templates. You have something called a Giphy. You can insert these into any of your emails, make it fun, exciting, engaging. Here you have Instagram. So what you can do is you can integrate, any one of your Instagram accounts. If you have multiple accounts, or if you have one Instagram account, you can integrate that one Instagram account in with your MailChimp account. And when you do that, it's going to pull in all the images that you've had on Instagram. And then you have an opportunity here just to add a logo. Okay, so you can use any of your Instagram images within your emails. Use one of these cool Giphies. Again, you can import your products that you can use for your email templates, or just keep tabs on all the files that you've added before just by clicking on My Files. Now, when you get to the point of building different audience lists and sending out emails, you're going to have the option to look at reporting to see how those emails perform for those specific audiences. Now, again, an audience is a set, it's like a segment. These are a set of individuals who are going to receive a specific email. So in this example, you can see I have different audiences. And if we look at, say, any one of these audiences, or even just go to all audiences, we'll be able to see how we fared on some of our emails. Okay, so for example, if I send out an email here in April, and this is April of 2019, I can see how many total subscribers I've had. Now, along with the number of subscribers you have what we call open rate and click-through rate. Now, we explain a lot of the reporting and the specific email metrics in another recording that we did last week. So if you're interested in learning more about some of the metrics, then check out the video that we have on YouTube, Email Marketing Tutorial. We recorded this last week. Go into details about all the different metrics you can learn about with email marketing. So take a look at this video, Email Marketing Tutorial. It'll be a nice precursor to the MailChimp tutorial. So to give you some insights as to what metrics to really pay attention to with email marketing. But in MailChimp, we know we can look at the total number of subscribers. We know that we have how many opens, and we know what the open rate is, and again, the total number of clicks and what the click-through rate is. Okay, so with MailChimp, very easily, you just hover over it, you get the raw number, and then the percentage. So open rate is how many people actually open that email based on the total number of people that the email was sent to. So here we could see in this particular email last year in April, we've had 14%, 14.1% to be exact, and that is 13,377 divided by 97,469. So that's how many people open the email. So 13,000 out of 97 is about 14%. Now, when somebody opens it, we hope they're going to click on it. And so here we got a 1.4% click-through rate. Again, that's the total number of clicks based on the total number of subscribers or people that were sent the email. And so MailChimp just gives you a nice overview of how many subscribers were in this particular audience list, and then the open rate and click rate. So we can really dive in here and we can actually see how that particular email performs. So if we just pick one email here, we can just click View Report. We have other options here. We can print, we can download, we can share it, the whole campaign, or just view the email. If we want to view what the email looked like, we can select that. But we just want to view the report. So we're going to click View Report. And now we can get into some nice detailed information about the actual report itself. So again, here you can see total number of recipients. And this came from the audience list called Newsletter. Okay, it was delivered last year, September 26, 2018. Again, I have the option to view it, download it, print it, or share it. So let's take a look and view the email to see what it looked like. Okay, so this is what the email looked like. We have our own template here. And here you can see it takes into account some of the best practices involved with email marketing. We have some nice content, imagery, some call to action here, some other links. Okay, we have our social icons. Okay, so that's what the email looked like. Okay, so we'll go back and we're going to click View Report. Now we want to view the report. Again, here's what it looked. Here's when it was sent. Okay, the open rate for this was 21%. Click-through rate was 4%. So for us, the list average, this list here, Newsletter, the average was for the open rate, 16.8%. So we're above the average on this email. For the click-through rate, the list average is 2.7. So we're above the average. So we've done a good job on this email, at least generating more opens, more clicks. And MailChimp even takes that a step further. They'll even show you what the industry average is for your particular industry. And in this case, for education and training. So we did better than the industry average for both the open rate and for the click-through rate. So we could see some other specifics. We could see the raw numbers of opens, clicks, how many people bounced, meaning the email address wasn't valid anymore. And so MailChimp does a good job of any email that actually bounces, it'll be scrubbed and removed from your list. And then here you can see 347 unsubscribed. So the thing about, MailChimp is we want to be careful we don't have too many unsubscribes, and also people abusing or reporting abuse, meaning you don't want to send out an email multiple times a week where it gets to the point where it's spammy. And so you want to avoid a high number of unsubscribes and a high number of abuse reports. And so here you can see most emails are open within a 24-hour period, and then it kind of just tails off. So here we can see opens and clicks based on the time of day. So within a 24-hour period. Okay, so this is how most emails operate. Within that first 24 hours, you're going to get a lot of opens, a lot of clicks. And then it's going to tail off from there. Great thing is MailChimp provides me more detailed information about what was clicked. So I could see here the top links that were clicked. And let me just point one thing out here. Whether you use MailChimp or you use any other platform, whether that be vertical response or any other type of email marketing platform, you want to use UTM tracking with your links so that Google Analytics can pick up the actual campaign. So here you can see we have UTM tracking appended to our links. And let me just go into detail on that for just a minute. So MailChimp again gives us nice data on open and click-through rates. But when we send out an email and people actually do click on one of these links, they're going to go to our website. And from there, Google Analytics is going to take over on the tracking. So this is as far as MailChimp goes. So we want to be able to bridge the gap between MailChimp reporting and Google Analytics, meaning when they came from the email went to the site, did they convert? Meaning, did they download something? Did they purchase something? And so we want to be able to bridge the gap, and UTM tracking, which is simply appending the original URL with some tracking parameters named UTM it allows us to bridge that gap. So all you need to do when you set up a MailChimp campaign is just go to URL Builder in Google. Then you're going to click on Campaign URL Builder. And we're going to go ahead and set up an email campaign. So for example, if we go back here, this was the original URL. So if I just copy this original URL here and paste that as part of my website URL. What's my campaign source? I'm going to put MailChimp. What's my medium? I'm going to put email. So MailChimp is the source of where the traffic came from. The medium, the means in which they arrived at our website, was via email. And then the campaign name, we're just going to put maybe whatever it is, summer promo. So with the URL builder, you have 5 parameters for UTM tracking. You don't have to use all 5. Okay, so here we need to put in the URL and we need to put in the source. But the other 4 parameters, medium, name, term, and content, are optional. So you don't have to put anything there, but the more parameters you put in, the more specific it is for you to track the behavior of that email campaign. So here I can see MailChimp, email, summer promo, and then for the content, I can use that to differentiate my subject line. So when you send out an email, we mentioned this in the email marketing tutorial, you always want to send out multiple subject lines, meaning one list gets one subject line, another list gets a second subject line, because you want to be able to measure open rates based on subject lines. So I can use the campaign content parameter for different subject lines. And notice the URL builder, once I enter in my parameters, it's going to append the original URL with a new URL appended with UTM tracking. So if I copy that, I can simply just paste that in my browser just to see if it works. And here you can see it works. The page loaded the original URL with UTM tracking. And so that's exactly what you want to do, because when you're looking at your reports in MailChimp, it's going to show me the top links that were clicked. Now, if I go into analytics, I want to be able to see how that campaign or how that link actually performed. So let's take a look at that real quick. So if I go to my Google Analytics account and I go to acquisition, campaigns, all campaigns, what am I looking for? Well, if I click on source and medium are 2 of the parameters for UTM tracking. I'm going to look for MailChimp. So here I can see my original URL, MailChimp, and then the date stamp, and then the medium's email. So if I go back here, I can see, for example, any one of these MailChimp emails that went out, and then I can see how many people actually came from the email, what the bounce rate was, meaning if they arrived on the site, did they leave after arriving or did they actually go to another page? And then I could see other engagement data like how many pages they looked at, how much time did they spend? More importantly, did they convert? So that's the whole idea behind using UTM tracking. Because with UTM tracking, you can bridge the gap from open rate, click-through rate, to behavior on the website, all the way through to the conversion. And that's what we want to measure. We want to measure, did somebody go from the email, open it, click on one of the links, go to the website, engage on the website, and convert. And so that's the whole idea behind UTM tracking. Because MailChimp and any other email marketing platform is only going to give you, at most, your open rates and your click-through rates. Okay, so here we could see the top links clicked. I see 4,000 recipients clicked on this email. They went to the site, and now I need analytics to kind of tell me the rest. And here I can see what subscribers had the most opens. And if I integrated social, I can see some social performance. And so that goes back to our original setup. So if you integrate your Twitter account or your Facebook account, you'll be able to integrate that email in with your Twitter, and then from there I'll be able to see, tweets or how many likes, for example. And to top it all off, I can see how many people from around the world clicked on the email. So that's reporting in a nutshell on MailChimp. Reports are fairly easy to look at, all sorts of other information like links, specifically links. You can look at social. So if I click on the social tab here, if I integrated my social, I can look at social reporting. Likewise for e-commerce. And notice the Analytics 360, I can integrate Google Analytics in with MailChimp if I want to. So I have all sorts of options on my reporting. So that's it for MailChimp. I mean, it's fairly easy to navigate. You have all the campaigns that you've sent out. So if you just click on campaigns, I'll be able to see all the campaigns I've set up. and all the campaigns that have been sent. And obviously the ones that have been sent, I can start looking at reports. I can pick and choose templates. Okay, I can pick and choose my audience and manage my audience. Okay, I can see what the growth is from my audience. Again, I have different options to grow my audience. Okay, I can certainly add form submissions, landing pages, sign up forms. I can import more contacts, and I can manage them through different lists. Content Studio is where all your files are going to be located, okay, from the files you've uploaded to e-commerce products to Giphies to Instagram to my logo. And then you have reports. And the reports are there for you to measure the performance of your email campaigns once they've been sent. So you can look at them from reports or just from the main campaigns view. That's pretty much it. So if you're ready to go at it again, click that create button, click that template, choose that audience. You can go ahead and send yourself that test email when you're ready. Go ahead and send that email off to your audience. It's that simple in MailChimp. And today we're going to talk about affiliate marketing. So let's jump right into it and take a look inside an office environment right now. We have Chuck here. Chuck's doing a little bit of pacing. John walks in the office. Hey man, what's with all the pacing? Everything all right? Chuck responded, hey, I'm just worried that I might have exhausted every way we can advertise our product. I mean, I've done SEO, I've done paid search, I've done email, I've done social. Man, nothing's working. I gotta come up with something new ASAP. Well, John responds, hey, don't worry. I think I've got your solution for you, man. Hang tight, relax, take a load off. Here's my solution, affiliate marketing. First off, before you ask the question, what's affiliate marketing? Let's talk about why we need affiliate marketing. So let's dig into affiliate marketing. So John's just taking over now, and he's gonna let Chuck know everything there is to know about affiliate marketing. So the first question John answers for Chuck: what is affiliate marketing? So affiliate marketing is a form of digital marketing that involves a merchant. It involves a merchant paying commissions to a website or other entities. So if I'm selling a product, basically somebody else sells that product for me, I'm going to pay that person a commission for selling my product. It's that simple. That's what affiliate marketing is. Okay, so basically what these merchants are doing or other entities, they're advertising your product. So they're advertising your product with a referral. So they're passing on their own customers to you so that they can buy your product. And again, the exchange is you give that website or other entity a commission. That's more or less what affiliate marketing is. So John's gonna have us take a look at each of these components of affiliate marketing in detail. Take it away, John. So John says, first, we have the merchant, aka the brand, the seller, the creator, the founder, the owner, the inspiration, the innovator. Hey, this is the person who came up with this brilliant idea. This brilliant idea has to get out there. We're the merchant. We're trying to get this brilliant idea out to the masses. So this is the component of affiliate marketing that creates the product. The merchant could be anyone, okay? So it could be startups to large multinational companies, international companies, nonprofits, for-profits, individuals, independent contractors, freelancers, a group of people who have a passion for something, okay? It could be anybody. There's no limit. The affiliate, aka the publisher. So the affiliate is basically that third-party website or entity which promotes the merchant's products and tries to convince potential customers of the merchant's product's value. So this affiliate's going to represent the merchant on their behalf and try and get their clients to basically purchase that particular merchant's product. So the affiliate could be incentivized based on, registrations, email signups, sales, and subscriptions. So it doesn't always come down to, sales. If I'm just trying to get, build my email list, then hey, I can incentivize that affiliate to push email signups. If I'm got this big, offline, promotion that I'm doing at this particular mall and I want to get people there, well, I can get an affiliate and incentivize that affiliate to drive and help me drive registrations for this event. So it doesn't always have to be sales per se. So in effect, you, the merchant, and the affiliate work out some type of commission deal based on what you're incentivizing. So the relationship between the affiliate and the merchant is made possible with the help of an affiliate network. So that's the third component here. We need somebody to bring the two together. That merchant who has this brilliant idea and the affiliate who has potential customers that could potentially drive registrations, sales, signups, etc. to the merchant. So the affiliate network is the one who brings the two together. So the affiliate network, in effect, acts as the middleman, the person in between the merchants and affiliates. It allows merchants to find and collaborate with not just any affiliate, but the affiliate best suited for their particular brand and product, because you want to find somebody who is going to be passionate, who's relevant, who has your prospective customers in mind, because they're the ones that are going to help those prospective customers purchase your product. So that's what the affiliate network does. It helps bring the merchants and affiliates together so that the affiliate can help advertise and sell on behalf of the merchant. So with the affiliate network, merchants can use tools for tracking and reporting and processing payments for affiliates. So really that affiliate network is the glue that holds it all together. They're not just one to introduce a merchant and affiliate. They offer it all. So as a merchant, you want to be able to manage your affiliates. So you're not going to have one affiliate, you're going to have multiple affiliates. So you want to be able to use the appropriate tools available to you in the affiliate network to see and track how sales are going. And when sales happen, or commissions happen, you want to be able to use that affiliate network to compensate that affiliate appropriately. And then finally, the customer. Customer, aka the consumer, is the most important component of all of this. Take it away, John. So the consumer is the final and most important component. Without customers to buy products, the merchant would not have any revenue and the affiliate would not get any commission. So we need customers. So John, what is the process of affiliate marketing? Well, John says, let's have a look at the process. So it's affiliate marketing time. So we're going to use a tool or platform like Commission Junction. Commission Junction is a popular, platform affiliate network platform that brings merchants and affiliates together. So the merchants can use those affiliates to advertise their product. So let's take a look at Commission Junction as a good digital marketing tool for affiliate marketing. So we're going to use Commission Junction as an example here. Remember, in affiliate marketing, it's an ecosystem between publishers and merchants. So remember, merchants are selling products, publishers are selling those merchant products on their site. And so Commission Junction is the middleman, so to speak. Okay, so Commission Junction, just known as CJ now, is the middle person. They're introducing the publisher and the merchant. And so let's go ahead and log in here. So when you log in, like any other digital marketing tool, any other platform, you're going to have your own settings and whatnot. So really the whole idea behind any affiliate marketing tool is really there to manage your publishers. Who do you want as a publisher? Who do you want selling your product? You obviously want somebody who's relevant, somebody who's going to be able to sell the product, somebody who has a targeted audience that's similar to yours. Okay, so we go into cj.com, we're going to log in, and here you can see a publisher's link. So we're going to click on the publisher's link. And remember, when you sign up publishers, you have to have program terms. And so if we click on publishers, program terms, we're going to be able to see all the different program terms available. So here we could see the different program terms we have set up for certain publishers. So we just click on that. We'll be able to see that's the default program term. So remember, you could set up your own program term for any publisher. So as a best practice, if you have publishers who are actually performing well, who are selling your products, maybe you want to offer them a little bit more on the commission side. Maybe you want to sweeten the deal. Maybe, these publishers get better program terms versus, say, other publishers who don't. And so here we can see the program terms. basically you could see what the terms are, the action, and the different policies here. So everything you need to do to manage that publisher in terms of payment is done under the program terms. Now, if the program terms are met, the publisher actually sells your products. CJ is the broker. They're the ones who are going to initiate the payment based on the program terms. So be careful in the program terms. You want to be able to set them appropriately. CJ has templates. CJ has some default program terms that you could use and offer up to different publishers. So based on the program terms, that's how your publishers are going to get paid. And so here you can have as many different program terms as you want. There's no limit here. You want to be able to align and reward program terms, again, based on performance. And so here we can see what publishers are under what program terms. So again, if your publisher's performing well, sweeten the deal. Offer them a better program terms. And so you can align publishers with different program terms. And so that's the whole idea behind program terms, is you want to be able to align publishers with that. So when you sign up a publisher, they're going to get aligned with a program term, meaning what are they going to get paid for selling your product? Now, if we want to manage by status instead of by program terms, we could see all the different organizations we have in our network. These are our publishers. We're the affiliate. We're the ones selling the product. We want to know who's selling, who's not selling. And so we can look at all our publishers by program terms or by status. Okay, so basically you could see here the term status, whether it's active or not, earnings, basically what they've sold over the last basically 7 days or 3 months. So you could look at basically how your publishers are performing just by clicking on Manage by Status here in CJ.com. So when you're looking at reports in CJ.com or really any other affiliate program, you might see the acronym EPC. This stands for earnings per click. Actually, it's a little misleading. It's actually earnings per 100 clicks. So basically CJ calculates, how much your publisher's actually making per click. Just like paid search, we're paying Google X amount per click. It's the same thing here. We can't, or these publishers can't make any money if they don't generate clicks. So that's why you have an EPC model or metric, so to speak, so you can measure earnings per click. CJ does it over a 7-day period and over a 3-month period. So you could sort based on 7-day or 3-month to see who's earning the most per click in terms of publishers. Now, you can select under publishers groups. Now you can group your publishers. Okay, so if you have, say, a group of publishers in a specific region like the United States or India, or if you're just focused on the United States and say you have publishers in different states like Texas, California, Missouri, Arkansas, well, you can group those publishers into different groups and you can look at your different group names here. So here we could see Canada. And so we have our publishers grouped into a group called Canada. Why? Because they're based in Canada. Makes sense. So you want to be able to organize your publishers because the whole idea behind affiliate marketing, CJ, is you want to be able to get the best publishers available for your network. And so as you get more publishers for your network, you'll be able to basically start grouping them where it makes sense. Now, the example I gave you is by geography. You could do by geography or you could do by publisher status, meaning my best performing publishers go into a group. If they're in a group, then they get aligned with a certain program term. So you could group your publishers any way you want, by status, meaning they're selling more, these are our best performing publishers, or by region, or by promotion. I mean, how you group your publishers is totally up to you. However, take advantage of the option to create publisher groups because the whole idea, again, I'm going to repeat it, is you want to get publishers and you want to start building your base of publishers because the more publishers you have, the more chance you are to sell your product. Remember, if nobody clicks on your product, then nobody's going to buy your product. So if you have publishers who are promoting your product for you, then you have a good opportunity to sell it. So the more publishers you have on board, the better the opportunity. So now once you have publishers, you can start grouping these publishers accordingly to whatever makes sense. It's a business decision. Just know the options available in CJ to group publishers. Now, when you're in CJ and you're starting out, okay, you want to start recruiting your publishers. So you click on recruit, and based on your settings, based on what you're selling, CJ is going to try and put you in front of some good publishers. And so here we could see, if we click on recruit, we're going to get a list of publishers. And this search results list of publishers that we can recruit into our network are all listed here. And you could actually see, what's interesting, you could see the name of the publisher and you could see the URL. And then you could actually see if they're a good performer or not. So you could actually see their history as a publisher just by looking at their network earnings, and then also looking at their 7-day earnings per click or 3-month earnings per click. And so if a publisher has a very high earnings per click, EPC, then they're probably a good publisher, somebody you're probably going to be interested in. So if I see a publisher with 3-month earnings per click of $105, then that means, hey, if that's my publisher, I'm paying $105 or $106 over 7 days. They're generating some clicks for me and they're generating sales. You can't deliver commission if they don't sell. And so to me, I want to be able to look at the 3-month earnings per click for these publishers. And so I can just click on any one of these publishers here and get some more insight about that publisher right here in CJ. So here I could see the particular URL of the company, some other URLs that they have associated with them in CJ. I can see the category that they're in. Again, I can see the 3-month EPC. Here you can see a description. Okay, you can see some other promotional methods that they use when promoting products. And you get some performance from this particular publisher just by pulling down the pull down menu here. I'm going to look at this year and see what the performance is. And while I'm waiting for that to load, I can see, hey, they're also in other countries as well. So I can get a good snapshot of a particular publisher by recruiting publishers, seeing what their performance is over a period of time, and potentially, recruiting that publisher to be part of my network. Because if they're part of my network, then hey, if they're selling products, if I'm selling products and I want my product on their site and they're doing a good job of selling other products, then I want them to be, part of my ecosystem, part of my network. Now remember, CJ is doing the introducing here. They're introducing you to recruits. So you want to be able to, again, take a look at the site. Do any of the sites that a particular publisher has interest you? Again, we can just click on it, go to the specific site, take a good look. Hey, Virgin Atlantic, okay, do we want them selling our product? Maybe, maybe not. So you want to take a look at the website, make sure it's not spammy, make sure it aligns with your business goals, make sure it aligns with your product, your target audience. Remember, a lot of things you want to make sure the website aligns with because they're representing your brand. Okay, very important here, very important. And so that's what you want to be able to do. And you could do all that just by looking at the publisher detail in CJ. And then again, take a look at that earnings per click. If they're selling products for other merchants and they're doing a good job, maybe you want them selling your product as well. Okay, so you can also, sort by country. You can also do network earnings, and you can really filter here. So if we want, choose high network earners in a particular country, a particular state, we could definitely filter in on a particular type of publisher. Okay, so you want to be able to hone in on somebody that's aligned with your geography, or definitely you want to align with somebody who's a high network owner. Now when you get all your publishers set up, you're going to need to provide them with some good promotional material, some good banners, some, it could be text links, some messaging. Okay, so you're the one who's going to provide the publishers with, the information they need. Now, as a best practice, remember, you can get on the phone with these publishers, have monthly calls or quarterly calls, see what they need. Reach out to them via email or reach out to them via the CJ platform. Figure out, hey, how's your banners working for you? Do you need new banners? So you want to be able to constantly, push new content out. And so if I click on links here and manage, I'll be able to see everything that I have available for my publishers to use. Okay, and then you can actually look at banners that have actually produced for you in terms of EPC, or if it's a specific promotion, okay, you could set that up here, so you could be able to see it here. You could see all the banners, you could see some text links in here, so all the advertising that you want these publishers to have is going to be situated under links. And so you can see what the active ones are. You can look at archived, you can look at, again, text links, content links, or banners. And as a best practice, if I click on a banner, as a best practice, ideally what you want to do is use UTM tracking. Okay, so you want to have some type of tracking in place. However, CJ does a lot of the tracking for you. So they're going to be able to tell you how many times a banner's been clicked and how many times a banner's been seen. Okay, they'll also tell you, more importantly, not only was that banner clicked, but did it generate a sale? And so here I can see that I have 3 publishers using this particular banner. I can see over this period of time, 412 impressions, meaning 412 people viewed the banner and I received 1 click on it. So you can get some in-depth detail about your different marketing materials and how they're performing. Okay, you can also see what publishers are using them. Okay, so the key here is you want to be able to communicate with your publishers, give them the promotional material that they need to promote your product. Now, you could set up, specifically, you could set up a unique banner for a publisher, or you could set up a banner for a group of publishers. That's where the group comes in. So you have some options here. And then as a best practice, what I would try and do, as you can see here, is come up with different banner sizes. So you can see here, we got a 728 by 90. Okay, you got a 160 by 600. You got a 300 by 250. Okay, so you want to have different banner sizes, and you also want to mix in some text ads as well. Okay, you want to be able to give your publishers some options in terms of what to use on their websites. So that's the whole idea, because a publisher may not have space on the homepage. They may only have enough space for, a text ad or a 300 by 250. So you want to be able to mix it up, and then also mix up the messaging as well. So you can have the same 300 250 banner, but you can have different messaging. Just like you see here, 300 by 250, got this messaging here, and we got a different set of messaging with the same banner size. So the more options you present for yourself, the more of an opportunity you have for the publisher to use that messaging, that banner, that text ad on their website, and then that gives you a better opportunity to get the click, get the conversion that you seek out. So that is links. So you want to be able to continue to push out different banners and text ads. Now, CJ also has a great feature in here. If you're selling a lot of products, you have a large inventory of products, you could actually upload a product feed to CJ. So you can see in this example, we don't, but if you did, let's just say you have 100 products that you want to sell, you can go ahead and upload that feed to CJ, and then the publisher will be able to use that entirety of the feed, or pick and choose different products to use and sell. So let's jump over to reports. In CJ, you have reports. So this is really the bulk of where you want to be spending your time, because you want to be able to not only recruit those publishers, but after you recruit them, you want to be able to see the performance. How are things moving? Are publishers moving product? Are they generating clicks? Are they selling your product? So go no further than reports. Right here at the top navigation, we're going to click on performance reports. And so we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling our product? And here you can see over the last 30 days, you can see how much commission was paid out. Remember, CJ gets a fee. They're the broker. Okay, so that's part of the program terms. Okay, so it's based on program terms. Who's selling? Okay, what program term are they associated with? CJ gets their commission. Okay, so you can see the total commission and then the sale amount. Okay, so we can see how many sales were generated, how many items were sold, how many clicks were generated, how many impressions. So I can get a good sense here, day by day, over who's selling, who's not selling. And it's all broken down at the very end to earnings per click. So that's my performance report. So we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling? Now, I can go into detail. If I click on transaction here from the pull down menu, I can look at a specific order. I can choose a specific publisher or website, and I can get details about that specific order, publisher, website, etc. Just by choosing transaction. So I can get really granular about the data I see for a specific transaction. That's just by clicking reports transaction. Now, you can also click on promo codes, and if you're running any promo codes for your publishers, you'll be able to see how many conversions those promo codes delivered and the total sale amount over the last 30 days. So building a network is all about recruiting the right publishers, giving them the materials they need, measuring the performance of the publishers, and then communicating. It's just so key. So CJ has a nice message center built in, so you can actually look at the messages you're getting from your publishers and turn around and communicate with them. So communicate seamlessly and efficiently right in CJ here. So I just clicked on mail and we can see the messages we have. So you can also click on email campaigns, and if you have any email campaigns that you want to run, you can look at them right here in CJ. So CJ offers up some email campaigns, then we can see how many people we targeted, how many people opened it, and how many people joined, in this case, joined our network. So here we have, a breakdown of each of the email campaigns that we've run over a period of time and their status and how many people we're targeting and opens, deliveries, etc. So if you want to run an email campaign right in CJ, it's available to you as part of the platform. So if we move over from mail to placements, we have an opportunity to place some promotional material on a publisher's website. And so here we could see a breakdown of different publishers who basically will offer up some promotional material that we can leverage. Okay, so here you got this particular promotional placement. It's a 1-month placement and review page with your ad. So we can actually, take advantage of what publishers are offering up on their own website. So the whole idea here is if it's in a prime position on their website, then we can take advantage of that. So then what we want to be able to do is if we like what they're offering up, you can see, hey, this particular publisher saying, hey, I have a creative, the placement is a homepage banner or full page review. Provide an email with a copy of the ad that you'd like to be displayed, and we're going to email this person here. So if we want to take advantage of a specific promotional placement on a publisher's website, then we can do that just by clicking on placements, and we'll be able to see who's offering up what. Notice there's a fee involved, so it just gives you an opportunity to reward a publisher that's performing well for you, and if they turn around and offer you a better placement for a little bit more money, it might be worth it. So the whole idea is to take advantage of placements, because if your product isn't placed properly, then nobody's going to see it. If nobody sees it, then they're not going to click on it, and then you're not going to get sales. So that's the whole idea here. is take advantage of what publishers are offering up in terms of promotional opportunities. So CJ also has a pay per call model as well, pay model. So basically your pay per performance is based on calls. So basically the whole point here is, as CJ points out, you want to promote more high ticket and consultative products and services. You want to expand your reach and you want to get more qualified sales. Then you can offer up a pay per call. And the beauty here is CJ tracks the calls. So you will be able to see the actual phone number and calls. So instead of offering up, say, banner with a click, you can offer up, promotional number and have CJ track the calls from the publisher. And that just opens up another opportunity for you to give your publishers an option to have people call. If they call, then great. It's another way for somebody to get in touch and purchase the product. So the pay-per-call method is available under CJ as well. So if we want to get more insights about how our program is performing, we just click on the insights. CJ is going to take us to this overview, this dashboard, if you will, with some really good data based on a time frame, okay? So we're comparing July of 19 through July of 2018. We're able to see revenue and commissions paid out and how many clicks, average order value. So there's kind of an overview dashboard, if you will, about how our overall program is performing. There are other similar tools and resources to include, Max Bounty, Trade Doubler, Amazon Associates. There's plenty of networks out there. You want to find a network where you're going to have affiliates that are going to be passionate and going to be relevant and have the prospective audience that you need to sell your product. So do your due diligence on the number of different platforms out there. So what's the process of affiliate marketing? So the process is really setting up rules, guidelines, specifications around branding, commissions, etc. for the affiliates. So that's really step 2. Step 1 is you got to find that network. Step 2, you got to then establish the process within that network, within that affiliate network. And so the merchant provides specifications such as, hey, here's what type of creative I want to use. It could be a banner, it could be just a text ad, it could be a video. And we want to be able to specify the messaging in that ad. We want to specify the specific parameters around the image. What size image are we going to use? Okay, we want to specify the landing page or the link we're going to send people to. And then most important, within that affiliate network, the merchant is going to set the commission. And so you can have multiple incentives. So remember, you can incentivize based on email signups or registrations, okay? Not just sales. So you could set the commission at, say, 5% for email signups and 15% for sales. So you could specify what kind of creative and text you want the affiliate to use. So this is really important because if you're pushing a product like a camera or some type of electronic gadget, you can also specify what promotion you want that affiliate to use. You could specify the call to action. Again, you could specify the image specifications, the price point, the language in the ad. So as the merchant, you're in total control over what creative and text you want the affiliate to use. So John is going to state further, the commission that each affiliate we receive is also mentioned. So let's look at the scenario where an affiliate receives 15% commission for each product purchased through a referral code. So 15% commission. So the customer clicks on a referral link from the affiliate's website. The customer buys the product for, let's just say, $27.97. Well, 15% of that is $4.20. So the affiliate will get a commission of $4.20. So as the merchant, you have to be able to set that commission appropriately. You don't want to give 100% commission away. You don't want to give 50%. You want to set a commission that's going to incentivize the affiliate so that it's a win-win situation. You're getting a sale, affiliate's getting the commission, the customer's happy with the product, and everybody comes away with an ecosystem that works for all parties. So what is the process of affiliate marketing? Well, affiliates apply to advertise on your behalf. Okay, so that's the third step here. So first step, choose that network. Second step, set up all the guidelines. Third step, really, affiliates are going to apply and say, look, merchant, I want to sell your product on my website. So John, take it away, John. Well, affiliates can contact you through the affiliate network. That's the whole point of the network. Or through a page you have set up on your website, specifically for affiliates. So really, there's two ways for affiliates to reach out to you, through the network or directly through your website. Either way, we're trying to get affiliates who are going to be passionate about selling our product for the commission we're offering. So if you look here, at the bottom, you may see a link that says, hey, if you're interested in our affiliate program, click on the affiliate program link. And from there, you're going to be able to see all the details about how to become an affiliate. So that's an example of what you can do on your website if you have an affiliate network. So the last step in all this is to select the affiliates that are best suited for your brand. So when you set up that network, you set up all the guidelines, you're offering a great commission, it's a win-win scenario, then you're going to have all these affiliates apply to sell your product. You're the one in control, you're the merchant, you're representing the brand. You need to pick and choose the affiliate that's best suited for your brand. This is probably the most important step. You want to get your product out there on the website that is best suited to position your product to your prospective audience. So, John, take it away. Well, you could select an affiliate from the ones that have applied for your affiliate program. This can be based on a number of factors. One, how much traffic the affiliate website gets. We want to choose an affiliate that gets a lot of traffic. You don't want to choose an affiliate that gets very minimal traffic. What's the point? You want to get your product out there in front of people. The second criteria is how successful is his or her previous affiliate campaigns? Were they successful in selling other merchants' products? Do they have a good track record? Were they good affiliates? And then third criteria is the most important. Is that affiliate okay with the commission offered? Now, you can always go back and renegotiate a higher commission for those that have been or proven to be successful in the past at selling products, or you can renegotiate the commission for affiliates who have proven to sell your product. So, for example, if you have 100 affiliates selling your product and you have 10 of those who have proven to be really good affiliates for you, then you can go ahead and give them a raise, so to speak. So instead of 15% commission, you can bump it up to 20%. So you can create a whole new commission agreement for quote unquote best affiliates. And likewise on the flip side, well, if an affiliate is not selling your product, then you probably don't want him or her hanging around. You probably want to try and see if you can incentivize them. And if you can't incentivize them, then the affiliate network is there to broker not only the agreement, but separate the agreement as well. So you could certainly get rid of affiliates who don't perform, but you can incentivize affiliates who do perform. But really it comes down to, first, do they have a good track record? Do they get traffic? And are they okay with the commission you're setting forth? So consumers click on the ad or link, which sends the users to the merchant's website. So they're going to the merchant's website from the affiliate website. The see it call to action will direct you to a page where you can buy, for example, in this case, software. So we're buying software here. And you can see here from the software, we could choose what we want, the full version. We're going to go for the full version. We're going to go through the checkout here. We're going to click on buy now after we've entered in all of our details. So it's almost seamless from the affiliate's website to the merchant's website or landing page, all the way through the checkout process. And remember, the affiliate network is the one tracking all this behavior. So as the person goes from the affiliate's website to the merchant's shopping cart, the affiliate network is tracking the entire behavior. So after the customer makes a purchase on that merchant's website, the affiliate network records the details of his or her transaction. This is important because the affiliate network records it. They're the ones that are going to calculate how much commission gets paid out to the affiliate. So again, if it's that $27.97 product, 15% commission, then the affiliate network's going to make sure that that affiliate gets his or her commission of $4.20. Okay, so the transaction is validated and credited to the affiliate. Okay, so this is all recorded in the affiliate network that you choose, whether that be Commission Junction, CJ, or something else. Okay, the affiliate is then paid his or her commission. Once they're paid, it's almost seamless. Nothing is stopped, nothing is halted, nothing's paused. That affiliate's just going to keep on promoting that merchant's product. The more that affiliate's incentivized with commissions, I guarantee the more that affiliate's going to want to push the merchant's product because they know they're getting sales by that particular merchant's product, by that merchant. So it's a win-win situation. The merchant's getting his or her product sold as a result of these affiliates' websites. The affiliate is getting commission via the affiliate network thanks to the merchant's product. So it's a win combination. And it's a successful combination. So affiliate marketing to me is equivalent to an ecosystem that creates a win-win environment. You, the merchant's getting your product out there. Hey, the affiliate's getting an opportunity to make some money. So John, what do you have to say? Well, the whole process repeats itself. It doesn't stop. So you as the merchant, you got to keep finding affiliates. And on the affiliate side, hey, you're going to offer up that product to keep getting incentivized with commissions. So it's a constant process that just continues to recycle itself so that everybody continues to win. So some of the advantages of being able to select an affiliate that's relevant to your brand are: 1, you could choose an affiliate best suited to represent your brand and products. Okay, that's important. You want to choose a relevant affiliate. 2, you only need to pay commission if a conversion takes place. Okay, that's the great thing about it. No conversion, no sale, no commission. Now again, you can offer up other incentives like registrations and emails, so that way you're getting something and the affiliate's getting something in return. Maybe a lower commission, but they're still getting something in return. Okay, the affiliate's audience are more likely to be interested in your product. If it's relevant, the affiliate's relevant to your product, then chances are the audience is going to be interested in your product on the affiliate's website. So the system works on a semi-automatic basis. The more commissions the affiliate gets, the more they push your product, the more sales you get. You get sales, affiliate gets commissions, everybody wins. Process just keeps going.
In this session, we'll be covering some of the most important marketing books for entrepreneurs. Digital marketing is a field that will probably never go out of style. And thanks to this, there's always going to be people searching for new innovations and techniques to make the process easier. Which means that alongside courses, tutorials and your own work experience, you will need a little more to bring about true innovation. That's where marketing book comes in. So, let's ask the most important question probably on your mind. Why should I be reading these books? The marketing books that we are going to talk about here and the marketing books in general are a collection of data and experiences from Goliaths within the industry. These books provide a window to the time period they were written in and help you understand how marketing is still in some ways extremely similar to how things were back then, albeit with more technology nowadays. You will also soon see that the books that we revere the most when it comes to marketing are the ones that were written in the period of the early 60s to 90s. An era where the lives we live now would have been impossible to imagine. That's what makes these books so special. The time period and some of the methods may have changed, but the concepts and rules covered in these books have stood the test of time and are timeless. Let's now start with number 12, Contagious by Jenna Berger. A New York Times bestseller, this book is perfect for someone looking to understand how to spread ideas, increase brand awareness, or even to grow their customer base. It goes on to explain why certain ideas, products, and stories get shared and grow in popularity, why only certain emails and videos get forwarded, and much more. Contagious also goes into detail about the 6 basic principles that contribute to content becoming viral or contagious, from products, initiatives, YouTube videos, and more. It also provides actionable and specific techniques to spread information, designing messages, and more. Now, Chana Burger. He's a marketing professor at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. He's an expert in concepts like word of mouth, how consumer behavior can be influenced, how stories, ideas, and products catch on, and much more. He's also been a keynote speaker in several prominent events and consults companies like Google, Apple, Nike, and more. Now, let's have a look at number 11, Hooked by Nirayal. This book, called A Critical Work in the Field of Psychological Marketing, is one that delves into how habit-forming products can be built. Years of analyzing startups have led Nir to understand the customers can be influenced. This led to the creation of the Hook model. This book talks about how the Hook model, which is a 4-step process, can enable companies to subtly encourage particular customer behavior. It also provides practical insights into how the hook can be used to create user habits that will get them further hooked onto your product. The book also provides steps to create such a product. Finally, the book also provides examples as to how companies like iPhone, Twitter, and Pinterest hook their users. Now, let's talk about Nirayal. Starting off his career in the gaming and advertising industry, Nir created different techniques through which he could motivate and manipulate users. He also helps create behaviors that can benefit users while educating people to build healthy habits. He is also an active angel investor in companies like Canva, Everbright, Kahoot, and more. Now, for number 10, we have The Conversion Code by Chris Smith. This book, recommended by digital marketing guru Neil Patel, is one that focuses on helping users to increase sales in this internet-driven era. It guides users on tips to perform online lead generation and inside sales. It also details the many ways companies can engage with their consumers, be it media, mobile apps, and blogs, and how to be effective at it. The book also focuses on leveraging the strengths of social media, apps, and blogs to capture more leads for less money. Like I mentioned earlier, the main focus in this book is to convert more internet leads into real-world prospects and sales appointments. Let's now talk about Chris Smith. He's a best-selling author and co-founder of a blog called Curator, which is a social media, digital marketing, and coaching company. His work has been featured in a number of major publications like Adweek and Forbes. He's also an in-demand keynote speaker and is often on real estate industry lists as one of the most influential people within the industry. Next up, number 9, Designing Brand Entity by Alina Wheeler. Called a comprehensive, pragmatic, and easy to understand resource for brand builders by the global brand leader of Deloitte, this book mainly focuses on the fundamentals, processes, and case studies behind creating a brand. It covers more than 100 branding subjects, checklists, tools, and diagrams. The book also acts as a compendium for tools that can make the branding process a success and some of the best practices that will get you some inspiration. The book also has 50 case studies describing goals, processes, strategies, solutions, and results. Now, let's talk about the author Alina Wheeler. Alina Wheeler is a prominent speaker who guides teams with everything brand related, from brand fundamentals, processes, best practices, and much more. She's also been coaching business leaders and design consultancies and has worked with more than 100 companies within the private and public sector. Now, let's go to number 8. Get Scrappy by Nick Westergaard. Called a digital marketing bible by Publishers Weekly, this book helps smaller companies with lesser resources to develop powerhouse results. It also aims to help teams to think like underdogs and to leverage the right social networks and the appropriate digital marketing tools, and to effectively reach people. It also focuses on integrating the marketing strategy across touch points, for a unified brand experience both online and off. Now let's talk about the author Nick Westergaard. Nick has helped brands grow from small businesses, Fortune 500 companies to President Obama's Jobs Council. He is also a regular contributor to the Harvard Business Review, US News and World Report, Entrepreneur, Forbes, Mashable, and more. He is also a member of the boards of the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the Iowa City Area Chamber of Commerce and Film Scene. Next, we have number 7. How to Win Friends and Influence People in the Digital Age by Dale Carnegie. Published in 1936. The book has been number 8 on the list of the top checkouts of all time by the New York Public Library. Despite its age, the many concepts are still relevant and have been updated to fit modern requirements. The book lays out powerful and timeless principles of human communications that have impacted millions. The essentials of engagement, affirming what's good, connecting with core desires and other concepts are elaborated on. The book also explains how to make a lasting impression, to merit and maintain trust, and how to lead change. Now, let's talk about Dale Carnegie. He's a writer and lecturer and the developer of courses dealing with self-improvement, salesmanship, corporate training, public speaking, interpersonal skills, and much more. By the time of Carnegie's death in 1955, his book had sold 5 million copies in 31 languages, and there had been 450,000 graduates of his Dale Carnegie Institute. Now for number 6, Positioning by Al Ries and Jack Trout. This book, released in 2001, called one of the most popular marketing books ever released, still keeps up with the current marketing landscape. It details how brands can make their product an industry leader. It explains strategies that can capture a large market share and to build their strategies around the competitors' weaknesses. The book also helps to analyze and incorporate data from trends. Now, let's talk about Al Ries and Jack Trout. Al Ries is an author and marketing professional credited with resurrecting the idea of positioning in marketing. Jack Trout was a marketer who was one of the founders and pioneers of marketing warfare theory and positioning theory. Next, for number 5, Epic Content Marketing by Joe Pulizzi. This book, called one of Fortune magazine's top 5 business book must-reads, explains how to attract customers and lead them to your businesses by creating relevant content. The book helps determine what your brand's content niche is and what you need to do to keep their attention. The book can help discover and develop your content marketing mission statement and to set up a process to create and curate content. It also explains how to leverage social media and email channels to create and grow your audience. Now, let's talk about Joe Pulizzi. He's an author and an authority when it comes to content marketing. He founded the Content Marketing Institute and launched several events, one among them being Content Marketing World. He also won the 2014 John Caldwell Lifetime Achievement Award by the Content Council. Next up, we have number 4, Crushing It by Gary Vaynerchuk, a New York Times bestseller. This book helps people build a personal brand and how to achieve their goals. The book explains the many ways social media platforms can be taken advantage of by organizations to make a personal brand for themselves. It provides tricks and tweaks to enhance these strategies. It also provides tactical and theoretical advice on how to become a star on social media and podcast services. It also details examples from real-life scenarios and how they were handled. Let's talk about Gary Vaynerchuk. He's an investor and advisor for several startups across the world. He's also an expert on Fortune 500 companies. He also runs VaynerMedia, a digital marketing agency that helps companies like GE, PepsiCo, Hasbro, the New York Jets, and more. Now for number 3, Ogilvy on Advertising by David Ogilvy. This book, written by David Ogilvy, who was known as the most sought-after wizard in the industry by Time magazine, was released in 1983. This consists of concepts that remain valid to this day. It covers a number of different facets of advertising and covers the 4 foundational principles of advertising. It also covers the author's experiences working with many prominent brands of the era. Let's take a look at David Ogilvy. He was a British advertising tycoon and the founder of Ogilvy and Mather. He was called the father of advertising. He introduced the concept of branding to advertising and focused on the importance of the creative copy and campaign themes. Now, for number 2, The 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing by Al Ries and Jack Trout. This book covers 22 innovative rules that help with understanding and succeeding in an international marketplace. The book provides insight into several concepts that are still relevant today. It also details 22 superlative tools and innovative techniques for the international marketplace. And now, for number 1, Scientific Advertising by Claude C. Hopkins. This book, released in 1923, has been cited as the must-read book by several advertising personalities like David Ogilvy, Gary Halbert, and J. Abraham. It's credited with providing the original description for split testing and coupon-based customer tracking and loyalty programs. It also details an advertising approach that ensures reduced losses from unsuccessful ads and gains from profitable ads are multiplied. Now, let's talk about the author Claude C. Hopkins. He was known as an advertising pioneer and was known as a leader in the creation and development of modern-day consumer brand advertising and direct response marketing. He was inducted into the Advertising Hall of Fame in 1957.
Now, let's get started with marketing hacks. First, you need to make personalized messages. One of the most important things you need to make sure of is that you understand your audience. Things like what they expect from your brand, what products they are interested in, what they like, what they don't, and so on. Then, provide concise and understandable content. This content should be of the form that users feel like they have gained something valuable each time they interact with it. You also need to make sure you practice transparency and respect your users' privacy. All of this can be made possible with the help of behavioral segmentation, or dividing your audience into groups based on actions like cart abandonment, repeat purchases, page views without conversation, and so on. Here we have an example from the popular food delivery application Zomato. Now for number 2, using data to drive creatives. The combination of the right ad images and their corresponding copies are now just as important as ad placement and audience targeting. To do it right, you need to use a data-driven approach to the process of creative design. You need to analyze the metrics of the creatives you're using currently, identify what's going wrong and make corrections, or create new designs to address the issues and improve non-performing metrics. In fact, in organizations like Google and Facebook, algorithms are being used to determine what combination of ad copies and creatives can bring the best conversion rates and click-through rates, none of which would be possible without a data-driven approach. Next, for number 3, we have to focus on original research. You need to perform your own research on latest technologies and trends with data represented in a creative manner, like with the help of graphics. Some of the biggest advantages of having your own proprietary data enables you to provide data in a unique angle and makes it easy to share. Moreover, with this data being easily shareable, this improves the number of backlinks generated from high-authority websites,
It would also net you loads of subscribers. Let's now have a look at number 4. You need to update your content. The content you have already published will over a period of time see a decreasing amount of traffic coming to it, which is why it needs to be updated regularly with simple tweaks and updates to ensure it doesn't decay and is refreshed in Google rankings. Doing this is also significantly cheaper than creating a piece of content from scratch. Updates also help increase organic traffic and to introduce new customers to your website or content. At number 5, we have Perform Guest Blogging. Perform guest blogging by having people with blogs or an audience within your industry create content for you. First off, you can take advantage of their expertise and drive traffic to your website. Moreover, having them to do this introduces their audience to your brand. This brings you new users you can eventually turn into leads and then into customers. Here's an example of a guest blogger for the D-Zone website. Done properly, this can ensure traffic can be driven to your website. Next up at number 6, you need to use video. Videos are now seen to be one of the most successful forms of advertising. So why not capitalize on it? Videos like tutorials, testimonials, and behind-the-scenes footage can improve your relationship with your audience and increase the probability of them investing in your product or services. They also help humanize your brand, adding doses of genuineness to interactions with your audience. On that note, might I suggest you check out our video on digital marketing if you're interested in learning about it. I'll add a link in the live chat. Next up at number 7, you need to perform live streams. Live streams offer you a free form of content that doesn't take too long to create and gives significant amounts of authentic interactions with your audience. Moreover, live streams give you a greater number of impressions than the traditional types of content that you can post. Next up for number 8, making explainer videos. Videos that make complex concepts easier to understand can be of great help to your brand or website. For starters, your content gets a boost from Google thanks to its preference for video content. This content also improves SEO and marketing opportunities for your website. You can take this one step further and even create your own video series that you can put up on YouTube or other learning platforms. Now for number 9, hosting or joining podcasts. Podcasts give you a platform to interact with an audience that can return each week. You could join an existing podcast series or start your own. Each of these methods help improve traffic to your website and increase brand awareness. Involving yourself in established podcasts within the industry will draw audience interest to your brand or product. If the podcaster has a large audience, his or her trust in your brand will become the audience's trust in your brand, thus bringing you a brand new audience that can enjoy your content. Next up, number 10, focusing on local SEO. Prioritizing the Google My Business tool will enable you to manage your brand's online presence alongside maps and search results. By focusing on local SEO, you are making sure your brand is in front and center when users search for related terms in searches. It also helps increase your exposure to local audiences and can increase the number of leads you can gain. Now for number 11, setting up automated email campaigns. Automating email campaigns can reduce the amount of time you spend on the task of manually sending email and increases the number of emails that you can send. This helps you increase the conversion rates. It can also provide you with more customization options, stuff like A/B testing, infographics, time zones, call to action buttons, and much more. Next up, number 12, we have test augmented reality. Augmented reality provides additional personalization that enables greater interactivity from the users. This, by extension, increases their interest in your brand, making them more likely to convert. Augmented reality can also give users the opportunity to preview your product or services, giving them an opportunity to try it before they can actually purchase it. Here we have an example of an AR application through which users could be a part of the launch of the smartphone OnePlus Nord. For number 13, you have to use smart bidding. With smart bidding, Google uses machine learning to analyze your data so that it can optimize your bids in real time. With this, you enable Google to learn from past data to optimize your ad spend. You choose an appropriate bid strategy, see how it works out, and keep optimizing. Finding the right combination can help you acquire leads and convert them into customers. Next up, for number 14, you need to take advantage of your user-generated content. With user-generated contents, you get constant updates from your customers, and this tells Google that your content is updated constantly, thus helping with improving your rankings. Comments and reviews from users can also improve the uniqueness of your content. And finally, at number 15, we have gamification. Gamifying your content with loyalty programs and competitions can greatly improve your audience's engagement with your brand. Gamification also encourages your audience to perform a particular action like liking, sharing, or commenting on content. Here's an example of a rewards program that gives users credits called stars they can use as currency at a number of different locations. The more products you buy from Starbucks, the more stars you will earn.
Now on to number 10, mobile marketing. Before we get on to talking about mobile marketing, let's have a look at some stats related to mobile marketing. First off, mobile devices are used for over 40% of online transactions. Next, we have marketers and advertisers put 51% of their budget into mobile ads. And finally, mobile is responsible for an average of more than 40% of revenue in leading B2B organizations. So what is mobile marketing? Mobile marketing is a digital marketing strategy that started all the way in 1992. Remember SMSs that advertise stuff? That's what mobile marketing started off as. The main objective with mobile marketing is to advertise products and services to a target audience through multiple channels on smartphones, tablets, and other mobile devices. This is done through websites, emails, SMS, social media, in-app notifications, and other applications. So here are key concepts related to mobile marketing. First, we have focusing on the customer and personalized marketing. In mobile marketing, the primary focus is on the customer. Want them to increase brand loyalty? Give customers special offers or show them personalized ads based on their location and purchase history. Basically, by focusing on the customer, it gives them the feeling that the brand is directly interacting with them, and as a result, their loyalty towards the brand greatly increases. Next, we have identifying trends with data. By leveraging data, different trends can be identified. From there, you can create customer profiles, and then with predictive and behavior analysis, you get an understanding of what will better grab the attention of a customer. Then we have testing. Testing provides insights and learnings that would be extremely important to the success of the campaign. For example, say you do an A/B test. With that, you'll get the optimal variant of the two, as well as further understanding of what works and what doesn't. And finally, understanding mobile analytics. Having some experience with mobile analytics with some of the metrics that need to be focused on, like engagement ratio, cost per install, and average revenue per user, are very important for mobile marketing. Experience with mobile analytics tools can also help with insights that would help future decisions and experiments. So if you're interested in getting certified in mobile marketing, you have options like Mobile App Marketing 2020, ASO, Advertising and Monetization by Udemy, and you also have Digital Marketing Specialist certification by Simplilearn. Now let's go to number 9, CRM or Customer Relationship Management.
Here are some interesting stats. It is stated that towards the end of 2019, 86% of customers are willing to pay 25% more for better customer experience. Also, CRM marketing will be worth $73 billion in 2020. Finally, businesses that leverage CRM software see sales increase by 29%, sales productivity increase by 34%, and sales forecast accuracy increase by 42%. Now that we have looked into these stats, let's understand what CRM is all about. CRM is a technology with which an organization's relationships and interactions with existing or potential customers are managed. It's basically a collection of strategies, tools, and technologies, and CRMs aim to develop new customer relationships, retain them, or acquire new ones. Along with that, it also helps companies with sales, marketing, and service management. CRMs mainly store data like purchase history, personal information, and purchasing patterns. So here are a few areas to focus in CRM. First, we have data analytics. CRMs provide a number of different metrics that can be analyzed and whose results can be incorporated into forthcoming campaigns. Now, although what metric you focus on entirely depends on your requirements, here are some of the commonly used metrics. There's customer churn, which is basically customer attrition. There's NPS, which is a measure of how satisfied your customers are. There's customer retention cost and first contact resolution rate, which is the percentage of customer support tickets that get resolved at the first shot. Next, understanding how different CRM tools work. There are loads of options to choose from when it comes to CRMs. There's Salesforce, HubSpot CRM, Zoho CRM, Microsoft Dynamics, and much more. It is really important to have experienced at least the most commonly used ones, since each of them have their own nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. Now let's have a look at some of the certifications. We have options like Salesforce Administrator Certification Training Course by Simplilearn, Dynamics 365 by Microsoft, and finally HubSpot Academy Sales Professional Credential by HubSpot. So now let's go to number 8. At number 8, we have designing. Like usual, let's have a look at some of the stats. Did you know that 32% of marketers say visual images are the most important form of content for their business, with blogging in second? Well, 70% of companies invest in content marketing, which could include visual marketing strategies. So now let's take a closer look at designing. With designing, the objective is to communicate as well as promote the products or services the brand is advertising in a visually appealing manner. Designing goes hand in hand with a great copy though. Even if you had the best looking creative in your ad, it's possible it won't catch on if the copy accompanying it isn't good. You might wonder, what does designing have to do with digital marketing? Plenty actually. If you have an understanding of designing yourself, in the scenario where graphic designers are unable to bring your idea to life, you could do it yourself, deciding for yourself what the content will convey. Not only that, you might be able to provide some insight in the designing of the creative for the ad. Next, let's have a look at key concepts of designing. Firstly, a basic understanding of design philosophies are necessary, which means you need to know about concepts like using attention grabbing and relevant images, the golden point rule, and much more. Then, there needs to be an understanding of tools like Adobe, Photoshop, and After Effects. These are some of the most commonly used tools for creating creatives, and even the basic experience with these software could be extremely useful later on. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. We have certifications like Graphic Design by Coursera, Introduction to Graphic Design by LinkedIn, and Fundamentals of Graphic Design again by Coursera. Next, at number 7, we have listening. Now let's talk about social listening. Social listening is a method through which a brand can learn about what customers are saying about them and the industry online by monitoring digital conversations. The brand's social media channels can track, analyze, and respond to conversations and feedback, improving their relationship with the users who may become potential customers, and thus increasing loyalty of present customers. And it's a proven fact that customers are drawn towards brands that are prompt in response. Now let's have a look at some key concepts. Understanding how different social media platforms work. How is each platform different from the other? Where does most of your audience come from? Which platform is better suited for your content? Those are the questions that need to be answered. Then experience with popular social listening tools like HubSpot and Hootsuite. These platforms can help with a number of different situations like PR crisis, respond to customer complaints, find user-generated content, to obtain competitive intelligence, take suggestions, and much more. Next, at number 6, we have copywriting. First, let's have a look at some stats. It is stated that 64% of B2B marketers outsource their demanding copy needs. Next, it also says that a compelling copy draws 7.8 times more site traffic and produces brand recall, which brings higher engagement rates. Now, let's talk about what is copywriting. Copywriting is an act of creating promotional texts that could be advertised in brochures, notifications, billboards, emails, and so on. The primary objective here is that the written content called copy or sales copy increases brand awareness and persuades individuals to take a particular action, be it signing up to a website, buy a product, and so on. Now let's have a look at some key concepts of copywriting. First, understanding the customers and the competition. So from the customers, several bits of vital information can be obtained, like what kind of writing gets the maximum amount of engagement, what kind they dislike, and much more. Likewise, from the competition, you can find out what kind of writing they have success with, what they are doing better from your brand, and so on. This one goes without saying. But to have success with copywriting, you need to be well versed with grammar and have sufficiently good writing skills. Let's have a look at some certifications now. Here we have the Creative Copywriter Academy. Then we have the IDM Award in Digital Copywriting by the Institute of Data and Marketing. And finally, we have American Writers and Artists Copywriting course. Next up, number 5, email marketing. First, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, in 2019, global email users amounted to 3.9 million. By 2023, this is set to grow to 4.3 billion. Next, it also states that 81% SMBs rely on email as their primary customer acquisition channel and 80% for retention. Next, again by Statista, it states that 49% of consumers would like to receive promotional emails from their favorite brands. So now let's have a look at email marketing. Email marketing is a method for performing digital marketing by using emails to promote products and services to a highly targeted audience. In a way, email marketing could nurture the relationship with your customers or completely drive them away. With email marketing, customers can be communicated with directly with personalized emails, helping them stay updated with items or offers. It also serves a purpose of informing people about your brand or keeping existing customers engaged between purchases. Now let's have a look at key concepts. First, we have focusing on personalization and automation. Emails can be set up in such a way that customers are regularly sent emails on a regular basis to keep in touch with them, inform them about new products, and other forms of engagement. Then we have complying with data privacy rules. Privacy has been the talking point for a while now. Most recently, the GDPR brought about a number of restrictions that have to be adhered to by organizations. So it's absolutely necessary that these privacy guidelines are followed. Or would you rather spend £10 million? Next, experimenting with different kinds of content. Emails can have images, GIFs, or videos attached to them, and each of them can impact your customer base in a different manner depending on their requirements. So different kinds of content need to be experimented with to determine the one that works best for you. And finally, understanding popular tools and metrics. To be successful at email marketing, it is absolutely necessary to be experienced with tools like HubSpot and MailChimp. These platforms come with a number of features like contact segmenting, autoresponders, service and app integration, A/B testing, and much more. Next up, we have certifications. Here we have certifications like HubSpot Academy Email Marketing by HubSpot, then Email and Affiliate Marketing Mastermind by Udemy, and finally Advanced Email Marketing Certification Training by Simplilearn. So now that we have reached midway, I have a question for you guys. What do you guys think is in the number 1 section? Let me know in the live chat. I'd like to know what you guys think. If you enjoy watching informative tech videos like this one, consider subscribing to Simplilearn's channel to stay up to date on the trending technologies and hit the bell icon to never miss an update in the future. Now back to number 4, social media marketing. Before we go in, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, nearly 50% of the world's population uses social media. 73% of marketers believe social media marketing has been somewhat effective or very effective for their business. Lastly, 90.4% of millennials, 77.5% of Generation X, and 48.2% of baby boomers are active social media users. So now let's have a look at social media marketing. Social media marketing involves the usage of social media platforms to build a brand, drive traffic to your website, and increase sales. This helps marketers achieve their marketing and branding goals by creating and sharing content on social media. Activities like text and image updates, video, and other content that can drive engagement. Social media marketing also enables marketers to perform paid advertising. With this, your brand's content like articles, videos, and images are exposed to a high-quality targeted audience. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of social media marketing. First, understanding how to work with different social media platforms is necessary. Every social media platform comes with its own kind of audience, nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. So it's important to have experience with them so that the one that best suits your requirements can be selected. Next, we have monetization. On YouTube, which is also a social media platform, you could monetize your videos to get some income out of them. Other options include affiliate marketing, influencer marketing, events, and much more. Then we have analytics. Experience with social media marketing tools like Buffer and BuzzSumo can help organizations by providing alerts based on keywords, brand names, links, domain, and much more. Among other things, it also tracks competitors and analyzes their content to determine what they are doing better. Then we have knowing your brand's user base and optimizing your content. It's important to understand your brand's user base to determine what they like the most on your social media page and then optimize it. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have Advanced Social Media Certification Training by Simplilearn. Then we have Social Media Marketing on LinkedIn Learning. And finally, Hootsuite Social Marketing Certification by Hootsuite. And now for the top 3. Number 3, pay-per-click or PPC. First, let's have a look at some stats. 33% of people click on paid search ad because it directly answers their search query. It also states that paid ads have a 11.38% CTR on Google. And finally, according to Google, businesses make an average of $2 in income for every $1 they spend in Google Ads. Now let's talk about PPC. It is a form of online advertising in which advertisers spend a certain amount of money each time their advertisement is clicked. This process, if done properly, can drive people to your website without having to get them organically. Search engine marketing is one of the most popular methods to perform PPC. For PPC, most search engines are part of an automated process performed by the search engine to determine how relevant and valid they are to appear in the search engine result page. Now let's have a look at some key concepts of PPC. First, it's important how different search engines and their advertising works. Each of them have their own but somewhat similar rules, prices, restrictions, and so on. Then we have Google Ads, one of the most popular and lucrative players among the search engines. Google Ads provides marketers with a sizable chunk of the internet to advertise to. It is important to properly understand how Google Ads works and how its many features and functionalities can be used efficiently. For more on Google Ads, why don't you check our introductory video on it? I'll link it in the chat. Next, analytics. Different metrics like CPC or cost per click, clicks, click-through rate, and quality score need to be understood so that optimal and well-informed decisions can be made. Finally, we have copywriting and visual design ability. As I mentioned earlier, either of these don't work without the other, which means the experience in both these concepts would be greatly beneficial for the individual and the organization. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. We have Google Ads certifications by Google, then Advanced Pay-Per-Click PPC certification training by Simplilearn, and finally, we have Microsoft and Excellence program by Microsoft. Now for the top two, search engine optimization. Let's first look at some stats. According to Zero Limit Web, on the first page alone, the first 5 organic results account for 67.60% of all the clicks. And according to Google, where to buy plus near me mobile queries have grown by over 200% in the past 2 years. And finally, according to HubSpot, 57% of B2B marketers stated that SEO generates more leads than any other marketing initiative. So what exactly is search engine optimization? Search engine optimization, or SEO, refers to the method adopted by an organization to grow the quality and quantity of website traffic by making it more visible to the users of a particular web search engine. This is possible with the help of organic search results. SEO improves unpaid results and doesn't count traffic obtained from paid ads. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of SEO. Technical SEO. The technical side of SEO, like server-side settings, sitemaps, server response code, rewrites, and so on, will help you take advantage of both page level and server level optimization to ensure they are found by search engines. This, by extension, helps generate traffic and conversions. Next, content marketing. It is important to be well versed in content marketing, as both SEO and content marketing cannot exist without the other. Content marketing provides high quality content and SEO provides the appropriate keywords that would help it get noticed by search engines. Next, link building. The process of search engine optimization can only be successful if there's a combination of both external link building and internal link optimization. One builds links with credible websites and the other performs link optimization on your own properties and social media platforms. Now we have site usability. SEO must focus on good site usability. This is an indication of how objects are placed in your website and if the information provided is useful for the users. It also indicates if the site is easy to use and navigate. Then you need to have experience with tools like Moz and Google Analytics to take appropriate inferences from the data obtained. And finally, we have Google Analytics and Google Webmaster. Google Analytics will help with tracking and reporting website traffic. Google Webmaster will help track your website search performance with the help of Google Search Console and additional resources. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have SEO training course by Moz, which is provided by Udemy, and we have search engine optimization training course by Simplilearn, and finally we have HubSpot SEO training course provided by HubSpot. Finally, number 1, it's data analytics. Data analysis is a process which looks into collecting and organizing data. By doing so, helpful conclusions are drawn. These conclusions can be incorporated into the upcoming campaigns of the organization. The information that is analyzed is collected with the help of analytical and logical reasoning. Here are some key concepts of data analysis. First, understanding popular data analytics tools like Apache Spark, Tableau, and SAS can be greatly helpful in the process of data analysis. Then we have Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a tool that helps businesses analyze their website. It records activities of users visiting your website along with additional information like their age, gender, and interests. This is then sent to the Google Analytics server and then can be used by you to make decisions regarding upcoming campaigns. Then we have data visualization. Data visualization enables data to be translated into a chart, graph, or other visual component. Understanding data visualization would help with understanding data in a quick and clean manner. It enables brands to identify emergent trends and to respond to it quickly. With it, the brand story can also be shared with others thanks to being able to create a narrative with graphics and diagrams. And finally, a clear understanding of data structures, fundamentals, and basic statistics can greatly ease the process of data analysis. Now let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have Introduction to Data Analytics for Business by Coursera. Then we have Data Analyst Masters Program by Simplilearn. And finally, we have MicroMasters Program in Marketing Analytics by edX.
Hey guys, welcome to this video on digital marketing career, jobs, resume, salary, skills, roles and responsibilities. So, without further ado, let's jump right into it. The 21st century has given us many things to be thankful for. From technology to healthcare, our lives have greatly improved for the better. And many of these things wouldn't have been possible without the internet. Not counting about the several ways it has improved our lives, the internet has also made the life of marketers a whole lot easier. Earlier, unless you had lots of money or were very popular, your brand's popularity would be limited to your locality. But thanks to the internet, you can advertise your content to anyone, anywhere in the world. The whole world is now your marketplace. And that is because of digital marketing, which is the process of advertising goods, services, and your brand with the help of digital channels like websites, social media platforms, search engines, and so on. Digital marketing has the following types: search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, affiliate marketing, native advertising, marketing automation, and email marketing. But you might be wondering, who can ensure these digital marketing concepts are incorporated into a brand's marketing campaigns to ensure the best possible output? A digital marketer, of course. So now, let's talk about everything related to a digital marketer. But before we can get started, let's go to a more familiar setting on where a digital marketer belongs and strives: the office. Now, let's start by talking about who is a digital marketer. A digital marketer is someone whose objective is use digital channels like search engines, social media platforms, affiliates, and other opportunities to generate leads and build brand awareness. Everything the digital marketer is aimed at helping the brand grow. But that's not where his or her responsibilities end. A digital marketer is also responsible for developing and managing marketing campaigns. This means that the success of the entire marketing efforts of a brand or an organization entirely depends on how competently a digital marketer develops the marketing campaign. The work doesn't end there though. The digital marketer also needs to manage the campaigns. Next, like we mentioned earlier, he or she needs to acquire leads and drive traffic to the brand's website, taking advantage of the digital channels we mentioned earlier, alongside providing high quality content. The digital marketer also needs to perform competitive analysis and industry benchmarking to understand what kind of content works best within your industry, the kind of content that your competition posts, and what works for them. They're also responsible for using tools like Buffer, Hootsuite, and Sprout Social to measure and optimize marketing campaigns based on data obtained from the tools. And finally, they're responsible for improving brand awareness by advertising the organization's or brand's content on digital marketing channels. Let's now talk about the skills required to become a digital marketer. Now, let's have a look at the different types of digital marketing. There's search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, affiliate marketing, and email marketing. Let's talk about search engine optimization first. Search engine optimization is the process of improving the overall quality and quantity of the organic traffic coming to your website via search engines. With SEO, you're able to attract visitors who would be actually interested in the products or services that your brand is offering without having to pay a single penny. The process of SEO has two parts: on-page and off-page SEO. Let's have a look at each of them in detail. First, let's have a look at on-page SEO. On-page or on-site SEO is a method of search engine optimization that involves the optimization of elements on a website like its content or HTML code to help increase the amount of traffic coming to your website and improve its search engine rankings. It also helps users easily understand what a page is all about and whether or not your page addresses their search query. On-page SEO is possible with the help of keyword research, technical audits, on-site optimizations, and enhanced user experiences. Next, we have off-page SEO. Off-page or off-site SEO refers to actions taken outside your website to affect your rankings in search engine result pages. It involves promotional methods to improve search engine and user perception of your site's popularity, relevance, trustworthiness, and authority. Off-page SEO can also be performed with the help of link building, which is getting other websites to link back to your website. Some of the popular SEO tools are Moz, Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs. Next up, we have content marketing. Content marketing refers to the process of marketing that focuses on creating and sharing valuable, relevant, and consistent content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies to bring the attention of a targeted online audience to the brand's products and services. The process of content marketing involves, firstly, to decide what goal you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. Do you want more subscribers, more conversions, increased leads? That's what you need to decide here. Then, you need to set up buyer personas. A buyer persona is a profile created based on research that represents the target customer that might enjoy your products or services. With this, you can identify the ideal audience that might be interested in your content. Next, you'll need to perform a content audit. It involves taking a look at all the content on your website and assessing its relative strengths and weaknesses in order to prioritize your future marketing activities. Then, you need to choose a content management system of your choosing. There are a number of options available like WordPress, MailChimp, and Squarespace. You will need to keep brainstorming for new forms of content that will attract the attention of new audience. You will need to focus on a particular form of content you want to focus on. And finally, you will need to publish and manage your content. Now, let's talk about popular content marketing tools. There's Buffer, BuzzSumo, FollowerWonk, and Hootsuite. Let's now talk about the next type of digital marketing, that is social media marketing. Social media marketing refers to a form of marketing that involves the usage of social media platforms to connect with your audience, to build your brand, to increase sales, and to drive traffic. You will need to listen to and engage with followers, analyze results, and run social media advertisements. The process of social media marketing involves, like before, you first need to determine what goal you want to achieve. You'll need to determine whether you need increased conversions, email signups, lead generation, or any other marketing goal. At this stage, you'll need to determine what your audience enjoys the most. You'll need to find out which files get the most amount of engagement, likes, or shares. Then, you'll need to research about your competition within your niche. See what kinds of content they post, what content of theirs receives the most engagement from their audience, and how you can make similar content. You will then need to perform a social media audit, through which you can analyze content on your social media profile and understand their strengths and weaknesses to determine what kinds of content you can post. Then, you will need to create an account on a social media platform of your choice, like LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and start creating marketing strategies on how to make the most out of them. You should also take into consideration other brands that have already established themselves in social media for inspiration. You can analyze what kind of content they post and how you can replicate the same. You will then need to create a social media calendar. These are spreadsheets or applications that will enable you to plan your social media posts in advance. You can plan when content will be shared, manage them, and track the deadlines. And finally, you will need to keep testing, evaluating, and making adjustments to your marketing campaigns to finally reach the sweet spot where you have a perfect social media marketing campaign. Here are some of the popular social media marketing tools. There is Hootsuite, TweetDeck, Sprout Social, and Buffer, just to name a few. Next up, let's have a look at search engine marketing. Search engine marketing, or SEM, is a marketing process that involves websites increasing the amount of traffic as well as their visibility on search engine result pages by taking advantage of paid advertising. Let's now take a look at the process of search engine marketing. First off, as usual, is to determine what goal you want to achieve with your SEM campaign. More leads, conversions, subscriptions, you decide. Then, you will need to research what kinds of keywords you want to advertise on. This is a really important decision that carries a lot of monetary weight, as choosing the wrong keywords may have your brand competing against larger ones. In a bidding battle, you have no chance of winning. You will then need to decide on what keywords you want to advertise, and then start bidding on them to ensure that a user sees your ad when they search for that particular keyword. You will need to set up a headline for your ad campaigns, as a well-written headline for your ad can make the difference between a potential customer coming to your website and buying your products and then being completely turned off by your brand. You will need to monitor your campaigns and measure how well you're doing so that you can make the appropriate adjustments. And finally, you will need to make sure you make regular optimizations and adjustments based on the data you've collected and retarget potential customers to renew their interest in your brand. Some popular search engine marketing tools are Google Ads, Facebook Ads Manager, AdRoll, and Binge Ads, just to name a few. Next up, let's take a look at affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is the process of paying an affiliate, who could be a particular website or other entity, to advertise a merchant's products. The affiliate usually promotes the product and earns a commission for each sale they make. This is usually done using referrals, via registrations, email sign-ups, conversions, and subscriptions. Here's the process of affiliate marketing. First, you will need to decide the affiliate network you want to choose. The affiliate network is like a favor for both merchants and affiliates. Here, a merchant gets to decide which affiliate they want to work with and vice versa. As a merchant, you will need to set up specific rules, guidelines, image specifications, commission costs, and other details that an affiliate needs to accept before they can apply to advertise for you. After this, affiliates apply to advertise on the merchant's behalf. The merchants decide which affiliate they want to go with and would be the best representation of their brand. Now, once an affiliate has been selected, he or she places ads on their website or the platform of their choosing, advertising the merchant's products. Interested customers then click on these ads and are sent to the merchant's website. If customers make a purchase, the affiliate network makes a note of it. The transaction is then validated and credited to the affiliate. And finally, the affiliate is given his or her commission, and likewise the process repeats itself. Here are some of the popular affiliate marketing tools. We have CJ Affiliate, Volume, Awin, and has offers, just name a few again. Now, we are having a look at the last type of digital marketing, and that is email marketing. Email marketing is the process of using personalized emails to convert prospective users into potential customers. Here's the process of email marketing. First, you decide on what goal you want to achieve with your email marketing campaign. Then, you decide what kind of emails you want to send. Is it a welcome email, a newsletter, a lead nurturing email, a re-engagement email? That's what you've got to decide here. Next, you can choose an email marketing tool of your choosing. These tools can help you with templates for emails, create email lists, track performance, and do much more. You will then need to attract users with a reason to subscribe to your emails, with attractive opt-in advantages like exclusive access to sales, discounts, and so on. You will need to plan emails and their respective follow-ups with an email calendar. You will also need to create an attractive subject line and copy that will attract the attention of potential customers. But the job isn't done. After creating an attractive subject line and copy, your email also has to have an attractive design. And finally, you will need to perform A or B tests and use analytics to measure how well your campaign is doing. Based on this, you can make the appropriate adjustments to make sure the upcoming campaigns are a success. Some popular email marketing tools are MailChimp, HubSpot, Sendinblue, and Marketo, just to name a few. Now, let's take a look at some digital marketer careers. Here are some of the most popular job roles you can have. We'll be talking about the salaries of these job roles, courtesy of Glassdoor. First, we have Digital Marketing Manager. A digital marketing manager earns approximately $75,000 per annum in the US. In India, he or she can earn approximately 7 lakh rupees per annum. Next, we have SEO Manager. In the United States, an SEO manager earns approximately $62,000 per annum, whereas in India, an SEO manager earns approximately 5 lakhs per annum. Then we have Search Engine Marketing or PPC Expert. A PPC expert in the US earns approximately $74,000 per annum, whereas in India, a PPC expert can earn approximately 4 lakh rupees per annum. Next up, we have the Social Media Manager. In the US, A social media manager earns approximately $50,000 per annum. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakhs per annum. And finally, we have the content marketing manager. A content marketing manager can earn approximately $65,000 in the United States. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakh rupees per annum. Let's have a look at a sample digital marketer resume. First off, you start off with the usuals like name, address, and the other stuff. Following this, you will need to add a brief summary of your years of experience and the different important skills you have experience with. In this case, this person has 2 years of experience in just about every important type of digital marketing. Your summary can vary based on the job role you're looking for. You give them links to your socials and then add experience. This is the part where you can highlight your achievements during your years of work. Here, you can see how this person has brought growth in just about every channel he's gotten into. The most important part to remember here is that the stuff you add here must be quantitative, with actual stats about how your work brought growth to your organization. Again, depending on the job role you're applying for, you can choose to elaborate on some of your achievements over others. Then, you can cover the different tools you've got experience with. Make sure you add relevant tools related to this job role you're looking for. For example, for the role of a SEM expert, having experience with Google Ads and Google Analytics is mandatory, so that has to be a part of this list. You can add concise details about your education and then talk about the courses you've completed. Having completed the right courses can have a significant impact on your hireability. So, how can Simplilearn help you? Here's how. Here are some of the advantages of taking Simplilearn's course. Simplilearn's Job Assist, access to more than 45 projects, access to tools worth more than $500, get OMCP certified, master concepts of SEO, email marketing, mobile marketing, PPC, web analytics, social media marketing, and so much more.
Thank you for joining, and today we're going to cover digital marketing interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So we broke out a few questions and answers in different categories. A lot of you are going to be interviewing for some jobs out there, and some of the jobs may be an SEO manager or search engine marketing manager or email marketing manager or content marketing manager or social media manager. So we broke up those questions into those areas. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with SEO. We're going to go through some questions, and I'm going to explain the answers to those questions. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. So let's get started. We're going to start with SEO, search engine optimization. We're going to go through a series of questions, and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no-follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we can put a no-follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control, if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So Just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a no-follow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay. So here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the key word here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page, let's just say you built a new website with new URLs, you want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow. Because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant, and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So the whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? This is a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook, go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. A lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I could tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot, and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6, list down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search. Because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay? You also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there like Yelp, for example, or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp. And then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content, getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have 2 different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this 3, I would always go with the canonical tags because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You could simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really, I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. We mean by optimizing, minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting and redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile, and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here. Or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use Page Speed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed. And if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load or your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have 2 tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one Page Speed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific with the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic. You just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is, it's like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to non-index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website and I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. Trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just a recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house. Think of it that way. Okay, so those are our questions for SEO. Again, if you have any additional questions, or if there are other questions maybe you've been asked in an SEO interview, then go ahead and add them to the comments section below. We'd love to hear from you. Now we're going to turn our attention to search engine marketing. So let's turn our full attention to search engine marketing. So we're moving away from SEO and over to pay-per-click. And so you really have to know your stuff here. You really do. So a lot of the questions we're going to ask are going to be centered around Google Ads, formerly known as Google AdWords. And so if you're familiar with Google Ads, the platform, then you should have no problems whatsoever answering these questions. But that's why we're here and that's why you're watching. So if there's anything you want to add to any of these questions, as a reminder, feel free to comment under the video. And so right out of the gate, question 11, what is ad scheduling? So ad scheduling is a feature in Google Ads. And really all it does is allow you, the advertiser, to set up certain hours or days you want your ads to show. It's as simple as that. So if you have a customer that you're running ads for on Google search, and let's just say they have a restaurant and they're closed during certain hours of the week, then you can go into the ad scheduler and schedule your ads to not show when they're closed, as an example, okay? Because if somebody calls and they're not there to answer the phone, then it's not going to be good for the restaurant or you, the advertiser. And so that's why they have the ad scheduling. So it ensures your ads are not running when they're performing poorly. Let's just say you're running a business and you just don't get that much traffic during the weekends. Well, you can go in and adjust accordingly. It also is there to make sure you can serve your customers when you do have limited client service hours. So let's just say you have a customer service team that's going to answer phones for a couple hours a day. Well, again, you can schedule your ads to show during those couple of hours a day. And then really what it comes down to is you're making sure you can satisfy customer demand and supply. And so that means showing your ads when you can best fulfill the customer's needs. Okay, and so that's really what it's all about. And that's what ad scheduling is. So take advantage of ad scheduling. Schedule it according to the business hours, schedule according to how they can best serve the customer, schedule the ads when it's performing best. And don't schedule the ads when you know you're going to have poor performance. Okay, so next question. What are the different ad formats available on Google Ads? It's a trick question because it really does come down to what network you're advertising on. So Google has two networks, the search network and the display network. Okay, so on the search network, there's only one ad format, and that's text. Okay, so Google recently changed the format of the text ads. Now they're called expanded text ads. So here you can see you can have up to 3 headlines and 2 description lines. And then you can also have ad extensions. And so you can see here underneath the ad, you have what they call site links. So shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site links to specific pages on the site. So text ads are available only on the search network, but they're also available on the display network as well. Then you have responsive display ads. Now, responsive display ads are only on Google's display network. Okay, so here you could see some samples of responsive display ads. And these ads adjust their size and format depending on the space available. So again, you could have text ads or you can have display ads. Now, display ads, again, come in different sizes. So you can create ads for a variety of different sizes. For example, 250 by 250 or 468 by 60. So those are some of the different ad types. There's a plethora of different ad sizes you can choose. However, your ad's not going to show on a website if they don't have that particular size available. So it's always best practice to create different ads, but create ads in different sizes as well. Okay, and then have a backup text ad as well, just in case the site doesn't even display a display ad for you or serve up a display ad. So you can have a text ad as a backup. Okay, so lots of different ad sizes, but this is the second ad format, and that's responsive display. And again, the responsive part is Google will automatically show the ad that's best performing based on a series of headlines, descriptions, and images that you provide Google. And so the responsive part is, hey, if this combination of headline, description, and image work best, meaning it has the best click-through rate, then Google's going to serve up that ad. So that's why they call it responsive. So obviously you can have just an image ad that's not responsive. Again, across different ad sizes. They could be, again, 250 by 250, 300 by 300, 468 by 60. There's a number of different sizes. Google can provide you that information. But the one thing to note here is that when you do create an image ad, it could be JPEG, it could be interactive, or it could be static. So different types of image ad formats, like PNG, for example, or it could be a static, or it could be interactive. So definitely take advantage of the different opportunities, meaning a static ad versus an interactive ad. You may want to have two variations of that so you could see which one works best. Okay, there's also app promotion ads. So these ads are used to drive app downloads. So you're going to have to set up a campaign accordingly. Okay, but here you can see this is what it looks like with a call to action. So it allows you to go ahead and click and install that app. So that's an app promotion. Again, if you have an app and you want to promote it, you can use this type of ad format to align with a campaign that's driving traffic to download your app. Okay, and of course you have video ads. Well, Google owns YouTube. And so if you have videos, you have the opportunity to advertise on YouTube. Okay, so these ads can be standalone or inserted into other streaming video content. And so to me, video ads work well with specific strategies. And what's one strategy you would use a video ad for? Brand awareness or education, explainer videos. And so YouTube allows you, the advertiser, the opportunity to get your ad, your service, your product in front of a lot of eyeballs. So that's the beauty of video ads. They attract a lot of eyeballs and definitely help with the strategy of, say, brand awareness. Okay, another ad format, going back to the search network, is shopping ads. So if you sell shoes, then you may want to think about having a campaign for shopping. So shopping ads work with Google Merchant. So Google Merchant is another Google product, and basically Google Merchant allows you to manage your inventory. So if you have 100 different types of shoes that you're selling, you can upload your inventory to Google Merchant, connects and talks to Google Ads. So basically what you're doing, you're setting up your campaign in Google Ads and connecting your inventory from Google Merchant to Google Ads. And so the great thing about the shopping campaign is it puts your product front and center. It puts the price, it puts any promotion that you have, and it puts the brand all front and center. So when somebody does type in, let's just say lime green sneakers or women's sneakers, and this particular shoe shows up here, the third one from the left, then somebody's going to see it's from the United Colors of Benetton. It's a woman's shoe. It's on Amazon and it costs $45. So the great thing about shopping ads is if somebody's interested, they're going to click. Okay, if somebody's not interested, say, well, it's a little bit more expensive. I can get something similar, another shoe on Amazon for less. Okay, they're probably going to click on that particular ad. So again, the great thing about shopping ads, put your product front and center with any promotion, the price, the brand. So if somebody clicks on it, then they're probably serious buyers. Okay, so that's the beauty of shopping ads. It allows you to get your product out there, and on the search network, it's a cost per click. So you're only paying for the click. So if somebody looks at it but doesn't click, you're not paying for that. So that's the beauty of shopping ads. And so you can showcase your shopping ads. So these ads have an image and a description that expand when clicked. So you can provide more information, more product and store information as well. You also have call-only ads. Okay, so call-only ads are enabled to users to connect with your business directly using the phone number provided. Okay, so it allows somebody on a mobile phone who, in this example, is searching for drywall repair. Well, if you're in the business of drywall repair, you can have your ad show up on mobile with a phone number, and somebody can easily click on that phone number and just call you directly. Now, the way call-only ads work is you're still getting charged for the click. Okay, so anytime somebody clicks and calls, you're going to get charged. And you're going to get charged just as you would if somebody clicked on your ad. So it works the same way. So it's a cost per click. Again, this is on search. So search is cost per click. And the beauty about call only is, again, you can track the calls right in Google Ads. So you can have Google Ads track how many people click on the number, and you can even count those calls as conversions if they meet a certain criteria. For example, the criteria is somebody talks to you for a minimum of 60 seconds or 1 minute. Then Google will count that as a conversion. So you can monitor calls right in Google Ads, and it's a cost per click model, so you can actually see what the average cost per click is. So moving on, question 13. Okay, what is RLSA and how does it work? Well, RLSA stands for Remarketing List for Search Ads. So if you're familiar with remarketing on display, it's similar. They just call it RLSA. Okay, so it enables you, the advertiser, to customize your ads for people who have visited your site, just like a typical remarketing campaign. Okay, so you can tailor your bids and ads to these visitors when they're searching on Google and search partner sites. Okay, so there are two basic strategies for using RLSA. Okay, so you can optimize bids for existing keywords for visitors, or you can bid on keywords that you don't normally bid on, just for people who recently visited your site or converted on your site. The key here is you're the one that's picking the customer. You're the one that's enabling the list. If you're trying to target people who went to your site and didn't convert, well, you could certainly optimize your bids for existing keywords for people who went to your site and didn't convert, or you could set up a whole new campaign for RLSA and have a different set of keywords with a different ad, because you know who you're talking to. You're talking to somebody who's already been to your site. They know your brand. They just didn't purchase. And so this all happens on the search network. And that's the beauty of remarketing is, one, you know who your audience is because you're the one establishing that audience. And two, you're the one creating the ad, so you can talk directly to that audience when they see your ad again, in this case, on search. So that's RLSA, Remarketing List for Search Ads. I recommend pretty much any industry, any client, any customer run remarketing lists for search advertising and remarketing for display. So those are two key campaigns you should always recommend running to a client because, one, again, you're defining the audience. Two, you're the one that's talking directly to the audience because you know who the audience is. And three, if they see the ad and they click on it, again, because it's cost per click, then the chances of them converting are going to be higher because they've already been to your website. They know who you are. And so if they click on your ad again, then they must be interested. So those are all the benefits of running an RLSA campaign. Okay, so number 14, what types of audiences can be used in GDN, Google's display network? So a lot of different audiences here. Okay, so let's go through them. So you have affinity audiences. So basically, affinity audiences are basically what are people's interests and habits. What do they have an affinity for? Are there food sites, travel sites, shopping sites, fashion? Okay, so that's what affinity really relates to. Okay, then you have in-market, custom intent, life events. These are what they're researching or planning for. So again, it could be travel, it can be finance, etc. Okay, you have remarketing. We just went over that with the remarketing list for search advertising, RLSA. And so with the remarketing, it's an audience that has interacted with your website. So they either came from mobile and didn't convert, or female came from mobile and didn't convert. So you're the one defining the audience there. You also have a similar audience. So this is what Google creates on your behalf. So these are users with a similar interest to your site visitors. So Google is monitoring the type of traffic that's coming to your site, and based on that traffic, they're going to create a similar audience. And then you have a custom match. So what you know about your customers' activities, basically. So these are all the different audience types, and you can see the different types of ads available. Okay, so notice the far right column, video ads. So video ads are available to every one of these audience types. Why? Because YouTube. So Google knows what people's interests and habits are based on the videos they watch. They know what they're looking for. Okay, they know that they've been to your website because they're cookied, so you can remarket them. Okay, so video ads are a very powerful tool for any one of these audience types. So next question, what are the types of keyword matching available in Google Ads? Okay, so this is a good question. Very important. If you're going to manage a Google Ads account and a campaign, you have to be aware of the different match types. You can't just go broad match. That's a sign of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, is by bidding on a one keyword phrase. That's a short tail keyword. If you think back to SEO, we have our long tail and our short tail keywords. The worst thing you could do is bid on a keyword, short tail keyword that's broad match. Because what is broad match? Basically, broad match are keywords that appear when a user searches any word in the phrase. Now, you can define specifically what you want your ads to appear for in terms of keywords. And when I say specifically, you can use a phrase match. So phrase match are ads that appear only when a user searches for that exact keyword phrase in the precise order, but with some additional words in the beginning or at the end of the query. Okay, so usually these are sentences. So you could be, bidding on red Adidas running shoes. And somebody could type in, looking for red Adidas running shoes in Portland, Oregon, okay, as an example. Okay, so as long as red Adidas running shoes are in order in that keyword phrase, then your ad's going to appear because there's a phrase match. And then you can get really specific by doing an exact match. So exact match are keywords that are triggered only when that keyword and exactly that keyword phrase is queried. So if you do an exact match for red Adidas running shoes and somebody types in only red Adidas running shoes, then that's an exact match and your ad's going to appear. So let's take a look at these again. So you got broad match. Okay, we got a term cheap smartphone. So if somebody types in smartphone, cheap phone, smart mobile, phone cheap, any one of those combinations, your ad's going to appear. Now there's one thing you can do for broad match, and it's called broad match modifier. So you could put a plus sign in front of the keyword. For example, let's just say you really want to emphasize the word cheap. Okay, you're selling really inexpensive smartphones. Okay, not just any smartphone, but an inexpensive smartphone. So you can put a plus sign in front of cheap. And so if somebody puts in, just smartphone or smart mobile, your ad's not going to show up because the keyword query has to contain cheap. So anytime you put a plus in front of the keyword query you're bidding on, then that means that keyword has to be part of the keyword phrase. So that's a broad match modifier, if you will. And that prevents you from getting unwanted impressions. So we have phrase match, again, blue smartphone. So somebody could type in smartphone in blue color, cheap blue smartphone. Notice though, the second one where it says smartphone in blue color, your ad's not necessarily going to show up because guess what? Blue smartphone is the keyword query and the query here is not in that order. So remember, in order for you to show up for phrase match, the keyword has to be in that order. So I'm looking for a blue smartphone that is less than $100. Okay, that could be somebody's query. Blue smartphone was in that query in that order. So if somebody says looking for a smartphone that happens to be blue, less than $100, then your ad is not going to show up. So remember, it has to be in that precise order. One thing I want us to go back to on the phrase match, notice that there's quotes around the keyword. Anytime you see quotes around the keyword, that signifies it's a phrase match. Because if we look at exact match, notice there are brackets around the keyword red shoe. That signifies it's an exact match. So if you put brackets around a keyword, then you're signaling to Google that this is an exact match and I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. Well, the only option that will work here is the second one, red shoes. Okay, so because that's an exact match. Okay, so disregard the first and the third one, because shoe and red color is not going to work, and footwear that's red is not going to work because this is an exact match. So you're saying I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. And Google recognizes plurals and singulars together. So if somebody did type in red shoes, then your ad is going to show up. Okay, so moving on, what are some of the reasons as to why your ads could have been rejected? It happens to the best of us. And if you're writing ads and they get rejected, it could be for a number of reasons. So at the end of the day, you're violating Google's advertising policies. So some of the policies that could have been violated are, and just some of the many, we're just listing some here, prohibited content, prohibited practices, restricted content, or editorial and technical. So when you look at prohibited content, I will say this, you're not going to be able to sell drugs. Even if you're selling pharmaceutical products, that's considered drugs, and that's going to be prohibited. Or prohibited practices, like selling drugs online, that's illegal in the state. So you're going to definitely get flagged for that. Okay, so there are a lot of different ways in which your ads can be disapproved, okay? But if you do see restricted content, then that means you can advertise, but with limitations. And usually those limitations are restricted to, say, only Google search and not Google search partners, or to a specific geography. So usually the key here is if somebody asks this question, okay, there are a lot of different reasons. Google is usually going to provide the specific or the reason why it got disapproved. And they're usually going to include a link that you can refer to. Okay, so at least Google does that much. They're not going to leave you in the dark and tell you your ad's just been disapproved. They're going to tell you why and include a link that you can go to figure out how you can best resolve the disapproved ad. So what are the different kinds of bidding available in Google Ads? So we already covered part of this earlier on. So remember, Google Search Network is only cost per click, CPC. When we talk about Google's display network, you have three options: cost per click, cost per view, and cost per impression. And CPM is cost per 1,000 impressions. So you're paying per 1,000 impressions. Impression is when somebody actually sees your ad. Cost per view is actually somebody looking at your ad for at least 30 seconds or the entirety of the ad. So if the video ad only runs 15 seconds and somebody watched the entirety, then you're going to pay per cost per view. So if your video is 2 minutes long and somebody watched 30 seconds, you're going to pay cost per view. Okay, so again, let's go through these. Cost per click. It just enables you to set up a maximum price on the cost of somebody clicking on your advertisement. You only pay when somebody clicks on your ad. Okay, cost per view. Again, this is the default method to set the price you'll pay for your video ads. Okay, you only pay when a viewer watches your video advertisement for at least 30 seconds. And then cost per 1,000 impressions. So this is the amount you pay each time your ad is displayed in the search network. And you pay for impressions that are generated for your ad, and you're paying for every 1,000 impressions. So the M is actually the Roman numeral for 1,000. So that's where the M part comes in. So you're paying for 1,000 impressions. So every 1,000 eyeballs, you're going to pay a price. And so cost per impression is good for brand awareness. If you're trying to generate a lot of eyeballs onto your brand, then you'd want to go with a CPM model. Okay, so question 18. What are some automatic bidding strategies? So let's define automatic bidding strategy. Automatic bidding allows Google take over. Okay, not you. Google's taking over, and they're the ones setting the bid amounts automatically. And it's going to be based on criteria. And that criteria is going to be centered around conversions. So if Google bids on your behalf automatically, basically what they're doing is they're collecting data on the behavior of your ads. And so if your ad is likely to get the click or conversion, then Google is going to set the bid amount so you can win that auction in order to get the click or the conversion. So there are different types of bidding strategies. But remember, you have to align a bidding strategy with the strategy of the campaign. So for example, if your goal of the campaign is to increase site visitors, you just want people to click on your ad and go to your website, then you're going to have an automated bidding strategy of maximize clicks. That aligns with your campaign strategy. So this strategy automatically sets your bids to help to get as many clicks as possible within your budget. So Google is going to do its best based on historical performance of the campaign to generate traffic to your site. That's the goal. That's the bid strategy. Okay, let's take a look at some others. So, hey, the goal of our strategy campaign is to increase visibility. So that's an easy one. Remember, cost per impressions. Hey, we want to maximize how many people look at our ads. Okay, so target impression share. So this bidding strategy allows your bids to show at the top of the page. Okay, so you're getting the impression, so people are able to look at your ad. Okay, so you're telling Google, hey, I want to be shown at least 50% of the time when somebody types in a keyword that I'm bidding on. So they're going to make sure that they meet your target impression share of 50%. So they're going to set your bids automatically to make sure your ad shows at the top of the page so it's seen at least 50% of the time. That's the goal of the campaign. That's the bidding strategy goal. We set up a campaign to drive conversions. So there are a couple of bidding strategies against conversions. So target CPA. So this strategy sets a search or display bid to get as many conversions as possible, but there's a caveat here. Cost per acquisition is what CPA stands for. So we're trying to get as many conversions as possible, but at a certain cost. For example, if I'm selling t-shirts for $10, do I want to pay $20 CPA for every sale? Do I want to pay Google $20? No. I'd be losing money. I'd be out of business. Okay, so if I'm selling t-shirts for $10 on my website, I'm probably going to put the CPA about $2 or $3 again, depending on my cost of goods. So if I factor in my cost of goods, I'm trying to make a profit, then I'm going to tell Google, look, I'm trying to get some sales, but I don't want to lose money getting the sales. So you're going to put in a threshold, and that threshold is your target CPA. And so Google's going to automatically bid and win the auction for keywords when they feel those keywords can get you a target CPA that you put in. For example, $2. Okay, so the goal of our campaign is to meet a target return on ad spend, meaning return on advertising spend, meaning we're getting more revenue than we're spending. That ratio needs to be positive. So Google's going to help us, again, adjust our bids to make sure that our return on advertising spend meets our criteria. So we could put a ROAS as 100%, 200%, etc. And Google's going to adjust our bids accordingly based on the keyword that they think will meet that criteria of 100% or 200%. So that's target return on advertising spend. And that's there to see if Google can help you generate a profit. So we have another campaign set up. We're trying to get more conversions. We have a budget. We want to spend the budget, but we want to get conversions. So this is a gimme. The bidding strategy here would be maximize conversions. So this strategy sets bids like all the others. It automatically is going to adjust your bid. That is Google. It's going to adjust the bid to help you win the auction based on historical performance. So if a keyword historically has performed in terms of conversions, you better believe Google's going to try and win the auction on your behalf to get the click, to get that conversion. And that's maximize conversions. Okay, moving on, question 19. And this is probably the most important question that you're going to get. If an interview asks you this question, this is what Google Ads is all about, quality score. So what is quality score? So simply put, quality score is a score between 1 and 10. given every keyword you've been on. And basically between 1 and 10, Google's giving you the score, the quality score of that keyword. And so how does Google come up with that score between 1 and 10? Well, there's 3 main factors here. One is expected click-through rate, the second is ad relevance, and the third is landing page experience. So obviously a higher quality score, the better off you are. Okay, a low quality score, it's not going to bode well for you. And so if you have a low quality score, Google actually will tell you which of these 3 components you're not scoring very well on. So you're either going to get a below average, average, or above average for each of these 3 components that make up quality score. And I will tell you this, if I were to divide them up into thirds, click-through rate, expected click-through rate is more important than the other 2. So that's about 2/3 of quality score. An expected click-through rate is basically Google saying, look, other advertisers have bid on this keyword and their click-through rate has been historically around, say, for example, 3%. So if you can't get 3%, then your quality score is going to suffer. Ad relevance is simply, does the ad or is the ad relevant to the keyword you're bidding on? Likewise for the landing page. But the landing page experience is a little bit more subjective because the landing page has to load well, fast, no pop-ups, a lot of external links, nothing spammy, no ads being served up. So a lot of factors in landing page experience. Google wants to make sure if somebody clicks on your ad that they're going to have a good experience when they land on that page. And so quality score is so key here. It is very key because if you don't have a good quality score, the repercussion means you're going to have to bid higher because quality score times bid equals ad rank. So for every auction, whoever has the highest ad rank is going to be at the top of Google search results. So if you have a low quality score, let's just say 1, and you're bidding $4 on that keyword, then your ad rank is 4. 1 times 4 is 4. So you got to keep that in mind because other advertisers could have a higher ad rank or better quality scores for that keyword. So again, expected click-through rate, this just shows how likely it is that your ads will get clicked when shown for a particular keyword. Google expects a certain number here. You should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. And click-through rate is simply how many times your ad was seen versus how many times it was clicked. That's all click-through rate is. Clicks divided by impressions. So you should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. That will avoid getting a low quality score. Ad relevance. So ad relevance simply means how relevant is your keyword to the ad? Okay, so if you're bidding on red Adidas running shoes, then make sure your ad discusses and mentions multiple times, naturally, red Adidas running shoes. Okay, and remember with those text ads, you have 3 headlines. You have 2 description lines of up to 90 characters. You have site extensions. Okay, you have path 1 and path 2. That meaning you can add additional keywords to the end of a URL. So you have lots of opportunities to make sure the ad is relevant to the keyword. And then landing page experience. Again, this is a little subjective, but hey, Google's going to use landing page experience to estimate how relevant and useful your website's landing page will be to people who not only click on your web, but land on that page. So does that page load fast? Does it have any unnecessary pop-ups? Does it have some quirky external links that look spammy? Okay, you got to take all these things into consideration and think about the end user here. And then last question for search engine marketing. So what are the hallmarks of a good PPC landing page? So going back to landing page experience, this is a good segue. So you always want to make sure you have an attractive and powerful headline on the page. Remember, it's got to be a nice flow. You're bidding on a keyword. Somebody types in the keyword. They see your attractive ad. They click on that attractive ad, which has the keyword in it. They click on the ad, they go to the landing page. They want to be able to see something very similar to what they typed in, the ad they saw. They want to be able to see it seamlessly on the landing page. And so that attractive and powerful headline should include that keyword. Should also have persuasive copy that can convince prospects to convert. To me, bullet points always work here. Simple bullet points, easy to read, easy to understand, easy to just convey the positives about what you're trying to sell or convert. Have engaging media like videos. Videos always help because they're interactive. It keeps people engaged longer. Or have some really good images. Don't just go stock photography. Complement the video with some images. And then your landing pages should have enough white space to draw attention to specific elements on the page, and meaning don't cram the page together, because remember, users are also coming to these pages via mobile. So you got to take that in consideration as well. So cramming your pages full of content, videos, and images is probably not going to bode well. So make sure there's breathing room for people to read, understand, and react. And those are hallmarks of a good PPC landing page. Some other factors here: adding trust indicators like some statistical evidence, meaning how many people downloaded your app. You can always have testimonials, third-party sales of approval like Better Business Bureau. Privacy policy links help. Okay, so you want to add some things in there that's going to, give you credibility. Okay. Having a properly designed lead capture form to collect visitors' information is always helpful. If you're trying to get that conversion, then have a lead form. Make it simple. Don't have a lead form with 20 forms or fields. Have a simple name, email address, make the phone number optional, and have one field that they can type in specific information. And then last but certainly not least, have a good call to action. So make sure that call to action aligns with what you're trying to do. Again, you're selling those red Adidas running shoes. If they're on sale, then make sure the call to action aligns with that sale. You can always say, 20% off for the next 2 days, or $10 off if you purchase today. So have some good, strong call to action. Okay, let's turn our attention to email marketing. So email marketing is traditional digital marketing channel. It's been around a while, and you're going to be asked some questions that are going to encompass a lot of things related to the delivery of emails. We all check emails on a daily basis. We all receive them. Sometimes we receive emails unsolicited. Sometimes we sign up to receive emails. Sometimes we receive emails from friends. Sometimes we receive emails where we're working or previously have worked. So most people have an understanding of email. However, as a marketer, there's a little bit of a different twist to it. So we have to understand the intricacies of how email marketing works. So you're going to be asked some questions, and really the first question here is, what's the difference between a hard and a soft bounce email? So if you're a digital marketer, you're in charge of sending out lots of emails, let's just say thousands, or it could be in the hundreds of thousands of emails. You're going to get some bounces. And so you really want to know the difference between a hard and a soft bounce. So a soft bounce just means that the email message reached the recipient's mail server but bounced back as undelivered. So think of it as delivering actual mail to a post office. So it actually reached the post office, but it bounced back because maybe the person's email box was full, maybe their account was temporarily disabled, or maybe the email server wasn't necessarily able to handle that email. Now, a hard bounce is an email that is rejected because it's an email when it happens when the email has been permanently rejected. So, for example, maybe the account is no longer valid. And so let's look at some reasons again as to why a soft bounce would happen. So, for example, the inbox is full, or the recipient server's down. So it reached the post office, but there was a problem actually getting it into the hands of the owner, so to speak. Where the hard bounce, a little bit different. Let's just say that person is no longer working, their email's been deleted, or the email has been blacklisted somehow, okay, as spam or something to that effect. So the email server is going to identify that, and it's not even going to reach the recipient. So a lot of different ways in which an email may not make its recipient. So not the most important thing to know here. The important thing to know is, listen, when you send out an email, you got to pay attention to how many get bounced back. And so next question here, what would you do to improve the click-through rate of your email? So click-through rate is simply how many people have seen your email and how many people actually clicked on a link in the email. So if 100 people saw your email, but only one person clicked, then it would be a 1% click-through rate. So we want to be able to make sure we have a high click-through rate. So remember, emails are going to people who likely signed up to receive your email. And even if they are expecting the email or they're not expecting the email, you still want to follow some of these best practices here. One is to create a compelling subject line. So you want to make the subject line something that people are going to notice, take note of, or take an interest in, and say, hey, what's this all about? That's pretty interesting, and open the email. So use preview text effectively. Obviously, you want to make your email mobile friendly because most people look at their emails on their mobile phones. You want to create engaging content. Okay, so the content that's in the email obviously is going to have some links. So put some strong call to action in there, and that's one of the bullet points down below. Place a CTA where it's easily visible. So keep in mind mobile users. Most people are going to check that email on their phone, so you want to make sure you have compelling content with good CTAs in a visible location. So always check mobile as well as desktop. Obviously, in your emails, you want to make them as visual as possible. Don't make them so text heavy. You can always segment your emails, meaning if you're sending out an email, let's just say to 100 people, okay, maybe you want to divide it up, boys or girls, maybe old or young, maybe, living in one part of the country versus another part of the country. I mean, those are examples of segments. So break up the email. Don't send it to one mass email to everyone. That way you can personalize the email. If an email is personalized, the chances of somebody clicking on it are going to be greater. And then A/B test your emails. And when we say A/B test, you could send out the same email twice, except one segment's going to say get one version of the email, the other segment is going to get another version of the email. And what are the different versions? Maybe the subject line. So the subject line is different on version A versus version B. Or maybe the call to action is different. So you always want to send out different versions of the same email to a different segmented audience. That way you can actually see which segment or which version got the most clicks. Okay, so next question here is how to inform your customers about company news and establish a relationship with your target audience. Okay, so again, how do you inform your customers about what's going on in the company? And how are you going to establish a relationship with that audience who's receiving that email? Well, newsletters are always the best answer here. So somebody signs up for your email, let's just say they actually purchase a product from you. Newsletters are a great way to reach out to that audience to get them to stay up to date with the latest product or an improved version of the product they purchased. And then that way they can come back and continue to purchase the product. So newsletters are a great way to reach out to your audience and actually talk to your audience. You're not talking to them verbally, you're talking to them via email. So you send out that email campaign, maybe it's once a month. Hey, we noticed you bought this product. We have similar products, just like the one you bought. Or, hey, if it's a software, maybe, hey, we've got upcoming updates to our software. Make sure you go to the website and get the updates. Or we have a new and improved version. So all these things you want to communicate to your audience via email. That's going to get them to get to the website, and that's going to get them to, purchase more, update, upgrade, whatever. So newsletters, the way to go. So again, some basic tips here. You want to create your newsletter with 90% educational and 10% promotional. So remember, you're sending out a newsletter to people who likely signed up. So you're educating them about your products. Always create interesting subject lines. You want, whether they know you or not, you want to create the subject line so somebody's going to click on it. So make sure you design your emails appropriately, okay? So if you know you're sending, let's just say baby products to mothers or expected mothers. In fact, this is a real life example because I used to work at Gap, and Baby Gap was, one of the emails groups I was responsible for. So we created an email template with softer colors. Your yellows, your light blue, it wasn't black or dark red or anything that's going to be, heavy. We knew who our audience was and we designed the template accordingly. And of course, using compelling images. So if we're selling baby products, you're going to put baby product images in there. I mean, it's common sense, but you'd be surprised. You got to pick and choose your images carefully, especially if you're sending to an international audience, because images can be misconstrued. And just like we mentioned with the click-through rate, you always want to have a clear CTA. Always make sure you have a CTA in a visible position, because most people are going to look at that email in a mobile phone. Okay, and then always make sure you include your contact information in the newsletter. So somebody knows where to find you, how to contact you, where to go. Maybe they have a product they want to return. Okay, so you always want to put that contact information. Normally it's at the bottom of the email, but these are all best practices. So here's some examples. Okay, we got, check out the latest cosmetics from our new collections. Notice the image and notice the call to action. So you can see trendy collections. We got some other products you may want to buy. Okay, 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. View more. So you always want to have that call to action in a very visible place. So define following metrics: open rate, click-through rate, and response rate, and forward rate. So these are metrics related to email marketing. So you're going to have to know what these are. So I already mentioned click-through rate before when we talked about best practices for improving the click-through rate. So for those of you that remember what that is, go ahead and put that in the comment section below. It's just a little pop quiz for you if anybody remembers click-through rate. But let's take a look at open rate. So open rate is the percentage of the total number of recipients who actually open the email. So if you send it to X amount of people, how many people opened it? That would be the open rate. So how many people open it, but you're gonna take out the people who bounced it. Whether it's a soft bounce or hard bounce, okay, you're not gonna count those people. So if you had, let's just say 20 people open the email and you sent it to 100 people, and you had nobody bounce, then it would be a 20% open rate. Okay, click-through rate, again, pop quiz. It's just how many people actually clicked on any of the links in your email, and that's just divided by the number of emails you've sent out. Okay, response rate. Okay, so response rate is the percentage of the total recipients who clicked on the link of your email campaign and actually completed an action. So what is that action? Well, it could be downloading something, watching something, purchasing something. So that's the response rate, similar to conversion rate. If you're working in a digital marketing channel and you're driving traffic to the site, you want that traffic to do something. Well, it's no different in email marketing. We want people to take action. We're just going to divide that by the number of emails delivered, and that gives you your response rate. So let's just say you did send in 100 emails. You did get 20% open it, and of those 20, let's just say one person went on to purchase. Well, you'd have a 1% response rate. And then a forward rate, simply the forward rate refers to the rate at which your subscribers share your email with others, friends, family, etc. And you may have that as a call to action in your email. In fact, that's a best practice. So it's just the number of clicks on a share divided by the total number of delivered emails. And you're going to multiply that by 100 to get the percentage. And so most email marketing platforms do measure forward rate. Okay, let's take a look at question 25 here. How to recapture inactive customers. What you want to do here is re-engage subscribers with gamification. Opt for subject lines like, "We have been missing you," or "Did we do something wrong?" You want to run a poll or a competition to re-engage with your subscribers. Again, trying to get people involved. These first three are all about getting people involved. So personalize your emails. Talk to that person as if, "Hey, look, I haven't heard from you in a while. How about coming back and taking a look at our new products?" Just as you would a friend. So design always matters, especially knowing that you're talking to customers who haven't been active. Okay, this is a segmented audience, somebody who's inactive. So you want to have the right design, the right message, the right subject line that fits with that customer's inactivity. So you want to try and do everything you can to get that customer back. And then you want to follow a consistent schedule. Okay, so ideally when you schedule an email, you want to schedule the best time. So you have to know your audience, obviously. And then you can always ask for feedback. Why are they inactive? Why haven't they purchased in a while? So the whole idea here, from gamification, like trying to, make a game out of it, so make it competitive, to adding polls, to really personalizing it, these are all things that you can do to get your customers back. So 26, so what are the different ways to segment buyer personas? So again, when we talk about segmentation, we're talking about taking a smaller piece of the entire pie. So what's one way to break up that pie, if you will? By geography. Okay, so with geography, you could target your audience based on that area. And it could not necessarily have to be by a part of the country. It could be all the way down to the province, the state, the actual city, the county. Okay, if you live in a small village, okay, all the way up to the continent. Okay, so think about how you would break out the segment by geography. Now, obviously, if you break it out, let's just say the United States to the southern part, well, the southern part, in the winter in the United States, the southern part is not going to be as cold as, say, the northern part. So that should tell you, hey, if we're going to send out an email in the winter, we're not going to use snow and blizzards as our theme. We're going to use probably a little bit of sun. So breaking it out by geography helps you understand where your audience lives. You also have demographic segmentation, and this is simply just age, education, income, gender, where people work, okay, nationality, anything that's going to identify that user. So this is the best way to segment. If you know who your audience is by income or gender, you're talking to a group of like-minded people. If they're all the same age, from the same generation, then you could talk to them appropriately. Okay? You're not going to talk to an older person the same way you would a younger person. So think about demographic segmentation, because it really helps you hone in on your messaging. Then you have behavioral segmentation. So behavioral is based on your audience's behavior. Have they purchased before? Have they never purchased? Were they searching for something? How long did they stay on the site? What products were they looking at? Are they a lifetime customer? So you can look at behavior and decide how you want to break out your emails by behavior. And this is a really good way. If you're not even sure who your audience is or where they live and how old they are, you could certainly break out your audience by behavior, because you know who these people are based on what they've done previously, because you're going to track that information with analytics. So, one way is obviously if somebody's purchased. That's a good way to segment, because you know these people believe in you, believe in your business, believe in your product. So the way you can message to somebody who's purchased before is going to be different than somebody you don't even know who they are, if they purchased or not. Okay, so behavioral segmentation to me is one of the easiest ways to segment your email list. 27, how would you drive repeat customers through email marketing for the below scenario? Okay, so this is a pop quiz, if you will. Again, for those of you that got click-through rate correctly, kudos. Let's see if you can go 2 for 2 here. Okay, so if you know the answer to this, go ahead and comment below. But let's just say, give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for audiences based on the following. So if I had an audience between 20 and 30 years old that were female, and the product were sandals, okay, what would some of your subject lines be? So I'm going to give you a minute to think about that and put it in the comment section below. Now remember, this is an interview-based question, so you're going to have to think on the spot. I'm going to give you a minute, but if somebody presented that to you in an interview, you need to be able to, react fairly quickly and come up with some really attractive subject lines here. Okay, so here you go. Here's another one. So give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for 20 to 30 females for footwear. So you got Friday sale coming up. Buy branded sandals at the lowest price. Okay, so I like this one because it's got a strong call to action. Buy. Here you go. This is even better because 50% off on branded sandals and free shipping. Who can't beat free anything, including shipping? And if it's 50% off, these are key things. So you're putting the promotion and the percentage off all in the subject line. So that's really going to grab somebody's attention. Weekend sale for women starts now. Okay, with a little emoji. That never hurts. So those are all good subject lines. They all tend to work because they all have an element of a best practice in there. So here you got the Friday sale coming up is just giving people notice. Okay, the stronger call to action on the buy, you're putting the promotion in the subject line, and you're using an emoji to really just drive home the point. So all these subject lines will work. And hey, at the end of the day, remember, you want to test your subject lines. Okay, moving on to the next question. Speaking of testing, what is A/B testing, and give some examples of A/B testing? Okay, so we talked a little bit about A/B testing with subject lines. So simply, A/B testing when it comes to email marketing is just a method to analyze which of the two email campaign strategies is most effective. Okay, now you're going to do it based on open rate, you can do it based on click rate, you can do it based on response rate. Okay, remember, you're putting one version of the email against another version, whether that be the subject line, whether it be the content, call to action, whatever. So that's ideally what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out what works for your audience. That's the end goal for A/B testing and email marketing. What's going to work? And I would highly suggest you should always do A/B testing for subject lines. Always. So some of the variables that you can test, again, subject lines, okay, you always want to try, if you got a promotion, hey, will the percentage off work? Likely it will, but let's test it up against something else, like, a generic word like discounts. You can always test the design. You can always test the personalization, the preview text. You can try out images, call to actions, exclusive offers. What particular offer is going to work? Okay, so if you're testing offers, then obviously that's going to be response rate. If you're testing CTAs, then that's going to be click-through rate. If you're testing subject lines, that's going to be open rate. So you want to be able to test different elements of the email to figure out what works and what doesn't work. Okay, so how to prevent email from getting into spam. So if you're an email marketer, this is your worst nightmare. You don't want your emails to get spammed. So that doesn't bode well for you. So most email marketing platforms like MailChimp or Constant Contact measure spam. So some of the important ways to prevent this is, hey, improve your open rate. Remember, going back to the first question, second question, you want to have really good subject lines here. Okay? And you want to segment your audience. So if you know who you're talking to and you have a cool subject line that's going to get somebody to react and open, then that's going to prevent somebody from spamming your email. Okay, you can always customize your from to make it look like it's coming from, in this case, Rob Sanders. Check if you have included an unsubscribe link. Okay, so give people the option to unsubscribe. If they don't have the option to unsubscribe, they could just report you as spam. Make sure your emails work on different devices. Okay, you want to optimize your images for email. Make sure they're not big and they don't fit on a mobile device. Okay, prefer more text and fewer images. And then avoid grammatical issues. You want to come across as professional. You don't want somebody looking at your email like, who sent this? Why are you sending this to me? I don't want to hear from you again. I'm going to spam you. You want to prevent that. And that means a professional looking email, professional content with a really good subject line and some imagery to go along with that. Hey, you may just get somebody to open that email and get them to convert. That's the idea behind it. So these are ways to prevent somebody from actually spamming you. And then what are the best practices for email subject lines? So the subject line is probably the most important element in email marketing. So when we talked about that little pop quiz with the sandals, targeting 20 to 30-year-old women, to me, I like the subject line with the 50% off. So that was a number in the subject line. So people can actually see, hey, wow, I get a whole 50%. That works better than just a discount. Okay, remember, one of those other subject lines had an emoji. So don't be afraid to include emojis in there. For example, when I send out emails using, during the spring, you might want to use flowers, perhaps, to signify, hey, it's spring, winter's over. So personalize the subject lines. Remember, that goes with segmenting. So if you know who your audience is, your subject lines can be a little bit more personal. Okay, so opt for title case subject lines. Okay, so instead of making it grammatical, for example, okay, you want to keep your subject lines short and to the point. Remember, you want to say something that's going to draw somebody's attention. If you make it long and drawn out and boring, then people aren't going to open it. Develop a sense of urgency like, hey, we got 50% off through Friday. So that's a little sense of urgency so people know, hey, if it's Thursday, I better open this email and check it out. And again, grammatical mistakes, that goes without saying. You always want to preview your emails before you send them out. So if you preview your emails before you send them out, have somebody else obviously receive the preview. They can be another set of eyes for you to prevent any mistakes, but also give you feedback on the imagery, the design, etc. Okay, so these are all best practices for good subject lines. Okay, so subject line is the most important element for email marketing. So just keep these in mind. Subject lines and having good subject lines is the way to get people to open it. And from there, that's half the battle. If somebody can open the email, then you've just set yourself up for better performance. Okay, let's turn our attention from email marketing to social media marketing. One of the interesting channels, hot trend channel. A lot of people want to get into social media marketing. A lot of jobs available, but you have to know what you're doing. So let's get into it. And here's some questions you might be asked in an interview related to social media marketing. Social media marketing is very interactive. A lot of people posting information, whether it be a tweet, a post, sharing, liking, engaging, commenting. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in social media. So some of it is going to probably be good. Most of it's probably going to be good, but every once in a while, you're going to get a negative comment. So you're probably going to be asked this question: how do you respond to negative comments? Well, very simple. You got to be quick to acknowledge. Okay, don't sit on it. Don't waste time hem and haw on how you're going to respond. You really have to acknowledge the comment and start the process of constructive engagement to turn the negative experience into a positive one. So let me just expand on that for just a second. We know you like your brand. We know you like your product. We know you're very proud. We get that. I'm proud. I like to defend sometimes my beliefs. However, you got to put that aside when it comes to social media. Why? Because everybody is watching you and everybody can read what you write. So the spotlight is on you, not necessarily the consumer, the customer who wrote the negative comment. So you really have to be cognizant here and conscientious of what you post in response. So be quick, but be constructive, because you want to turn that negative into a positive. That's really what it's starting with. So how do you do that? Well, how do you be constructive? Well, see it from the customer's point of view. Take off your ownership hat, if you will, your manager hat, and put on the customer's hat. Always look at something from somebody else's perspective. Try to understand why that person wrote that negative comment, and ask yourself how you can make it right. So if you're the customer, and you're a customer when you go to the store and buy food, you're the customer when you go to the store and buy clothes, when you buy a car, you're the customer. So ask yourself what you can do to make it right, why you're thinking in the customer's perspective, or looking through their eyes, if you will. To me, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's something you have to do. Okay, so always look at it from a customer's point of view. And then take it out of the spotlight. So really, because everybody's looking at you, waiting to see how you respond. And remember, this customer that wrote the negative comment can certainly share your comments to the world. So you got to be really, really careful. I mean, how many times have we seen on YouTube, poor customer experience going viral on via video? So you just got to really be careful here. So take it out of the spotlight. So offer to resolve the customer's problems in an appropriate forum. Offer up your phone number and email. Give them a link to a feedback form, or get their email or phone number and call them. These are the best ways to really spin this into a more positive experience for the customer. I mean, at the end of the day, it could become something really small and silly, but don't make a mountain out of a molehill. If it is something small and silly, how you respond could make it into more than what it really is. So be quick, be constructive, look at it from the customer's point of view, and offer as much support as you possibly can. Okay, that's how you want to respond if somebody asks that question in an interview. Some other comments here. So keep track. Although the issue might be solved, it doesn't necessarily mean the commenter has gone away. So follow up with them. If you resolved it, follow up with them a month later. Hey, surprise them. 2 months later, give them a discount. Okay, you'd be surprised. Positivity goes a long way. And it's always nice when somebody actually follows up with you after the fact, just to make sure they want to know that you're taken care of. And then don't feed the social media trolls, okay? So ignoring trolls across social media will make sure they don't enjoy the notoriety it brings. So don't even allow the negativity to feed itself. So that's why you really have to stay quick, constructive, look at it from a customer's point of view and just turn this whole experience into a positive experience. It's an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Okay, let's move on to another question. So somebody may ask you to give an example of a successful social media campaign. Okay, so if you're going in to interview for a social media manager job, you probably want to do your homework in advance. Look at what other people have done. So here's a good example, Spotify. You can see the Spotify ad here with Ed Sheeran. Spotify mined the search and playlist data of its user base to develop a thematic branded ad experience on billboards in 18 markets around the world. First of all, let's just take this and break it down. Ed Sheeran's popular. You can see here, be as loving as the person who put 48 Ed Sheeran songs on their I Love Ginger's playlist. So messaging is everything. Okay, and then you could see what Spotify did. They mined the search and playlist data of its user base. Okay, so they try to understand their audience. Going back to email, you got to understand your audience. Okay, then they use that to develop a branded experience on different markets around the world. So they took an audience and they really marketed this around the world, okay, to something that was really hot and trendy. I'd love to see how this thing actually performed. My guess is it did perform fairly well because when you're Spotify, you're going to pick something hot and trendy to get people to react. And so to me, this seems like, just on the surface, a very successful social media campaign. Here's some other things. You can see these ads were featured on the sides of buildings, subway platforms, along busy streets. So it wasn't just digital per se. I mean, they really went full bore on the billboards. And those billboards were everywhere, on the sides of buildings. Again, in 18 different markets. So you can see it wasn't just necessarily Ed Sheeran per se, but, they had some good messaging. Enjoy green light at every red light. That's pretty cool, I guess, if you're stuck in traffic in the middle of a city. Less fake news, more fake magic. So they really took and honed in the type of music, put some good messaging behind it, and really put it out there. So it doesn't always necessarily have to, necessarily be digital per se. But what they did was they did post this on the sides of buildings and subway platforms and throughout different city streets for maximum visibility for their fans to upload to their social media. Okay, so do your homework, okay? And on this next question, you certainly want to do your homework. So if you're a social media manager, you're probably going to be involved in some Facebook advertising, okay? So this is a basic straight up question. What are some of the different types of ads you can run on Facebook? You can do single image ads. Most of us have probably seen that. You can do multi-product, lead ads, slideshows, collection ads, video ads. I mean, you got all sorts of a variety of different ad formats here. Okay, so let's take a look at these ad formats. Single image, again, most of us have seen it. Okay, it's just simply a single image that, allows you to put some text at the top, a link at the bottom, or a link to your website or your Facebook page, and a strong call to action. Okay, so Facebook has that built into their ad platform. Okay, so the ad images need to be 1200 by 628 pixels. That's a pretty nice size image. Multi-product ads. So multi-product ads are represented in carousel form. So basically it allows you, the end user, to view the range of products just by scrolling. And notice each one of these products has a call to action. So here you can see Simplilearn offering up all the different courses they have to offer. So if you have a customer that has multiple products, this is probably the way you want to go. So video ads are very popular on Facebook. So video ads usually range from a few seconds all the way up to 120 minutes. And again, video is very engaging. If you have video, use the video, okay? Because they receive about 10 to 30% more views than other forms of ads, okay? Who doesn't like engaging with video? Pretty simple. You have lead ads. So lead ads allow you to obtain user details like name, phone number, email, right in Facebook's environment. So it allows you to collect information right then and there. So lead ads can be effective if you're trying to get people to sign up for something. Slideshow. So we looked at those multi-product ads where you had the carousel. Slideshow simply just allows you to rotate different creative with nice imagery. So the key here is nice imagery. Okay, you want to put your best foot forward, choose the right imagery, just like going back to the email marketing, going back to pay-per-click. You want to use some effective ads here and images in the ads. Okay, you also have collection ads. That's another option on Facebook. So collection ads combine video, slideshow, or product images taken from your product catalog. So I would recommend this for users who want to advertise several of their products at once. Okay, again, Simplilearn has a lot of different courses, thousands of courses. So, collection ads works for them. You can see here, you got social media certification, you got PPC certification, SEO certification. Okay, these are all different certification courses you could take at Simplilearn. And they want to go ahead and promote all those courses together. So lo and behold, collection ads offers the best option here. So pay attention to those different ad formats on Facebook. Okay, next question. How can you use the holiday season for social media marketing? Well, this is a nice segue from the previous question because you have on Facebook all these different ad types. So you could change your ad placements to ones lesser used by other advertisements. You can also set up clear, simple, and compelling offers for your users. It's the holiday season, you're likely going to have some sales. And again, make sure your images have under 20% of text. Okay, that's a standard across the board. But again, you want to have nice imagery. So think about all those different ad formats on Facebook. Think about the holiday season and how you can accentuate your ads here. Okay, I'm thinking video here. I'm thinking a promotion in the video. I'm thinking a collection ad where you can run different products, maybe with a promotion with some nice imagery during the holiday season. So you definitely have a plethora of options, not just on Facebook, but across social media for the holidays, because normally you're going to have promotions. Some other things you can do to really maximize the holiday season for social media, and that's make advertisements emotionally resonate with your audience. The holiday season is a time really where you reflect on the year, you get together with friends and family, and it's religious and, it's a feel good. In some parts of the world, the weather changes. So you want to resonate on that. Okay, you want to resonate on that emotion. Okay, you always, holiday season or not, you want to monitor reports to scale successful ad campaigns. And obviously the ones that aren't performing, you want to pause. Okay, so with the holiday season, you're likely going to have an uptick in traffic, an uptick in eyeballs. So pay attention. You don't want to spend money for money's sake. So on Facebook, it's a cost per click model. So you don't want to be generating clicks without seeing any results. So go ahead and pay attention, maximize those ads that are performing and get rid of the ones that aren't. Okay, and then connect the holiday with your products or services. So again, think about which ones you're going to accentuate, which ones you're going to make more prominent during the holiday season. And again, thinking back to the Facebook ad types, I'm thinking carousel or collection ads. If you can really pump up some of your products and have a nice promotion with them, you can run some nice collection ads on Facebook. Okay, moving on to the next question. So somebody may ask you, hey, how do you make content go viral? Okay, I always wondered that myself. How does content go viral? It's a great question. So really, you're not necessarily in control, but you can certainly do some things to make it more appealing for the end user to go ahead and share it. I mean, that's what going viral is, right? A lot of people sharing it, because the more people that share, the more people are going to look and find it just as enticing, and they're going to turn around and share it. So how do you start that process really is what it comes down to. Well, create short form content. Short form content is more likely to go viral. In other words, a 10-minute video is probably not going to resonate with somebody. Something cute, funny, interesting, unique, out of this world in 15-30 seconds is probably going to go viral. So what does that mean? Make the visual content like images and video. It works better than bodies of text. So make sure those images and video are really compelling. And then run giveaways to draw attention and generate brand awareness and engagement. So you can always incentivize your users with a giveaway or some type of promotion, that's going to maybe pique somebody's interest. Share it with 100 friends and get 10% off, as an example. So these are some of the things you can do to make it go viral. Of course, if you're trying to get something to go viral, you definitely want to monitor behavior and then tweak once you figure out how it's performing. Okay, you may have chosen the wrong images. You may have the wrong promotion. You may find that the content's a little bit longer than you probably like, and you may want to cut it down. Some other things you could do here is use some trending hashtags and topics on your post. So ride that wave, if you will. For any surfers in the audience, hey, two people can ride the same wave. So if you got a trending hashtag, use that hashtag with that video or post. And you can always ask users to interact, okay? So you can always ask them to like or share, especially if they're your audience. Because when somebody actually shares it, that means they're sharing it with somebody else who also has an audience. So that's a quick way to get the ball going, so to speak, the ball bouncing. Okay, so next question. Which industries perform better with different platforms? Great question. There's a lot of different social media platforms. You got your most popular ones all the way down to your least popular ones. I mean, let's face it, social media platforms are also geographic. So some social media platforms are more popular in, say, the United States than, say, India or Russia, and vice versa. We know China has a lot of different social media platforms that most Americans in the United States don't even use. So you got to keep that in mind, but we're not talking about geography, we're talking about industry. So you got to also think about industry here. So generally with Facebook, it's usually food and beverage, news and media, e-commerce. Those are the types of industries that you might tend to see on Facebook. When we talk about e-commerce, it could be clothing, it could be restaurant. Okay, selling, or it could be a food company selling, foods and beverages. You also have Instagram. So Instagram tends to be more beauty, food and beverage, e-commerce. So when we talk about beauty, we're talking about clothes, we're talking about makeup, maybe shoes, dresses, unique styles. I see a lot of that on Instagram. And then LinkedIn, for example, generally works with, for me, I look at LinkedIn as B2B. Okay, so anything, interesting in a specific industry, you're probably going to see some news items and updates on that. Tips and best practices, and of course, jobs. A lot of recruiters on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn's a good place for you to really put yourself out there to find that job you seek, that social media manager job. Okay, so here's a breakdown, if you will, of the top 5. Again, in the United States, for those users who are watching this from another country, you may find, I'll be interested if you could get some feedback here, in the comment section of the video. Go ahead and put the social media platform you use in your country. And generally, what do you see on that platform? Do you see food and beverage? Do you see gaming or entertainment? Do you see e-commerce? So share your thoughts and knowledge with the rest of us. So next question, how would you measure social media marketing success of an organization? And this is a likely question, a question you're likely going to get, okay? How do you measure success? And that's across the board, not just social, but PPC, email marketing, display, affiliate. So really, you're always going to have the right answer if you talk and think about conversion. So with conversions, it's about tracking content downloads or sales or registrations or lead gen or form submissions. Anything where you're going to get something in return, okay? So to me, that's the general answer here. How do we measure success? Well, it always depends on strategy. But if you're trying to get a sale from Instagram based on your beauty product, or you got a promotion you're running on Facebook and you're running a lead form type ad, okay, are you getting people to enter in details on the form submission? So you always want to track conversions from that perspective. Okay, you also have engagement. Okay, so your strategy may not be conversion. Maybe your strategy is simply brand awareness and engagement. You want to know how many people participate in the conversation, for example. You may post something that's really, hot trend. It's trending, it's political, it could be business, it could be a world affair. You want to be able to measure how many people react, how many people comment, reply, repost, retweet, share, like, etc. So engagement metrics vary across different social media platforms, but basically when it comes to engagement, you can measure it. It just has to align with the right strategy. You also have awareness. Again, if you're just simply in it for brand awareness, okay, it's all about how many people are actually looking at it, the total volume of people, okay, and how widely your message is spreading. Okay, what's the reach? It could also be just simply traffic to your website. So you can certainly track traffic to your websites by clicks or shares. So it doesn't always have to be about conversion or engagement. It can simply, hey, we want to drive traffic to the website. So 37, what are some things to focus on when advertising on Twitter? Okay, you can advertise on Twitter. Whether you knew that or not, now you know Twitter is a platform where you can pay for advertising. So what do you want to focus on when you do advertise on Twitter? Well, you want to emphasize urgency to make sure users take immediate action. You want to express discounts and percentages. Why? Well, because you're limited in what you can say on Twitter. You want to avoid using hashtags that don't pertain to your brand and product. I know that may sound like common sense, but remember, you're advertising in here. So you got to be really, really, really careful because you're paying. You're paying for somebody to either look at that ad or click on that ad. So some other things you want to keep focus on is your ad copy. It's got to be short and to the point, and then make sure your ads are mobile friendly. Again, just like most social media platforms, Twitter's no different. People are looking at Twitter on their mobile phones. So video ads should have subtitles, images in the proper ratio. So you always want to think mobile. Mobile, because most people are using mobile on their mobile phones, whether that be in the browser or via an app. Okay, next question. How can you use social media to promote your event? Okay, so you got an event coming up. I want to promote it. So you're going to turn to social media, and the first thing you do is have affiliates, fans, and attendees share resources about the event. Okay, leverage your community, in other words. Okay, you can remarket the event to potential attendees using Facebook ads. So you can do remarketing, and remarketing is basically, hey, somebody who's seen it or been there or done that, you're retargeting those people. You can use photos of attendees in social updates. So depending on the event, you can have some really high profile attendees speaking at the event or just attending the event. So use photos to drive excitement about the event. Okay, you can create a uniform hashtag that can be shared across multiple channels. You can mention the event, all social media bios, so don't just limit it to one. Cross-promote it on Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. And what you could do is, if you've run other events in the past, create a highlight reel from prior events. Show people, hey, your events are the events you must attend. They're the go-to events because they're popular. They're successful, good attendees, usually good attendance. And then some other things you could do here, share behind the scenes visual content. And again, you could share pictures of guest speakers along with their quotes. Okay, so you want to do everything possible at your disposal, especially on social media, to really pump up the event. Next question, how can you perform A/B testing on your ads? So for those of you that listen intently on the email marketing part, remember, A/B testing is key with email marketing. What do we test in an email? We're testing subject lines, we're testing layout, we're testing call to action. So the same thing here on social media. You want to do continuous A/B testing to figure out what works and doesn't work. It's very simple. The great thing about Facebook is they got an A/B test feature built in. So you can certainly test different ads. Great thing about Facebook I like is that you can simply start out with an ad by running an A/B test. You could simply test the imagery. It could be a male versus a female. You could test the call to action. A lot of things you could test. So things you can change are, again, color of the elements. You could change the positioning. You could change the audience you're targeting, the call to action. I mean, everything, because the whole point is you want to see which one works, which one doesn't work. So testing can be done initially on broader elements and then smaller, finer details like statements in your ad copy. So you could start out big just by testing the imagery. And so if the female tends to work better than the male, then you know what works in terms of imagery. Well, take the next step and start honing in on, say, the message. And then once you figure out what message works, then you can move to the next element like CTA. Some interesting questions you may get include, what are some things to focus on when setting up your ad creative? This goes back almost to the A/B testing. You want to use ad creative that's attention grabbing and relevant for your business. So use a primary but bold color scheme. So you also want to stay away from clip art. Okay, so again, align your imagery really is important on social media. Don't use some basic cheap clip art. You don't necessarily always have to use stock imagery either. I mean, it could be imagery you took that's very relevant and unique to your product. But if you do that, don't use low resolution pixelated images. Use images that are well lit. So decide on the aesthetic you want for your creative. Clean and minimal or colorful and bright, vibrant. It really depends on the advertisement, what it is you're trying to promote. Okay? So some other things to focus on here: to create attention grabbing ads, show images of people benefiting from your product. And Coca-Cola has done this forever. When have you never seen a Coca-Cola commercial with somebody with a smile on your face drinking a bottle of Coke? I don't think I've ever seen an advertisement. So when it comes to food, you should always have somebody in there enjoying the food. If it comes to clothes, you should have somebody looking like they really enjoy wearing these clothes and they look great in them. You want to accentuate that with, some nice coloring, sticking with your brand guidelines. Okay, so imagery really is important here. So you do need to make sure the ad works for your brand without requiring explanatory copy. The image should basically speak for itself. Okay, so let's finish up with content marketing. Content marketing, another big digital marketing channel, a lot of work out there. So if you're going in for an interview, let's review some of the questions you may get asked. Okay, so starting out, what are the essential components of a good web content? Okay, so essential components. Okay, so what do we want our content to do? Well, we want it to be useful. So web content should be written in a way which caters to what the reader wants. Okay, so somebody's not going to read your content if it's not useful for them. Okay, this because it affects reader engagement. Okay, so if it's not interesting, it's not useful, somebody's just not going to read it. Plain and simple. It also has to be engaging. So listen, even if it is relevant to a user, you still have to write the content so it's engaging. So you want to add elements like imagery, videos. Hey, you could even turn your content into an infographic. Okay, you want to do something that's going to be engaging for the user. If it's engaging, they're going to read it and engage with the content. Okay, and then good content should have some call to action. So content must be written in a way that can drive call to action. Okay, so if you're writing a blog post, I've seen a lot of blog posts just simply start and end with good content, but it doesn't leave the user with anywhere to go. So have that call to action. Put some internal links in that content. Give somebody a place to go after they're done engaging with the good content that you write. Okay, so some other things to think about, some other components for good content. Well, credibility. So, anybody can write, but are you writing about something you know what you're writing about? Are you a good talking point, a good expert, or have experience about this content? So you also want to use, information from a legitimate source. Okay, so you don't want to grab something and use it in your content that's just not legitimate, because it does hurt your credibility and the organization's credibility. And then also originality. Write something that nobody else has written. So obviously you don't want to plagiarize, because if you plagiarize, and there are tools out there where people can easily just put their content in there to see what else is out there, see if somebody else has plagiarized it. So it's very easy to find people who plagiarize. So don't be that person. What I would recommend, create a good content calendar and come up with some ideas before you write them. Next question related to content marketing. So what are the types of content you can create? Well, there are a lot of things you can create. Start with the blog. Blog, to me, is always a great place to start. It's a blank canvas for your ideas, your thoughts, your opinions. Okay, that's a great thing about a blog. It accentuates personality. You can create a video. Videos are always engaging. You can create an infographic. Infographics to me are, a hidden gem. Instead of somebody reading the same old, you're laying this out in a very visual way that's easy to understand. Create a case study. Okay, so if you're digital marketing expert, done social media for another client, write about it. Show the successes, show that you are an expert, show that you've created successful campaigns in social in the form of a case study. You can create a white paper. White papers are good educational pieces. You can also create an ebook. Okay, ebook, hey, if you have a lot of content, you want to lay it out, an ebook's a good way to go. I mean, you have a lot of choices here when it comes to content, a lot of choices. Okay, so what are the advantages of having a content calendar? So I alluded to that just a couple of seconds ago. So let's really break this down here because content calendars to me are so important. Well, first of all, calendar part of content calendar allows you to think about dates. So if you're planning something, you're going to have important dates in mind. Okay, so content calendar, it almost ensures you don't miss anything, that's a good opportunity for you to leverage, like, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It's probably important when those days are if you're in e-commerce. So that's why having a content calendar helps. It helps you plan out your content based on important dates, or based on dates that work for what you're trying to do. They also help because you could stick to a consistent schedule. Okay, so if you don't have a content calendar, you're probably just arbitrarily writing content here and there. Well, what if your users crave and really engage with the content? They're going to want more. Sticking to something consistent is going to really get people to come back for more. They know when you're going to post. They're going to be waiting for it. And if it's every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, hey, post it Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. Your users will get used to that schedule. And it does help build up your following. It does help build up your community. And in the end, cultivates a long-lasting relationship. And then having a content calendar also allows you to mix up your content. Okay, so you can see and plan ahead different types of content in different formats. That way, it allows you to mix it up. Okay, whether it be a blog post, an infographic, a video about different topics. Okay, some other advantages here, saving time. It just allows you to prepare for the future. When you can prepare, you're efficient. And when you're efficient, you're not wasting time. And so to me, having a content calendar is a must because a lot of us are busy. Who has time? And especially if you're going to work in a new company, so let's say writing content, you definitely want to have a content calendar because you're going to want to use that time to efficiently plan. This is a new company you're going to start working at. You want to understand who this company is, what they've done in the past, what you haven't done, and what you want to do. Okay, so all of that helps you plan and prepare, and it saves you the time and effort and hassle down the road. And then at the end of the day, you want to be able to figure out what works. So planning your posts puts less strain on you and your team members as well as company resources, because when you plan and you post, you're going to get data. And then when you get data, it's either going to work or not work. And if it doesn't work, then in the future, you're not going to put that piece of content or that topic in the content calendar again. It's that simple. Okay, some other advantages, fresh content. Okay, so having a content calendar allows you to always keep content fresh. Again, you're going to be on a consistent schedule and you're not going to be writing about the same things over and over again. So it could be just simply Twitter. If you're putting a content calendar and together for Twitter, well, you don't want to have the same tweets every other day. So it does ensure that you're getting tweets out there that are fresh, that are new, that are different. And again, figure out what works. A content calendar makes it easier to measure results and optimize performance. So you always want to, maybe put some metrics in with your content calendar so you can see side by side content historically that is performed, content that is not performed. Okay, so next question you may get. What type of content works in each stage of the customer lifecycle? So you have awareness, engagement, purchase, post-purchase, advocacy. Okay, so let's break these down here. So awareness. Okay, so you want people to understand who you are. Okay, that could be a guest blog, an influencer helping you out. It could be a cold email, a video that can potentially go viral, a social media post, introducing a product. You have engagement. So you want people to engage with your content. What are you going to do to get people to engage? Well, you could certainly write an email and have people open that email and go to your website. You can have an ebook where people can actually download and read it. Or you can have a blog where people can comment, or a landing page where they can fill out a form submission. you have evaluation. So with social media, we know there's a lot of engagement going on, but when you're putting content out there, you can certainly open it up to testimonials. Okay, you can generate white papers. Okay, or you can generate case studies. Case studies are a good way for companies to evaluate what you've done in the past. If you've worked for a specific product in the past and it's worked, you certainly want to put that out there for potential clients in that same industry. Purchase. Trying to get people to purchase, what are you going to do? Well, you can certainly have landing pages, a nice, website, a nice shopping cart with some nice content. Okay, onboarding emails. Get those emails out there and get people to go back to the website and purchase. Of course, you can have product and service details as well, meaning, one page downloadable PDFs that describe the product. Okay, you have post-purchase. Okay, so people who've already purchased, you can certainly send out follow-up emails. You can do blog roundups, give people an opportunity to see what features or updates are happening to the product. Okay, of course, case studies of repeat customers or content types that detail a new feature or service. Okay, so if somebody's already purchased, you may want to send them some content of another product that complements the product they bought. So a lot of things you can do to engage with your user who's already purchased. And then advocacy. You want people to help you out here. So have the user generate the content. You can have exclusive discounts for your community. They're going to be your advocates, so give them exclusive discounts. And then pictures of customers engaging with your products. Okay, who's not going to share that? So you're going to have people share that information. In other words, you can generate content where, hey, people can help you out here and be your advocate. Okay, so how do you decide what topic and subject to write on? Okay, well, going back to the content calendar, that always helps you can see what you've put in that content calendar. But there are some other methods you can use. And you could certainly identify your target audience. And not only identify your target audience, but what their needs are. Okay, so you can write content based on audience. So you could certainly do some research with keywords. Okay, what's trending? What keywords are not trending? Okay, and write around what's trending, for example. Okay, you could certainly take a look at social media, for example, Quora. I always look at Quora. Quora is interesting, entertaining, informational. Hey, people are certainly having conversations on Quora. And you can certainly analyze those conversations because they certainly get in depth, and you can decide, hey, do I want to write a topic around something that really just won't go away in terms of conversing? Quora is a good example of analyzing conversations. They tend to be a little bit more in depth. So some other things you could do, you can look at your competitors and what kind of conversations are happening on your competitors' blogs or your competitors' social media platforms and pages. You can keep track of blogs and articles from subject matter experts, commentators, critics, and so on. Okay, so you can get ideas from them. Another question you may get, which is very important, if you're going to start working for a company, you need to understand the tone of your content, because that is going to fit and be in line with the company you're working for. Okay, so you're always going to have a brand personality. So the characteristics of a brand are the guidelines based on which the content strategy is developed. The tone of the content must align itself to the content strategy. Your audience profile. So you need to determine who your audience is. Okay, and how the brand wants to be seen by that audience. So, if you have an older audience, you're not going to use younger audience, i.e. street lingo or today's lingo and the younger generation. You're going to use language that's going to fit the audience you're talking to. And then, of course, the channel itself. So the content you create must be irrespective of the channel and consistent with brand attributes. Okay, so you gotta pick and choose the channel. If it's LinkedIn, for example, hey, LinkedIn's more business oriented. Okay, so you're not gonna be, as humorous as you would be, say, on Instagram or Facebook. All of these have one thing in common. Again, that's brand guidelines. You have to stay within the brand. What is the brand's personality? How do we want to talk to our audience? And what platform are we using to talk to our audience? How do you promote your content once it's live? Well, that's always a good question. Hey, you doing the work, putting in the hard work to create this, it could be a video, and videos take a long time. It could be an infographic, an ebook. Okay, so send it out via email. Okay, if you have an email list, send it out and let people know this content's there. Put a link in the email or even a piece or snippet or preview of the content in the email. So you're using the email to broadcast and encourage people to, if it's an ebook, get the rest of the ebook. Okay, you can certainly leverage social media to engage with your community. That's the best, just as good as email. Get out there and let people know, hey, I got my book published. Come and download it. You can give a discount to the first 100 people that download it. Okay, you can always promote your content via ads. So whether that be Google or Facebook, you always have an opportunity to be more prominent by advertising the content that you have to offer. So you can always reach out on social media, again, targeting interesting people directly. So you can always interact with people on social, or you can write for others, attract people from the web to important pages of your website by guest posting. So you can always go onto a popular blog post and write something and, link it up or have it be relevant to the content you've written. So next question, how can you determine how well your content is doing? Okay, very important. Again, you've done all the work. You've put the content calendar together. You got the content ready to go. It's published. You're promoting it. Social, email, guest blogging, but you want to determine how it's doing. Well, depends on the channel, really is what it comes down to. So if it's organic search, you want to be able to see if it's ranking for the keywords you optimize that content for. If it's social, you want to be able to see if you have engagement, shares, comments, etc. Of course, you can always look at analytics and see how much traffic that blog post is getting, or that page with the white paper is getting. Okay, so you can always look at your analytics and look at the traffic. Okay, and again, you can always look to see if there are conversions in the form of an inquiry or lead or sale. So at the end of the day, you want to align the content with the channel and you want to align the KPI with the content in channel. Okay, so if it's social, you're not likely going to get conversions unless you're doing paid ads. If you're posting organically on social, then you're probably going to get some engagement. So you have to align the right metric with the right channel. What are the steps involved in the content marketing process? Okay, so you really need to decide what goal you want to achieve with the content marketing campaign. So that goes back to what I was just saying a minute ago. If you have content you post it on social, then what's the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Well, you're probably going to get engagement and likes. You need to define buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so you're always writing for an audience and you're going to market that content for that audience. So you always got to keep that in mind. Okay, run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. In other words, how did it perform? What kind of engagement did you get with the infographic? Or did that video really perform well? Or do we want to use, a blog post next time around or an image next time around? So continuing on here, you want to choose an appropriate content management system. Okay, so how are we managing all this content? Okay, is it WordPress or is it another platform? Okay, you could start brainstorming for ideas for new content. So again, that goes back to the content calendar. You leverage your content calendar to always create ideas for new content. Okay, then you want to settle on a particular type of content that you want to create. Okay, so once you come up and you're managing your content, you come up with some ideas, then you obviously want to choose the format, and then of course you want to publish and manage your content after it's all said and done. So these are the steps involved. Again, just quickly decide on the goal, the KPI, decide on your audience, look at what's worked and not worked in the past, get your content set up in the platform, okay, or get the platform ready to go, I should say. Okay, generate ideas with that content calendar, or ideally go to the content calendar for the ideas. Choose that type and then publish and manage. And when I say manage, I mean, again, going back to analytics or going back to the KPI that you align with that content to see if it's performing or not. Okay, so next question here. How do you target the right audience for your content? It's a very good question. You're not writing content for everyone. Let's be honest here. So you have to collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website, based on who's subscribed to your emails, based on who's following you on social media. So in other words, you have people interacting with you. okay, in different channels, and you need to understand who these people are. So, or do they fit a certain age range or generation? Are they skewed more female to male? Education level? What's their affinity or interest? Okay, do they have a certain income? So you need to really break down your audience here, and you could do that in analytics. You could do that on social. You can do that just by looking at your email list. Okay, all those will paint a picture as to who your audience is.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.